is a queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go, go. I just wanna rap it.
Hi, this is Jim Albert Timbreza, aka Borkum from Team Secret.
Hi, this is Jesse Christy Cuico, aka Jesse Bash from Team Secret.
Compared sa stage 1, ano siya mas magiging interesting siya kasi lahat ng teams makakalaban namin. So, looking forward kami na makalaro silang lahat.
To play as challengers kasi nga hindi na kami yung dating Team Secret na nasa top. So, yan. So, excited ako maglaro as a challenger. Siguro yung reason nga na champions kami last year. So, yung expectations talaga ng mga tao andun lahat. And yun, na-down namin sila this stage 1 and stage 2 is parang to come back nga. And to prove na kaya pa namin bumalik.
Siguro yung team namin nag-stand out sa other teams kasi more on may mas experience kami. Kasi nga yun nga, nakapag-champions kami din. Nung last stage, medyo na-short kami ng preparation. Pero yun nga, this time, mas more prepared kami. Then nagkaroon kami ng bootcamp. Then, yun. Parang nahirapan din talaga kami sa online setup. Marami ring technical difficulties na hindi namin hawak. So, yun. Actually, lahat ng teams gusto namin makalaro kasi last stage then more on group stage then 3 lang yung nakakalaban naming teams and sa playoffs na namin sila nakakalaban yung ibang teams sa kabilang bracket. So mas exciting ngayon kasi yun lahat talaga sila makakalaban namin in a single BO3 match.
Looking forward to play again. Siguro yung mga tumalo sa amin sa stage 1. SBE, Oasis, and actually gusto ko rin makalaro yung RRQ since mayroong this open qualifiers, tinalo rin nila kami. Yan, actually, I'm excited na makalaro sila lahat. Siguro team to beat yung respect talaga sa champions, SBE, since sila talaga yung in paper and masasabi ng lahat na best teams right now sa PH.
Siguro, syempre, respect sa champion last stage 1, yung South Built Esports. And yun nga. Dati ko rin silang naging teammates ng ibang game. So, yan. Looking forward to meet them. Thank you for supporting Team Secret and through up and down. Yan, nandyan kayo since day 1 na yun nga, na manalo-matalo, nandyan kayo. Iba yung supportan nyo na yun nga, kahit matalo, nandyan pa rin kayo. Yun, maraming salamat. And sa girlfriend ko, maraming salamat sa support.
Sa lahat ng fans, lahat ng supporter ng Valorant PH and my team and supporter ko, thank you for keep supporting us. Tuloy lang natin yung pag-support sa mga Valorant players and team sa PH, hindi lang kami. And maraming salamat. Again, this is Jesse Bash from Team Secret. Watch us on VCTPH, Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
Hi, I'm Chris. My in-game name is Pro and I am from Southbuilt Esports. Looking forward ako na makalaban ulit namin yung Naos Esports. Because last time na nagkalaban kami is sa finals yun ng VCT Stage 1. And hopefully kami ulit yung magkatapat sa finals. Siguro yung the way kami mag-banding namin outside the game. So doon kami nagiging solid hanggang sa inside namin sa paglalaro. Siguro yung Secret na lang din ulit since sila talaga yung rivalry namin way back CSGO pa lang dito sa PH and sana magkalaro kami ulit ngayon VCT. Sino ba? Naos? Ayun, batiin ko lang yung lahat ng fans namin and sumusuporta. Siyempre gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat, especially sa boss namin, kay Boss Prince, and sa mga manager, sa mga analyst and coach namin like Nico, Black and Blue, Sir Lee, and to all my teammates. Thank you sa lahat ng patuloy na pagsusuporta sa amin. Again, this is Pro from Southbuilt Esports. Catch us on VCT Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
Hi, this is Vince Nino V. Mirado, aka Flash, and I'm from Team RRQ.
Hi, this is Francis Danison Bunyag, aka Rabbit, from Team RRQ. We're looking at the new strats that our opponents will use, so we can pick up on it and learn to use it against them.
Excited ako na ipakita yung mga bagong strats namin as a team, and excited ako na mapunta kami sa APAC Challengers C.
I think the thing that makes us stand out is our structure, our team structure, and how our team plays. Because we have a weird composition. We have three controllers on our team and 2 sentinels, and we only have 1 main duelist. So currently, right now, everyone's going flex and adjusting to the meta.
Siguro yung team namin is kakaiba kasi hindi lahat sa amin kagaya ni Kelly na parang merong star role. Yung mostly sa amin is support roles. Siguro SBE and Team Secret kasi sila yung dalawa yung parang merong bigger experience sa amin. Pero para sa amin hindi kami natatakot na makalaban sila.
We're looking forward to play against Team Secret again. So maybe we can beat them one more time and show to the world that it was not a fluke. The team that is the one to beat is, I think, SBE, because they're the ones who were the champs for the VCT Stage 1 PH.
SBE, kasi sila yung former champions ng Stage 1. Continue supporting us and continue watching our games kasi gagawin namin ang lahat for you guys.
My message to our fans and supporters: continue to support us. We will show you that RRQ will be the best here in PH. And thank you for the continued support, and Viva RRQ, guys. Again, this is Rabbit from Team RRQ. Watch us on VCTPH Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
Jules Delphine, aka EJ from Bren Esports.
This is Box Ramos, aka Symbol from Bren Esports. Ang look forward ko po this VCTPH Stage 2 is to qualify for APAC Challengers Playoffs. Tapos never po ako na-qualify for APAC. Kaya I'm looking forward to qualify this stage po.
Ako ang expect sa VCT Stage 2 is wala man gud namo napakita mo ang best sa group stage. So now like gusto lang namo i-prove na worth top team PH gyapon mi.
Trust po namin sa isa't isa. Kasi po yung pag nagbabanding po kami, para po talaga kaming magkakapatid. And sa in-game naman po, every idea from each player counts po. Yun po yung lagi namin nilalamay namin sa isa't isa.
Really skilled players, like individually, are amo ang aim, amo ang decision making, like really mas kusog pa compared to the other teams. So murag amo ang aim lang gyud ang ginabasihan namo. Ako ang gusto na makalaban is Naos Esports. Because gusto lang namo i-prove na murag young players man sila and we are young players also. So murag gusto lang namo na mas gahi pa mi compared sa ila.
The team I'm looking forward to play is Team Secret. Kasi po, ilang beses ko na po sila nakalaban since nung ibang org pa po sila and never ko pa po silang natalo. For me, it's Action PH po kasi sa previous tournaments po namin, sila po yung laging nag-eliminate sa amin. Kaya po, this stage po, gusto po namin bumawi sa kanila.
APH, I think APH. Because ilahang playstyle and aim kay murag mas confident sila and napud sila like one of the best player sa APAC, si The Doctor. So cause like iprong na namo kami na team na murag mas kusog pa mi compared sila. Thank you guys for supporting us, believing in us, for helping us sa amo ang mga things like mga inspiration na inyo ang ginaingon. And don't worry guys, amo ang ihatag amo ang best para lang mapakita sa inyo na top teams gyapon mi sa PH.
Thank you po sa pag-support niyo sa amin. It means a lot to us po and papakita po namin sa inyo why we deserve to be here. Again, this is Symbol from Bren Esports. Watch us on VCTPH Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
To the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Vixen on ya, vixen on lean. Vixen on ya, vixen on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Where's the Vinci?
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, every occasion. Going to different locations. How they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZs don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
The true test of one's limits can only be determined by taking the risk and going further than what you thought was possible. Team Secret, Regum Qeon, Alpha Esports Pro, Oasis Gaming, Southbolt Esports, and Bren Esports. These are the teams that are trying to break the limit. This is day 2 of the playoffs for the Valorant Champions Tour Stage 2 Challengers Philippines.
The battles have been fought.
Heading towards that C site and Morgy is standing now. Real. If he actually gets this!
The heroes have risen, but they're not done yet.
The path that led me here
has tested me beyond limits.
Today, I go against the current
and show them the tide doesn't only rise,
but continues to grow stronger.
Oasis Gaming and Alpha Esports Pro have been sent to the lower brackets. Southbolt Esports and Bren Esports were victorious yesterday, but the question is, will they continue to win against the Giants? Let's try to answer that here on the Updraft. What's up, esports fans? It's day number 2 of the playoffs here on the VCTPH stage. Yet, you are yet again joined by the lovely company of our panel, Likeable, Fluffy, and G10. How are you guys? I'll be honest, I don't quite miss you guys just yet. We saw each other yesterday, but how you guys been?
You didn't miss me for the hours we weren't together?
Aww. No, I'm not that clingy. I mean, I hope G10, even just a little bit, you kind of miss me, you know, because you kind of owe me, but
Okay.
Anyway. Anyway, as much as I'd like to entertain our panel a little bit longer, I'm actually really excited to just dive right into the action of yesterday's highlights. So let's take a look at that right now. It is Oasis Gaming versus Southbolt Esports. G10, please walk Fluffy and I throughout the series because, after all, you were the only one who got the prediction right for this series.
Very true. I mean, I was the only one who was brave enough to go for the SBE pick. And of course, SBE did absolutely beautifully versus Oasis Gaming. They got that 2-0, and as you can see, man, Ja just went kind of crazy. He was the MVP for a reason. Look at how many multi-kills he's getting right here on Fracture. And of course, he kept that train going even onto the next map. My God, SB just looked on another level as this with another 4K. They just were a little bit more aggressive than they usually were. Man, Flippy with that 3K as well. You really see SBE kind of capitalizing on how Oasis would kind of try to execute, try to line up their utility, and SB would just rush them and ambush them when they were trying to, you know, get all their abilities out. As we just had magnificent timing throughout Fracture, and I know that, you know, Fracture is kind of an Oasis map, but honestly, Southbolt made it look like they weren't even a factor.
Oh yeah, for sure. In fact, even you assumed that it would turn out to be a 2-1, right? It wasn't going to be a 2-0, but that's what happened. Now, Fluffy, it seemed like I was the only unlucky pickle yesterday since none of my predictions were right. I thought Alpha Esports was going to win this one, but you had faith in the boys from Bren Esports, and based off of the performance here, I can kind of see what you saw in them.
Yeah, I mean, Bren Esports, a team that has been constantly improving throughout the group stages, and now in the playoffs, they show a bit of better form, especially that they had that saving grace to make it in the first place. They really tried to fight for their spot, and I guess it really shows in the game as well against Alpha Esports. Alpha Esports also, in fairness, did play very well in the series, taking one map away from Bren Esports, but at the end of it, Bren Esports does make the 2, with especially the dominating game on the third game on Haven. I feel like in that game, Bren Esports either did their homework or just had a better read on the situation. They were able to, much like an SBE in the first series, counter a lot of the plays that the opposing team was trying to make. They were willing to match the pacing, sometimes being even a bit quicker on the draw and putting their players into positions where they can get multi-flags. We see Symbol, for example, a high impact player in the last series as well. And of course, overall, I feel like the team has just genuinely improved a lot over the weekend. That's why I had a lot of faith in them.
Definitely. I feel round one yesterday, us especially, I have to forget everything I know about these. Expect the unexpected. This is, after all, playoffs, so it's no joke at this point. And we wouldn't get to this. They weren't for our sponsors, so let's take a moment. Thank them, most especially to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league country, together with Riot Games, running the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and
We would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $20.99 on Globe at Home. Game with speeds to up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And finally, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Set to get the ROG Zephyrus M16, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display and a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience that you deserve. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the ROG Zephyrus M16.
There you have it, folks. Being sponsors for a terrific broadcast we've been having. But you guys are in for a treat because the broadcast is in languages. In case you guys didn't know, we have an English broadcast where you can catch Dax, Black and Blue, Asterai, and Raph. Broadcast to see Tiro, Ray, Honeyglaze, and Vil. Just check out the links flashed on your screens and the VCT that we are serving. Now, we are day number 2 playoffs, and we are going to have a quick recap of the format. Maybe you'll hear a familiar voice rather in this tournament format.
Stage 1 is over. It is now time to test those at the top. Be fearless now. It is your last chance to redeem yourself. This is the VCT Philippines Stage 2 tournament format. Our journey begins with the top 4 squads from the open qualifiers advancing to the group stage. In the group stage, the top 4 open qualifier teams meet the top 4 Stage 1 teams in a best-of-3 single round robin. The top 6 teams now at the end of the groups qualify for playoffs. The 6 remaining teams then face off in a double elimination bracket. And the top 3 playoff squads represent the region in Challengers. Climb to the top and make those in your way fear you.
I think that voice sounds familiar. I don't know about you. Are you familiar with that voice? Do you know who that is?
Who could it be?
Who could it be, indeed?
Is it Raph?
Oh, I think it's
Probably.
Raph. I think you're right.
I bet it's Raph.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can't figure it out right away. It's Raph, yeah. Now, as we just tournament format, so I think it's only fitting that we head straight for the brackets, boys. This is going to be very juicy as we're going to be covering round 2 in just a bit, but I want to talk about the lower bracket that will be seen on our screens right now. Fluffy, Oasis Gaming in the lower bracket here. Are you worried about this team?
I mean, Oasis Gaming in the lower bracket is not the best sign always for any team that's in that position, but it's not something that cannot be done. SBE proved that in Stage 1, making it from the lower bracket all the way to the grand finals and winning as the first seed going into APAC. So any of the teams can totally do it, but it is a longer and more challenging road overall.
Of course it is. But as you said, S was able to pull it off in the stage. So do you think that AEP or perhaps Oasis have what it takes to follow the footsteps of SBE?
I mean, they definitely have the blueprint to success to make a lower, try to make a lower bracket run. It's kind of in their hands, I think, whether or not they can actually do it, because Oasis and A-Pro, we've had some amazing performances from both of them. A-Pro was able to fell Team Secret, Oasis was able to fell SBE, so they theoretically have the tools to do it. They can make that lower bracket run, but it will highly depend on whether or not they actually pull out some interesting strats, because for AE Pro, I mean, sad to say, yesterday in the game versus Bren, that last game in Haven, they just kind of went and did the same thing over and over again, and Bren just kind of also did the same thing, which was absolutely destroy them over and over again. So if we see more of that, then I don't think it's likely. But if we see Oasis and AE Pro, do some VOD reviews of themselves, try to right their wrongs, try to really build off of their mistakes and focus on their own game plan, then most definitely they can still take the lower bracket all the way to the grand finals. But of course, other teams are going to be dropping down there, and those teams are going to be very tough to beat, because two of them are going to be determined today.
Yeah, I think I also wanted to add to G10's point about the lower bracket. One kind of unique advantage, if anything, in being in the lower bracket is as you can see on the screens, the schedule today, you're not actually playing today, meaning that you do have that 1 day break to really look back at your games and even other teams' games, and even after the end of today's matches, even look at those games to do your research, your homework, and you can really improve over any amount of time. So having 1 day off, essentially, before you have to, go back and be in the gamer zone and really get the pressure on and really do your job, I feel like it could do massive amounts for certain teams.
Well, now that you mentioned that, Fluffy, SBE and Bren Esports are going to be fighting today again after just competing yesterday. Do you think that is going to be a struggle for them as they face head-to-head with Team Secret and RRQ?
I feel like for the first matchup, so Team Secret versus SBE, that one you can argue will be a close one. Like, I think this might go into like prediction territory there, but I feel like it's going to go the distance with the whole series. So, you have to kind of root for Team Secret here, because statistically they are the team that is performing the best overall. And on the second one, we have RRQ versus Bren Esports. I feel like this is more like RRQ's game to win if they really did their homework, because historically they've done very poorly against Bren Esports. I believe there's something like 0-4 on Bren Esports, so it's not the best matchup for them. But hopefully, if they take a lot of their losses in the past into this game into consideration, then it can improve their odds by a lot.
Oh, definitely. You know what? I'm tempted to dive in and talk about these teams a little bit more, but we'll have time to discuss further later. In the meantime, folks, we're headed off to a quick break. When we return, it's the first match of the upper semifinals. Team Secret versus South Built Esports.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. We are in for a long day, boys. It's Team Secret versus SBE. G10, do you remember that last time that they met? It was a 7 overtime game. Painfully long game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, there we go. I actually was muted that time on VMix because I was a little bit too careful. But I was just saying that, 7 overtimes in game 1, absolutely insane. It was so close. That's what we were thinking. It was going to be a close series. And then we get to Haven, game number 3, and we see Team Secret 13-0. SBE was incredibly uncharacteristic, but, that just kind of tells the tale of Team Secret throughout the group stages. And now this rematch, oh god, I can't look forward to it any more than I already am right now.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. And I want to move on from our little throwback Thursday and introduce the team that actually won that series. Here is a closer look at Team Secret. Here it is, the formidable Team Secret. The team that had a near flawless run during the group stages. You look at these faces and you think, hey, everything's going my way. But when you look to Twitter, you find out that Coach Fade is holding something over Dubstep's head. Specifically, Dubstep's penguin, Yuki. So, yeah, I'm a little bit worried about that. But Fluffy, I think that making it to the playoffs, here into the group stage, into the playoffs rather, in stage 2, is a true testament that these guys are just the opposite of how they were during stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, stage 1, they were coming off as champions, but they didn't really play like champions in that stage. And coming into this stage, in one of the interviews, I think Jesse Vash mentioned that they were going in with a challenger mentality, trying to just be the best team that they can be. And currently, they are the best team in our little tournament. So they almost had a perfect run, but unfortunately for them, they are going into this game coming off a loss from Alpha Esports. But Team Secret has alluded multiple times that we haven't seen anything yet. There's still more secrets at Team Secret. Even Coach Fade mentioning that they still have a lot of hidden strats, compositions that they'd rather play. And of course, they're one of the most flexible teams as well as most veteran teams out there. You can see in their lineup, Borkum Dispenser, Dubstep, Vash, Wits, and even Jeremy has been subbed in multiple times, subbing out sometimes Dispenser, sometimes subbing out Wits. You know, their team comp is just so flexible, yet they still retain that discipline that is always reliable in a team like this, ready to trade each other, have good, I guess, reads on other team, probably coming from experience from playing internationally. They don't necessarily play like the normal quote-unquote PH team where it's very 1 to 2 dimensional. They really have that worldly view of how Valorant is being played from their experiences, I guess, from Champions and other events like APAC, that this team really has not only the potential, but the trajectory to go back to being champions again.
Oh, definitely. Oh, would you like to continue, Jason?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit of, Team Secret. We know they have some secrets up their sleeves in terms of strats, and maybe one of those strats is giving Dubstep a little bit of motivation to actually win the series. You don't want Yuki to jump off the roof, but also, I want to go back to what Fluffy said about discipline, because Team Secret is one of the most disciplined teams that we've seen this stage, but going up against them is arguably one of the more patient teams as well. SBE, man. Even though we kind of saw them switch up their playstyle yesterday to get that 2-0 against Oasis, it was still very calm and calculated the way that SBE was going up against them. So Secret, even if they have some secret strats, maybe it'll be a little bit less effective if they aren't able to take SBE by surprise.
We'll have to find out in just a bit. Overall, it's pretty obvious here on the panel that time and time again, Team Secret has impressed us. However, the team that they're facing against is obviously a team that we would not sleep on. They were built to beat the top 1 team in the country, and I think that is Team Secret right now. Can they do it again? Here is South Built Esports. With yesterday's stunning performance, I think it's safe to say that South Built Esports has recalibrated here on the playoffs. G10, looking at this lineup now and knowing how SBE operates, do you think we'll be seeing a somewhat repeat of what we saw in the Stage 1 playoffs?
Oh, that may be something to look forward to, but if we're looking at a repeat, an exact repeat of history that happened to South Built, it's not going to happen. They already won their first match. They're already not going to be going round 1 to the
What I
lower
meant
bracket.
was taking the gold
Taking
home.
down Team Secret and taking the actual gold. I think it's very possible. I mean, South Built, from what we saw yesterday, the incredibly dominant performance that they had versus Oasis Gaming, sorry Fluffy, it really kind of was looking like they had kind of a new lease on life after the group stages, because in the groups, they kind of were doing their patented slow takes, their very patient, very careful, very collected kind of style of play. But yesterday, we saw them actually, as I mentioned earlier, switch it up and actually be just a tiny bit more aggressive, catching Oasis off guard at times when they really weren't expecting it, especially, in the second half of, I think it was Fracture, where they didn't actually they only dropped like one round, I think, on Fracture in the second half. So something like that, I think, really shows that SBE's kind of shored up the holes in their strategy and their game plan, because when you kind of run down the clock, you are kind of pressed for time. You're pressured in like the last 20 seconds to take a site. It has to be incredibly clean. You have to be on point. But SBE, when they go early, it's a little bit different. They aren't as as aggressive, as aim heavy as a team like a Pro, but their use of utility and their use of trade fragging and really playing for each other is, I would say it's unparalleled, but Team Secret have kind of the same philosophy. So going up against the giants of Stage 2 is really going to be interesting here for SBE. Now, I do think that they can take it, but Secret, man, with the Yuki threat over Dubstep's head, he might just pull off some amazing stuff against SBE.
Coach Fade, if you're watching this, just know that we are all looking out for Yuki over here. So please, for the sake of Dubstep and Yuki, please don't do it. Anyway,
Coach Fade, though, he said in a tweet, he said that he was determined to do everything to bring out the best performance in Team Secret.
Oh, I hope that it doesn't reach that point. Now, G10, you did break everything down perfectly. I do have to point out again that Ja performed amazing in yesterday's match, and I'm sure that set an example for the rest of the team to bring their A game out as well. Now we're going to be moving on to the head-to-head. It won't be Ja this time around, but I'm not sad about it. So let's take a look at who's going to be featured in our head-to-head. Here we have it, folks. We have Jesse, Vash, and Pro. Casters have been whispering in my ear, making me say something I don't want to say, but I'm just gonna call these guys the OG players. I'm not gonna use any other term than OG. Fluffy, what can we say about Jesse, Vash, and Pro?
I mean, similarly, they are very OG in a lot of senses. They have the most experience, I believe, from both of the teams, which translates to a lot of things in game. One, it means that both of these players are calm under pressure, and they've been in a lot of the situations before, so they know how to correctly answer them now. It's not something that they necessarily have to think about. They just have that quicker reaction just from experience to know, okay, this is happening to us. We know what to do. This is how we should play it. And I feel like as a strength for the team, that is something that you can not only rely on, but you can really trust because of how valid their points are, or because it's so proven based from the amount of time they've already spent on the game.
Yeah, and just to add to that, the amount of time that they've both spent in esports is absolutely insane. I mean, I think it's a combined more than a decade between the two of them. Fairly certain Vash has been competing for about a decade himself, and that age and that experience really means that these two guys are what these two teams really look up to when it comes down to it, because they do have like the brains for this stuff. If I'm not mistaken, Pro and Vash are both the IGLs of Team Secret and South Build Esports. And when OG Gamer is said, it is completely right. They have been here for pretty much the longest time, I think. These two players are two of the most storied personalities in Philippine esports. Vash across multiple different titles, and Pro really sticking to FPS ever since. Now, this Battle of the Titans is going to be a battle of the brains, I believe, because, I mean, when you're calling strats mid-round and you're trying to adjust for your team and thinking about what you should be doing, Pro, he thinks 2-3 rounds ahead, but Jesse Vash, he focuses, I think, really on this round and the next round and how Team Secret can go round to round to round to round and string along those wins. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these two face off in this match.
It's gonna be very interesting indeed. That's what happens when you have OG members on your team. I'm sure that the youngsters here in the league are also looking up to these guys. Now, as effective as these players may be, at the end of the day, it's a team game. Setups, angle holds rather, information are some of the key factors for the results of the game. These things are vital, of course, and we'll be seeing how all of these aspects are affected as we head on over to our map vetoes. Very important. You know, these are the factors that really affect us once we're inside the game. The last time these guys faced each other, we saw Split, Breeze, and Haven. Of course, Split being the notorious 20-18 game. Now, I'm expecting a ban on Haven on the side of SBE, especially since this was the deciding map last series they had, and Team Secret was able to dominate with a 13-0. But Fluffy, I want to know what you think.
I would kind of agree with you there, so I'm pretty surprised that SBE is opening up with the map veto, banning out Breeze. Breeze is a map that they played in the previous series. They had this group stages. It ended 13-10 in favor of Team Secret, so although they lost that match, it's not like South Built necessarily played bad in that map. In comparison to their decider in the previous group stages match where they played Haven and didn't get any rounds, unfortunately. So very surprised for that one. Team Secret banning out Icebox, I think that's a very understandable map because Southfield does have a very good Icebox in general. I'm expecting to see Haven now that it is open, but because SBE is the first map selection team, I think they're gonna go for a more balanced team. The Split is open also. I think that's another interesting map to just point out. Split, although they went very long in that game, it was very interesting to see just how much information they can pull from that. So I'm not going to be surprised if that comes out in the series. But Bind, like you guys have mentioned, is going to be the first map.
Yeah, and we saw SB have a monstrous bind yesterday against Oasis Gaming. I mean, 13-9, it was kind of close, but I feel like the scoreline doesn't really tell you how dominating it felt SBE were. It just felt like they were everywhere that Oasis was looking to push, looking to peak. And I mean, Ja was just absolutely everywhere. He dropped 24 kills on the chamber on Bind yesterday. But all of that being said, I mean, Team Secret also has amazing mastery of this map. Although in this next one, they might be picking up the Haven because that, I think, does some mental damage to SBE. Just a tiny bit of PTSD from the last time they did.
There we have it.
And there we go. 100% prediction rate on maps so far. But I mean, it's 2 out of 3. Bind, Haven, amazing maps for both of these teams. Although I would say that Secret has kind of an edge on both of these, at least a little bit against SBE.
You know, now that you mentioned the Haven thing, like last time they met, it was a 13-0 in favor of Team Secret. But we can't forget that yesterday versus Oasis Gaming, Southbolt Esports really showed us that they've been studying Haven. They've been studying these maps, and we're like, you know, maybe we didn't perform as well during the group stages, but we had some time to rest, to research, to study, and we're gonna bring it out. We're gonna bring out the strats, the patience, and everything that we prepared for over here on the playoffs. Now, Fluffy again with another veto. We won't be seeing the infamous 20-18 split map again this time.
Yeah, it seems like Team Secret doesn't want to deal with that, and they just say goodbye to Split. So that means that the decider map, I believe, will be Fracture, a map that we saw SBE play yesterday, as well as Bind against Oasis Gaming pretty well. In the previous series that they played against Oasis, who is a team that's pretty good on Fracture, they really showed how much they've adapted over the weekend. SBE showing how they can get to those prime positions and plant a lot of their players into, like, not necessarily a deep lurk, but in positions where they can multi-frag out of it. They have a strong hold on defense and a decent attack, so I feel like that can go either way. Team Secret, though, on Fracture, a team that has been very adaptable with their playstyle and overall has won their games. But I believe that SBE, if they play like how they did yesterday, can actually take this.
Oh, definitely. You know, I'm excited to see how this is going to unfold. Maybe we won't be seeing a long game such as the split game that they've had before, but maybe we get surprised with Fracture. This is the first time we'll be seeing them go up against each other in Fracture. Now, the maps for this series have been locked in, which only means one thing for us here on the panel. It's predictions time. I don't know if our audience have seen the Twitter post I was talking about earlier, but it's actually a lot on the line for Team Secret. I saw the tweet from Coach Fade, and I quote, "Dubstep, win SBE and qualify for APAC today, or else Yuki jumps." That is what Coach Fade said, with a picture of Dubstep's Penguin plush Yuki on the edge of their boot camp's balcony. So, if I do have the panelists' curse, I'm betting on SBE here for the sake of Yuki. What about you, Fluffy?
I think that Team Secret, it's hard to tell because they say that they have so many hidden new strategies and so many compositions they haven't played. So I'm sure that hopefully we'll be pleasantly surprised today. But based on how South Built has been playing recently, I think that I'm leaning towards the side of South Built going to win this series. But I'm expecting it to go 3 maps, if I'm being super honest.
Lastly, G10, let us know your prediction.
This is another match in the Bren multiverse. I just noticed SVE and Team Secret, they're kind of 2 of the previous iterations of Bren Esports. It is going to go 2-1 for me, but in my heart, I really, really want Southfield to have a dominating run up to the grand final, so we're going to go 2-1 in favor of SVE. I also want to see the video of that penguin getting yeeted off a balcony. So, yeah.
Oh
sorry,
my God,
Dubstep.
that's so cruel. That's so... I feel bad for Dubstep and Yuki right now. I can't believe you just said that. But again, if I do have the caster's curse, I'm for you, Team Secret. Good luck to the both of these teams. There you have it, guys. Maps locked, predictions locked. There's no turning back now. Let's head on over to the agent selections. See you later, alligators, because it's panelists out and casters in.
Well, a clash of champions seeing each other as challengers, both with the foresight for the future, but the need to prove themselves in the present. A single step in the right direction, and a single series to APAC. This is Team Secret versus South Built Esports. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first series of day number 2 in the playoffs. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue, and this is the El Clasico of the PH scene, man. This is Team Secret versus SBE. All the hype, all the history, and such illustrious careers, especially in Valorant, looking to clash right here, right now in Stage 2.
Dax, we are here once again at the stage where we're going to have these 2 teams match it on up. Now, we have been clamoring, begging for grand finals between these 2 teams for the longest time, but we have yet to really achieve that. This stage could be it, when they both look so primed, they both look so proper. We don't have a rivalry, simply put, as storied as pretty much these 2 teams put together in the entirety of VCTPH. These guys have the most to prove against each other, have proven the most against each other, and have given us, by God, the best darn games we have ever seen in the VCTPH circuit. And we're expecting more of that here today, and we're only in the semifinals, the opening game here of day 2, Dax, of the playoffs.
Yeah, first game of Team Secret this week. Second game of South Built Esports. One can make it straight into APAC, the other will have to deal with the lower bracket. And in all honesty, you mentioned it, this is like a grand finals matchup. I really wouldn't be too surprised right now if both teams find a way to that top 3, to that APAC Challenger slot. But I think this is really the most interesting conundrum right now we have here for the series. Instead of the usual, oh, Team Secret's a defending champion, Southfield Esports is the challenger. No, it's pretty much the vice versa of that. Southfield Esports is the defending champion. The recent history has just gotten win over win over win over Team Secret, except, I believe, the latest incarnation. But speaking of that incarnation, with the new mindset, a new boot camp, and a new rotation, Team Secret is looking to gun for that top spot back here, Black and Blue.
Yeah, for them to really be, within each other's personal space, not in the bad way, but in the good way, really. It does help benefit them. Remember, guys, bootcamp buff is a real thing, especially for this Team Secret squad. And as we forget, if you've forgotten, during year one, the only time they actually lost the VCT weekend was when they weren't in bootcamp, when everything had to go back online, when they were at home because of whatever external reasons. And so that's not going to be a thing anymore. They have a new bootcamp. They have everything getting set. They have the proper time now to have practice with Jeremy, to have had their coach in Fade really be integrated, and for them to really have a better system here. And knowing how they play, knowing how flexible they are, they're probably the most flexible team we have here in the VCTPH. Multiple different comps on the same maps, really different types of strategies you'll see them pull out versus one team that they won't pull out against the other. Those are the type of things that it's really going to test the mantle here of Southfield and the preparation they probably have put into this matchup. And if we know anything, Dax, there's one team that Southfield are more prepared for than any other to try and take up against, and that is Team Secret. But on the inverse, so is Team Secret. These two teams have always been at each other's throats in the server. Otherwise, they're really good friends outside.
Look, Southfield Esports more like built to beat Team Secret. That was their whole reason forming up as a squad in the first place. And now that they're the ones with the throne under their butts here, well, strap your butts in because we're going to be getting into an incredible best of 3. We start things off on Bind. For Team Secret, it's no excuses anymore. This is the stage that they have to perform. This is the stage that they go back to their standard. And this is the stage in the series for them to go back into APAC if they get things done. And of course, the only ones who can stop them are the incredible Southfield Esports, who have proven playoff mode is their virtue and playoff mode is their status right now, especially against Oasis Gaming. This is an interesting pick, though, for the two teams. You have here the Team Secret. The Yoru comes back into play courtesy of Dubstep, but on the Southfield side, there was this tried-tested and absolutely stalwart there against Oasis Game. You can see double control is the way to go for the manipulation of XPE.
Knowing how kind of flexible Team Secret are, I was almost expecting them to go with a very different composition into this Bind map, but they're sticking with what we know. They've been very proficient at making this Yoru work out for them for the most part here, especially in the last 2 matches we actually saw them pull this out. Now, they did try this Yoru composition during stage 1, and that really wasn't super beneficial for them, but it wasn't too shabby either. And in that case, well, here now in stage 2, they really try and make things work, and it has been for the most part. For Southfield, same exact composition we've been seeing from them in the group stage, in the playoffs, here on Bind, looking one of their most consistent maps. But we know that Team Secret, they have some sort of special magic when playing on Bind as well. Some rounds are not supposed to win, they somehow do, but that was true as well yesterday versus Oasis for SBE.
Yeah, and SBE, in all honesty, it's going to be an interesting situation for them because I look at that Oasis gaming game and they realize, okay, Oasis is going to go for that execute. We just hang on back and we can get those frags with opportunity. It's not going to be the same case with Grit. We've seen it in their group stage matchup, especially that overtime game that went the distance. If Southfield Esports plays a little too passively, or if Southfield Esports plays a little too aggressively, Team Secret will look to take advantage of that. So it's really a matter of timing and a matter of position. The best thing Southfield Esports has right now is the fact that they have the smokes in their favor between the Viper and the Brimstone. But Team Secret, last spot they've had here in Bind Stage 1, and we saw it was Jeremy looking pop up there with a race. Right now, Micro popping ahead of Jeremy to start things off. Assist on the board as well. 2 for 2 trade. Dubstep though coming on in. And already he's trying to save the Penguins. Conservation at its finest. Frags are there. 2 for 2 right now though. In terms of the numbers, the problem for Southfield, they can get on site, but they can't get the spike.
Enemy remaining.
Incredible shots here being landed by Team Secret, and Dubstep just tapping on the way, which seemed like Southfield firmly had them trapped in a corner like an animal. Well, able to beast it out here, Team Secret, looking like a round that should be theirs. 1 versus 2. Papi Chulo. This might be difficult for him as going on the rotate here, and because of the fact that that trademark isn't online anymore because Jaw went down, he's gonna have no real idea they're coming this way. So when the smokes dissipates, he can maybe find the timing to do this. makes a bit of noise, walking on around here, trying to really make sure all the corners are clear. Nothing to be found just yet. If he keeps on moving forward, the timing might actually work out for him. He can make his way towards that A site with just enough time left, but
30 seconds
will he
left.
actually expect this to come really double swinging from behind him? Oh man, the timing. Does he pie the corner at the right moment? Yes, he does, but he has no real idea they're behind him, Dax.
They're creeping, they're lurking, and now Jesse Vash! Oh, this is all business. I thought it was Tondo time real quick right there. I thought we were gonna get the knife, but Team Secret, you can see already, eyes looking forward, winning at that pistol, and some sudden aggression from this teleporter to put Southfield Esports immediately on their toes. Great play though, you run that double duelist, you want to be aggressive. And I like the fact that many teams have noticed this, SBE, it takes a while for them to really get warmed on up, especially in their first game, in that first half. We saw it against Oasis, we've seen it in those Team Secret matchups in the group stage back then. Team Secret will look to build a bit of that momentum. And I really wonder how Southfield Esports have prepared for this Euro pick. It is very pesky with the gate crash. If Team Secret can suddenly get a good flank out of nowhere thanks to it, then it's going to be essential. But you know who's essential on site? Dispenser, even catching Papi Chulo as he falls. A little bit of a love song sickness right there, but Dispenser already to 3, give him the quad. Why don't you, Jeremy, making that paint shells work over on the pro. And as Dispenser will fall, assist, the only one left. But look, it's a Euro in the market. It's Dubstep already there. Team Secret looking to secure the second round, and this should be the... Oh! Oh, assist?
Spike's there.
Free gun, by the way.
Yeah, making it expensive for Ja to walk through and continue to push forward while he was pinged by the spy cam there. It was pretty much a death sentence to be signed, but Jesse Vash perfectly placed with the shock dart. Finds his ace, and well, does he have to see him to take him down?
Dude, that's an electric chair right there. I thought we outlawed that for a long time, but criminal acts here by Team Secret. Jesse Vash already with 4 kills. And I really feel like Jesse Vash and Dispenser, I think I mentioned it last time we talked about Team Secret, but they really stepped up in stage number 2. They had those struggles way back when. There was a time where Jesse Vash couldn't even find the frags for Team Secret in their initial incarnation. But really, if Team Secret keeps playing to this caliber that we've seen in the group stage, that everyone is popping off, then it's going to be a good day and a good slot for Team Secret in the future.
Gun round here. One that, at least early, is a map that we've seen Southfield struggle to really convert many times over, but Dubstep, that advantage is not really going to favor him in terms of the range there with a simple Spectre. Papi Chulo making clean work of it. Contact being made here already towards A short. You can see, not really too keen on rotating just yet, but Borkum pushing up Hookah. He loves pushing up here, loves going for that flank. There is a trademark to hold off their flank, but you might not expect this. Actually, Assist does right on the perfect time to do so. Realizing that Borkum likes to do that, and they catch off one of the rotators, but Jesse Vash looking to find his own timing as well.
Southfield got that practice yesterday from Oasis. The habit to really take that market, but the timing even more perfected here by SBE. And look at the logo of SBE. Apparently, it's the golden version right now. They're going for the gold. They're going to defend that crown, and well, now they're heading towards the goal of A site. Dispenser though, the little Papi Chulo. But well, don't fight the hand that feeds you. Jado would find out to Jeremy, and as Jesse Vash is the only one with the kill, Micro is here ready! Seeing the lineup god trying to set something up, he will break it before the first step even launches. It's Southfield now with the third round turnaround at Gunpie. Very effective and very methodical. That we've seen really how they play bind is find those timings against the pushes of the defense.
Such a slow-paced opening attacking round, isn't that, Dax? Under our golden gun, but let's see now how they play that still continuously here versus this, full buy now from Secret. It is a bit more effective sometimes on the Spectre versus Spectre buys versus a bonus, because they have to kind of push out on the defensive side. So SB, they know they can just wait for him, but against the guns, against the rifles here, Team Secret can hold back and play that time. So how exactly do they initiate? I think the question here remains.
I think we look at the Zis and see how it really leads the charge for Southfield Esports. I do like the fact, honestly, going back to the bans, where we saw Southfield heavily ban Freeze outright. And the interesting part about that map like that is just it's different to place that duelist. But right now, Jesse Vash trying to go for the duel from afar, and Until the barrage with the Hunter's Fury, Ja will go down as Zisto gets in his face! And this is the entry that we've been looking for from Assist. Dispenser though, able to hold the toe. Neural Theft even into play, and when they lose Assist, this is when Southfield adjust their style. We go back to a slower pace. It's a tortoise and the hair conundrum. Really, Papi Chulo, he just needs to find the timing when Team Secret is busy resting on their laurels. Borkum coming on in. Jeremy trying to be responsible for the shower, but he gets dinked. 4 HP. Phantom in hand. Papi Chulo now getting on side, but in the corner, Dubstep will get the surprise on. And a great crash to get the hell out of the way from the all-in corner. Micro though with the frag there. Borkum will actually get Micro in response. And now Pro, the only one left. Nice one though from Pro. Sees Dubstep on the side. Well, it's 2v1, but low HP right now for Team Secret. A chance still here for SBE, but Borkum will remove that chance from this timeline, and it's Team Secret now up by 2 yet again.
Great shot by Borkum. He had to hit the head there, otherwise a single bullet would have taken him on down. They still have a buy, but pick by Dispenser and the ult huge, especially coming with a Hunter's Fury from Jesse Bash. The fact that he still found that on a Ja, with Ja TPing away, you know, rendezvousing back all the way towards B-Long was huge. He is honestly the best Sova player here, and especially when it comes to using that ultimate of his, almost always securing a kill or two. Such an important thing. Imagine just getting free kills off of an ultimate time and time on again. There isn't much you can do to try and counter it, so it's really one of the hallmarks and pillars of Team Secret's play. This cam as well, I'm seeing be put to good effect by Team Secret, and they're one of the only teams that really do kind of have a true sentinel be played here in Bind ever since.
I mean, Dispenser, that's his bread and butter, basically. Sure, he can flex on over to the chamber, but let him set up a maze, set up a trap, basically, and he's ready to spring it at a moment's notice. Azisto now. Showstopper into play, looking for Dispenser, but look at him slink away there! Have to shoot into the container, but Dispenser now finally spotted by Papi Chulo. Marvelous Strike also buying the space here for the side of SBE, but Dubstep now stepping in! And looking to just put his markers on the hook. A 3 already for Dubstep! This Yoru finding ways to drift around these dimensions. And speaking of, he's already ready in front of Micro. Fake out for the flash! There is just no escape as he is cornered there! Quad for Dubstep! And you can really hear the beats right now for Team Secret! Looking for the ace! Can he get it? Ja will deny it so! But Jesse Bash is there for the refrag. And Team Secret yet again getting another round. This Yoru looking to be a bit more of a problem for Southfield Esports, man.
And Papi Chulo, he expected it. He expected the flank. He was holding it, but still Dubstep wins the fight. Such a potent player, whichever agent you put in his hands, really doesn't matter which card he's dealt. Southfield struggling here on their attacking side, as we see a symptom of their play. This doesn't get the kill there on Dispenser, but it was cleaned up by Papi Chulo, although if he did get that kill with a showstopper, maybe Dubstep wouldn't have had the forward information that Papi Chulo was there in the first place. And who knows how that fight could have gone, but great refrags here coming from Team Secret, and even stellar play. Look at that outplay. How do you even deal with that?
You don't.
When you're Micro.
You can't, and I think that's really how people should be using the fake out. Stop pretending that you're a bot, stop running on in. You can use it for information, yes, but even better if you have the drift, toss it out. It's a literal body shield for you. Secret Service at its finest. And I feel like for Team Secret, they're really taking advantage of that Yoru pick as the Tour de Force is out here for Southfield Esports. Southfield looks to be Sheriff built, but Dispenser is just built different, man. Doesn't care about Ja, doesn't care about Micro. Dispenser yet again, just really the stalwart here on the A side. And now Jesse Bash doing the same old thing. They're cornered, they're trapped, and they're dead. Team Secret ironclad on the defense. Dispenser has to be one of the biggest reasons of why they still run that Sentinel. His prowess and his position is just perfect for Team Secret.
I mean, not even just that, Dax. He's hitting shots, and they're really hitting shots that are expected here by Southfield. They're holding it. You can see Ja, he knew that Dispenser was on triple, but he hits this shot, gets him with the off timing, and catches him in the right moment. In that case, really are so consistent in making those shots land when they need to the most. Even same thing once again. Papi Chulo holding there towards Hookah on the last round, in round number 5, still loses the fight. Ja holding towards triple, where he knows Dispenser is about to swing from, still loses the fight. And that's where Team Secret have an edge to land those shots and such the most clutch moments to really throw this map on its head.
And the thing is, Southfield Esports, they won that match against Oasis yesterday because they would still find a way to win those duels that they were at a disadvantage of. The crowd control coming in from Oasis, Southfield Esports could stand tall, stand proud, and stand to get the kill anyway, but not really here against Team Secret. And I think it still goes back to the fact that Team Secret has so many avenues of sudden impact. You have that Raze, Jeremy not really getting the performance yet that we've seen last time from him, but we know he can be a factor at basically narrowing down the choices of Southfield Esports. But the bigger one here is Dubstep. He can play an all-in angle. He can play some of those corners that you usually won't be able to escape from, because he's able to toss out that great crash all the way to the back line. And as soon as Southfield decides to try and go for the punish, well, the back line is there from Team Secret and ready for the kills. And here we go. Showstopper is ready. Assist! I love the ambition. I love to try to hop on forward, but there is just no escape from the big boom. The dynamite thrown there by Jeremy. 5v4 scenario. Secret already countered. Team Secret holding and still winning. There's no one who can stop Dispenser whatsoever. 2 for Dispenser. A second one for Jeremy. Southfield Esports falling at the seams and falling flat in front of Team Secret right now.
Really winning every single gunfight, and they use these ultimates to pretty much stagger the economy of Southfield. They pull it out in the gun rounds so that they can force and secure an eco round on the next, but okay, that vulnerable state does make things a bit easier for him, especially that they were low HP. Retrieves it, and he finds one! Almost finds a second. I thought for a quick moment there that was actually Dubstep, but he brings it to a 2v1. Papi Chulo. It'll be so difficult to try and pull this clutch, but he's got 30 seconds to work with here, Dax. A bit of time.
30 seconds left.
Team Secret, they already built a whole way to insulate, and now the fire is still coming out here. Jesse Bash versus Papi Chulo. Bash though with the angle to stay safe, gets the wall bang on. And Team Secret, that got dicey. My eyes were wide open suddenly for that round, just because Papi Chulo found a way to still inflict the pain, the poison, and a bit too much ambition there from Borkum and Dubstep to actually go on in. I think if you're going to be going for that kind of fake out play, you can't really be exactly behind it because you can still spray anyway. So dangerous waters there for Team Secret. Doesn't matter though, they have a good lead, they have a good economy, and Southfield Esports, they basically have none of that right now. 6-1, likely to be 7-1 unless the Sheriffs bring through yet again for Southfield here.
Not too sure if that's going to be the case, Dax, even without an operator here on Team Secret's side that we know Dubstep has made himself so formidably known for. Still, it's going to be a lot more difficult to try and win against these rifles, especially when Team Secret are landing incredible shots time and time on over. Dispenser just looking like such a valuable, like, an undeniable turret here, a sentinel in every sense of the word, holding things down and making sure all the shots that he tries to go for connects.
He's just automatic. It's like there's a hand scanner right in front of him, and as soon as he senses that presence, it's a shot. And speaking of the shots now, Borkum will ring through there to catch out Southfield Esports. They're just looking for at least a kill or two, a consolation prize by this point. And if they can find a way to punish yet again Team Secret, then that can be the chance. With the Spencer, he's already prepared with that Cypher cage. You can see it there, keeping it safe. Now he'll be a bit too ambitious as this will get the takedown. But Borkum into the corner, ready for another one. Borkum time looking to take assist, though able to get the shot on. Jesse Bash, though, has been in cruise control of the game here. And Father Philippine Esports looking to quite be the responsible one in this family. Team Secret now just running away with this game. And remember last time these guys played? What was that last map scoreline again, even though it wasn't on fire?
13-0. That's something that sounds good. Well, they get one round here, but that's still not a comforting sight for them. Something they really want to come back from. No real ultimates aside from that Viper's Pit to utilize. The showstopper could have been crucial to try and initiate, but haven't seen Aziz get a kill off of that yet either. Nor the Ultimate Strike here from Micro. Shot somehow doesn't land on from Dispenser. He does get the kill here, Aziz, and gives him early advantage, but we've seen these type of rounds be slipped away in Southfield. Quick peek here from Dubstep to try and make a play. Ill-advised, and he does get punched for it, but a great spam through the smoke here from Jeremy.
Another try there from Team Secret. Micro, though, might be walking into the showers, but luckily he stops in time. Dangerous now here for Jeremy. Turns on around, quick 180! Spider senses were tingling, but now he just gets squashed there like a bug. As Aziz find the shot anyway, but look at it into the web of Southfield Esports. Team Secret will move forward to 1v3 scenario. Pro now looking for the plants, and Jesse Vash has found ways to keep Team Secret calm in these situations. But now Papi Chulo sees him, slays him, and Southfield Esports, the one, doubles up to a 2. Still though, it's quite a distance here for SBE, but that's a good sign. I have been looking at Ziz right now to be the one to shine here for SBE. He makes it work versus Dispenser. He has been finding the frags and at the start of these rounds, but the problem is I feel like for Southfield, they're not able to really capitalize on the fact that Aziz is able to get these kills. This is one of the rare examples that has happened in this game. It still got dicey because of that lack of shower control, but at least if they establish that Viper's Pit, they establish the sightlines that they want, Southfield can get the round.
Stim beacon down.
Let's see if that's going to continue on true here, Dax. There is a bunch of economy for Team Secret to still utilize moving on forward. Make sure the showers is in their control. Paint shell, successfully dodged. Barely saved there by the corner of the wall, by the door entrance. But they are going to be looking to commit towards this A site. Heavy defense here already set up to try and fend this off from Team Secret. 3 players on the defensive side in Secret here. But still, no real presence being shown towards that A short side from Southfield. Really, it's only been the showers position that they've been holding off of, and once they do go for this, it's going to be very difficult because of the webs and traps here being placed by Dispenser. Here comes out the orbital strike, early find by Micro, knowing he's going to be on the camp, and that drops all of the traps in here. Pro finding the kill after Aziz does as well. Complete shutdown of the defense.
Yeah, stellar entries from Southfield Esports using those ultimates to their advantage. They know Dispenser will have some certain angles here to be cheeky with his setup. From that point on, they just burned the Cypher down to the ground, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. And the Sands right now looking to shift back in Southfield favor. Team Secret, I do believe this should be them conceding this round. And momentum now as Southfield Esports has woken on up more so to the series. But problem is they're running out of ultimates now. They use it for the safety cushion. They used it for the bailout. Next round will be quite a testament to their ferocity and momentum. But Aziz, he's finding the frags true and blue here. And Southfield Esports will be glowing golden at least for the next few rounds that we've seen here. 7-3 right now. Southfield proving that they're not done for the map as of yet.
I need still economy for Team Secret to buy. Dubstep can drop for one more round before this could potentially be an eco here. But then at that case, it's going to be the final rounds. They're going to have to go in a force buy if anything. You can see Jeremy already on a Spectre. But if he gets a single orb here, he can pull out his showstopper and try and turn things back their way. Now Southfield, not really the type of momentum team that you see for pretty much almost any other team, like, for example, Team Secret, where you can really feel that momentum accelerating, the velocity just completely turning up to 180. But Southfield, it's more of a slow crawl, slow pressure that momentum slowly seeps and builds up upon. That's something that can be a very different look that Team Secret we don't really see here in the PH side. But early contact being made by Ja. This Aldron is going to find so much information. He sees 3 actually, and Ja playing in very, very muddy waters here right now. Look at that entry from Aziz, but Jesse Vash and Dubstep fend him off. Quick trade though from Pro, and Micro gets a kill on Dubstep as well. 3v2. Jeremy has a showstopper to utilize.
That was a stellar shot though from SBE, assisting Aziz in the entry, giving him a chance to go on in. And while Jesse Bash was a threat, it was still stifled there by Southfield Esports. Jeremy though flying on it. Borkham is there, but Micro with a quick trade to give the round back to Southfield Esports. So they have strung along a series of rounds. But Team Secret, they're still gonna have enough to at least buy a majority of rifles here to end the first half. And I think that's the thing right now we're seeing for Southfield Esports. Since they suffered some pretty commanding losses early on, they couldn't play the macroeconomics that we usually see from them. Because SBE, a squad that gets scrappy like this, where so many players get slain, so many players fall down, and SBE have that tendency to like to make the game costly, the rounds costly for the opposition. But it's a bit different from Team Secret right now, having the guns ready in hand, having those rifles. So it really just goes to show for Southfield that the fact that they're winning these rounds, the fact that they're getting the space that they need thanks to their ultimates and their target prioritization, it's already a great adjustment that they can look forward to coming into the second half here, man.
The thing is, Southbuilt, they're not necessarily a team known for super fast rotates, and with Dispenser having that neural theft online, as we saw when he had and popped that early on, and the information was given towards Team Secret, they know how to adjust, and they know how to make sure that the potency of Southbuilt in any type of man disadvantage situation, like a 3v4 or any case thereon so forth, is going to be nullified and not really put to its fullest extent. So for Team Secret, I'm really looking for Dispenser to come in big, maybe get a kill there, and utilize that neural theft, maybe mid-round, to be able to gain that information and really stifle things for Southbuilt. Not a single operator we have seen here, for the most part, aside from that one round from Jock to be bought by either side. Dubstep looking to go for heavy control here towards his hookah position. Now is this. Yes, be careful. Off angles is what Dubstep loves, and him being a Yoru just helps enable that even more.
No, Team Secret's whole style here is corner contest. They're not going to be playing the operator whatsoever, especially if they're not going to be running a chamber here right now. And you can see at the very end, it's still the same case. Jeremy holding outside of lamps. Dubstep over onto the hookah. These guys really want to clash as close as possible and look the frag out for there. But we finally see a judge in hand. Jeremy, the youngest gun in the Team Secret roster, looking to inject a different flavor here before it just gets phased on out in pro. Now looking to challenge perhaps. Guiding Light is the call. Dubstep going to be backing away to safety. But this is just going to be a one-step, two-step. Ja the one stepping on him! It's 2 left feet for him. Dubstep able to just dance on his grave. And this immediately calls to action for Southbuilt Esports to rotate over the A side. To see this so many times from them. They lose one on one side. They're gonna hit the other entrance instead. The other side, Frodo looking to climb. Here we go with the trip bar, getting the catch on. Barkham though, dashing on in, still getting the kill on assist anyway, despite the flash. And Micro is there for the trade in hand, but time is running out here for SBE. Difficult to play the ticking time clock versus Team Secret. And Dispenser from above will be able to get that thing from the side rather. Micro into the corner, trying to go for the smoke, but Jesse Glass drops down just to die. Here comes Dispenser though, and it's just fear factored in. Micro falls. Poppy Chulo, the only one left in a 1v3 scenario. Coming clutch. It will be big here for SBE. Not clutch enough though. Team Secret. They decide to get back into the thick of things. They get that opening frag, and from that point on, it was their round to take.
These off angles being held by Dubstep have been crucial for Team Secret to get those picks in the rounds. Just shutting down what Southbuilt are normally used to in those kind of more standard settings of play. Dubstep, really important positions he's finding, and as I said, that you give Dispenser that opportunity to pop a neural theft, this round is probably done in Team Secret's favor, and that is, it was. It's gonna be so difficult to try and clutch in that situation. No real much sort of outplay in that case for Papichulo to do. And here coming to the halftime, this is where Secret can be even more potent with that double duelist composition of theirs on that Yoru and Jeremy having that raise. It'd be very difficult to keep him at bay.
And we talked about the Spencer and Dubstep a lot. The fact that they really stifle whatever Southbuilt Esports wants to do. They're always the roadblock or the corner that they need to check extra on. But look at Jesse Vash right now. Top fragging has been seen to really pick up the pieces that are left behind once the front line falls on apart for Team Secret. And just goes to show that really here for Team Secret right now, from front to back, these guys are completely enabled, completely empowered, especially by playing all together. And there's just that extra crisp of communication that we get them when they're all together. This is why they're really stepping on up. They had this different motivation. They have this challenger mindset right now, and they are hungry to get back into APAC and, of course, get back to the top of the PH. This is the best test for them because this is really the squad that they need to beat. So far, so good with the 8-4 scoreline. And I worry for Southbuilt right now because we haven't really seen too much out of them that's a little bit different on the defensive side. They like to play the hold back status. I worry if Aziz will decide to go for the aggression. Team Secret punish him, but it doesn't hurt to try. It doesn't hurt to adjust since there are still a few rounds to give here anyway, or a few rounds that they have buffer before that map point. So Southbuilt, a chance, I really think, to figure out which is the right configuration against Team Secret right now.
More importantly, how can they play that? No switching of agents mid-game here, Dax. Nothing like that. So the configuration
What a weird
has
thing to bring up.
stick.
It was like, I've never thought about that. You're just like, yo, halftime break, sub, the bench, new player, new agent, let's change it up.
That
I think you do that to tactical.
fully
Yes.
utilize like a 6-man rotation, wouldn't it?
Oh no, I think it's the one with the little bots with wheels rather than the Aldron. You know, sometimes there are players you can play only on defense. Sometimes there are some
Valorant
characters you can play on the attack. And right now, this is the siege of 5, not 6, moving towards that A site. So Lamsat now being taken here by Team Secret. John might be the first contact and the first kill on this path. Headhunter about. Jesse Bash though, thanks to that spike plant. And Dispenser's there to catch Ja off guard. So Team Secret now getting the advantage after everything is said and done. Micro looking for an angle, but TS, they have the default in hand. They have the flank covered, but Jeremy will lose the lid. Losing out to Papi Chulo. Forced to teleport Team Secret over to B site instead.
A bit dicey here, and Dubstep, huge pick to find Aziz, still waiting in this A site. Makes his presence known. It's going to come down to Micro and Papichulo once again to try and bring things back, but Team Secret, any woes of them struggling on pistol rounds have somewhat been shaved off. Still, Papichulo once again in a clutch situation. We have yet to really see him be successful in this case. Jesse Vash makes his presence known here towards CT. They know where he is. He taps the spike. He'll have to force a peek out to one of the players. And that forces Dubstep out, but he's way too low. A single bullet will take out Papichulo in this case. He has to try and ping this and rather tap this spike very soon. Otherwise, there isn't going to be much time. If Jesse Vash sprays through this, Papichulo's dead. Oh no! He runs out of bullet as well! He has an item!
And Jesse Bash is the real melee champion here! Tonto time to Papi Chulo! Team Secret win the round!
Oh my god! What did I just see?
The ships came out, man! The table was kicked, and the ships were brought out!
Prison rules!
Oh
being set on here. Mano y mano!
Oh.
Papi Chulo being shown who's the real daddy by Jesse Vash. Oh my goodness. What an effort, though. What a valiant try here coming from Papi Chulo. In that 1v3, bringing it down to the 1v1. Almost made happen with Jesse Vash. Almost always playing things right as well. Oh, barely.
Look at that! He dodged it! What was that?
Matrix moment.
Whoa! Dude,
oh my
Chivalry
goodness.
is dead! And long live King Jesse Vash! Dispenser gonna get through! What did we just witness?
I'm shaking, I'm taking it back. That's...
Oh! Okay, it's okay, we can chill. This is a pistol round that should be done for South Police Esports. Yeah, this is 5 Spectres.
That's gonna be on all the clips, on all the highlights, on all the Twitters.
Yeah. What? That was just a stab him moment.
Crazy sequences.
Crazy.
That's
It's just like
only map number 1 here.
Come on. Of all the teams that were willing to do that, it has to be these two. Not surprised whatsoever. That was awkward though for Papichulo. That's the only problem with the Frenzy. I think the Frenzy is basically the best gun right now in pistol round. And especially if you get the sponsorship, someone buys you the Frenzy, you get the light armor, then you're a raid boss. But Team Secrets, they're a party of 5 looking to survive, and they clear out this round pretty one-sidedly. So 10-4 right now. And now that we've calmed down, it is the calm before the storm here. Rifles are out, and I really feel like for Southfield Esports, last chance to really win here. If they lose another one, they put themselves in such a predicament wherein they have to play the eco yet again, and I don't think Team Secret have shown that kind of weakness in this game so far.
Incredible map here so far from Team Secret. This is South Build's pick, by the way, so seemingly not looking too well for them. As this found out here in the corner. Great recon dart. This is looking pretty dangerous for South Build right now. The Secret know how to shut them down. Perfect flash, and on the swing, Micro just gets found. Quick and easy. A bit too ambitious there. It heftily punched for itself. Perfectly addressed, though, by Team Secret. Now does get that kill on Jeremy. Still trying to peek in Borkum. Not going to be a favorable fight for him, but they do have the man advantage.
Well, that man advantage now, whittled down to an equalization. But Dubstep comes back in. Prodo with the turnaround, finding Borkum, and Dubstep says, okay, I'm out. We're ready for him. And he sees Shaw's sudden surprise! Party broken, gate crashed! And there you go, knocking on your window. It's Dubstep looking to liven up this round for Team Secret. He has also delivered that spike over to that B site. And look who's waiting, look who's ready. And look who catches Pro off guard. His name is Dispenser. 11-4. And that's the heartbreak by the numbers here for SBE. They're prepared for many, but it doesn't feel like they're as prepared for Team Secret, and especially the Yoru's antics, man. He is just here, there, and everywhere without an invite.
You can tell that John knew that Dispenser, it crashes, came back somewhere near towards him, but wasn't exactly sure. But even in low HP state, Dubstep gets a kill, finds the timing on him, outplaying, and how did you even realize that Jaw was there? I'm not sure if he heard him, but still, great heads up here coming from Dubstep, and he's landing incredible shots, by the way.
It's either miscommunicated, maybe he got spotted along the way, but beyond that, just huge shots like you mentioned. Big step up truly, and Team Secret now they need to get that coronation service as early as possible, man. They already crowned themselves the kings of the group stage with that 6-1 scoreline. They showed that they were back to form, but this is completely different right now. Doing it in the playoffs, having a commanding performance like this versus South Esports on their own pick. This is just a testament again of how Team Secret has been completely enabled this stage. Oh no, Jeremy bumping into the Aldrone. Dad, can you please put your toys away? And Boracom now gonna go for the plant, but keep an eye out from Ja. He might be able to make something happen from the hookah despite the spoke. Spike's planted, and South Esports ready now for a retake despite the gun disparity.
Boracom finds that opening pick on a Ja though, and this is looking pretty dire now for South Belt. He's completely gonna shred them for the most part, but not really getting much kills. Jeremy can do the cleanup job here as Dubstep, making sure that mops up what is left of the South Built retake. Team Secret, secure match point already here, 12-4. This is looking like a go next already in the Haven.
South Esports just haven't found a way to honestly get more value out of their utilities. I really feel like with South Built, there's so much potential between Papi Chulo and Micro blocking those kind of sight lines for Pro to really find those flashes to enable assist and job. But you know what throws such a big wrench into plans is not only the Dubstep Yoru being in angles unexpected, but I think there's the factors of Jeremy having that flight still possible to be aggressive, and the technical double intel between the Cypher and the Sova. So as soon as Team Secret just gets an inkling of where the opposition is, then that is just going to be signed, sealed, and delivered. But Ja has finally brought out the operator, and Dispenser is there to catch out Micro. Neural Theft goes to find out wherever Southfield is positioned, but Assist doesn't care. You know where I am. I will still kill you. Jeremy still finding Ja in response. 3v3 scenario, looking for the plant already, but Assist isn't hero time. Slam that watch. As SBE, their time is looking up, but they want to call that their time instead is going to be now. But Jesse Bash, patience is the virtue, and Daddy Bash does it again, gives the advantage back to Team Secret. And speaking of the cycles, we go over back towards that A site, but look at Papi Chulo. He is holding, he is staying, and he will get the slay off the Jeremy 2. 2v2 now, from front to back, all the angles, all the timings. But Jesse Bash is there to take a step ahead, and even a second step perhaps. Jesse Bash backing all the way. The battle right now of the granddaddies of esports, but the shock dart is there, and you cannot handle the power coursing through Jesse Bash's veins. 13-4, Team Secret take the first map.
Papi Chulo even knew the call out was given there. You saw him turn around, but still Jesse Bash gets it done. In those situations when you seemingly think they're not supposed to win, that they still do. And the shots here being landed by Team Secret, they love that map number 1, but they know there's more of the job to be done. Dubstep absolutely crucial in that game. For him to have so many off angles and then really play around with the flexibility that the Yoru can give you, the mobility and just the hijinks really being put out on here was so incredible to see. And what a dominant map number 1 on South Built's own map pick.
It just goes to show for South Built Esports, they feel like they had the momentum, they had that preparedness, but how do you prepare for a Team Secret this hot and this manipulative of the angles? Well, that's a conundrum someone else needs to solve, especially on that bind map. You can see how commanding this was from the get-go from Team Secret. And there were shades for South Built Esports. They had that small streak going on near the end of the first half. But that was it. That was the big hurrah. And the problem was they just couldn't really adjust again to all the opportunities that Team Secret had. And I think it's such a big problem right now for Southfield Esports. They're the ones who are opportunistic. They're the ones who just find that small little peak, that small little angle, and suddenly they can get a kill from out of nowhere. But Team Secret know how to play that game, have the utility to do it better, and you can really see in terms of the execution with the utilities, it felt more sublime from Team Secret. Not just the Yoru Gate crash that we know he can get the hell out of there, but you look at Dispenser, right? Many times, just a single Cyber Cage is what allows him to reposition and suddenly steal a kill.
Yeah, and he has been a stellar piece of that, Dax. So many times where his positioning alone or his utility alone would change and influence the fight so greatly towards Team Secret's side that you can already see the round ending in their favor. Southfield flunking out here of map number 1, going into Haven, which is not going to be a great case for them. Last time we saw Haven, it was a clean 13-0 sweep. And with this opening map from Team Secret, 13-4, they are locked in. This is playoffs Team Secret at its best, at its finest. Southfield haven't been able to deal with here yet so far. Once again, Dispenser, man, huge plays, huge picks we found from both him and Dubstep. The D&D connection really coming on in here, and like these type of rounds, you can see that he is completely online. That was a moment where, you know, Southfield, they should have had the advantage. They know that Secret were trapped there from the portal outside a lobby, but still, Dubstep just hitting shots, tapping away, and looking mechanically like the best player by far on this server right now.
Yeah, they truly bothered the Southfield Esports game plan. You think the angle is your opportunity. You think that is a clear straight line you can go on through. No, the path is absolutely littered by Team Secret and their presence. And that is why we talk about these two a lot right now in this game. But yet again, we go back to Jesse Bash. He started the round strong, started the game strong, and ended the game with not a silver bullet, but a single shot there towards Pro there at the end. And I really feel for Jesse Bash. He has been, in a way, the most improved player here for Team Secret. This is not a knock on him. We know his history on so many titles, so much international experience, not just in FPS, but you know, MOBAs and all the like. And apparently, he is a connoisseur of melee combat as well. So don't go after Jesse Bash with a knife, man. You just lose. You just know that those are the streets
that was a normal hit there, right there, Dax.
Yeah, that was the crit, dude. Jesse Bash, I don't know, but apparently maybe just raised in the right streets, and he's bringing that experience here. But it really just goes to show for Team Secrets, they have just upped the ante, brought out the best cards and the best gameplay that they can have here. Celebrations after really a commanding victory over Southfield Esports. That is truly for them.
Yeah, well, a great map number 1 here for Team Secret to get going. Now, Dax, we know that we're expecting some sort of really close game between these two teams, but those expectations could be subverted here. Typically has gone to map 3 between these two teams, but that could change here right now. We're gonna find out after this break. I'm Black and Blue, with me is Dax. We'll see you guys in a bit.
What is dead may never die, but the problem is, even though Southfield Esports were beaten dead there, they're still going to be down by that map. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to VCTPH, Daxter with Black and Blue. And I talk about those grim reminders here, unfortunately, because we're going into a map where it just wasn't, a murder. It was just an absolute massacre for Southfield Esports. Our next map here, man, is Haven. And we remember the last time Team Secret and Southfield Esports faced off against each other, commanding 13-0, winning out every single round by playing the time, playing the frags, and of course the dispenser ace at the end. So my question to you especially is, what is now the rebirth cycle here for Southfield Esports? How do they recover by being down the map and by going back to a map where they were absolutely scarred in last time?
Well, they're going to have to find some way to get a map off at the very least here from Team Secret. And with the fact that Split is not anymore in contention, it's not part of the veto, and that's really been one of the only maps that Team Secret have looked kind of mortal in. I'm looking to see if, Southfield are going to bring anything new here to the table on Haven. I'm not really expecting too much, because, well, I mean, they're not necessarily a team. Even though individually they're pretty flexible, we haven't really seen them pull out too many different comps on the same exact map too often, the same way Secret might, where they have many different comps and different maps. But that's not necessarily the case here for Southfield, but they have to have something in store to leave this map open. We look at the bans, they left Breeze, they banned Breeze, so knowing that there has to be some sort of notion that since they got 13-0 last time, more than likely, Team Secret are going to be picking that map on again, and at very least hoping to kind of evade the same result of last time. Maybe even get to win, but not get 13-0 at the very least.
Look, a single round is already an improvement, but you were talking about it. They need a win to stay in this series. They need a win to tie it up 1-1, because one win in this whole series in itself, man, you make it to APAC. And I think for the defending champions, they want to be secure there as soon as possible. They're there to make that mark on the region yet again. Problem is, though, Team Secret, they're hungry, they're ferocious, and in all honesty, this is just a completely different Team Secret that we see here right now in Stage 2 compared to Stage 1. That last stage, the handicap basically looking hobbled in how they play, internal, external issues and aside and in-game stuff along the way. But this is just them completely focused, eyes on the prize, and they know they are just one map away from grasping at that slot back into the region where they believe that they belong. So looking into Haven, I really have to watch out for what Southfield is going to do on the adjustments. And I really feel like right now, it's not about the compositions. It's not about the rotation that we've seen for Southfield Esports. It's just the manner that they tackle some of these rounds, because one of the biggest problems of Southfield last time versus Team Secret is Team Secret just had so many ways to deny Southfield Esports of the proper peaks, of the angles they want to take. And since Team Secret has these fast executes, especially on the attacking side, it's Southfield Esports pressured in time, and even if SBE would get the wipe out of Team Secret, there would just be no time to defuse. So those kind of situations have to be where Southfield Esports really steps on up. But the thing right now is they have a bit of redemption possibility here, man, because this time they are going to be on the attacking side first. We didn't get to see them really play it out last time because that was 13-0. So a change of pace, a change of sides, and a change of composition. You lied to me. You were teasing me the whole time that there's going to be nothing new. And I see the Neon ready to take everything away from Team Secret.
Well, this could be the change that Southfield are hoping to really turn things on up versus Team Secret. They're down in the series 0-1, and whoever takes this series, by the way, goes into the upper bracket final. At that point, they're playing for a series win to get into that APAC slot, to get into the grand final. So what a moment. I mean, once you're already in the upper bracket final, you're pretty much almost secured for it. So basically, this is very, very important. Whoever wins this is almost assuredly into that APAC slot. Team Secret versus Southfield, arguably the two top teams in terms of tenure, but let's see if those results will match the expectations that we have for these two teams. Haven, once again, we cannot stop to reiterate it. 0-13 was the last scoreline that we saw played by these two teams, where Team Secret just completely swept them in the Map 3 final in the group stages. But this time, Team Secret, rather Southfield, giving us a new look on what to expect
the fastest pass, and now the present is we're in a new week, and we're here for a new competition for Southfield Esports. We're already looking to go for the peak itself. Wit's gonna be dashing on away, and for Team Secret, composition is Wit's dubstep together. It's Wit's on the jet, dubstep on the KO. So a bit more of that flexibility being seen here for Team Secret. My eyes truly opened up though towards that South build side. Not only do they even change over to that Cypher, but they also move from the Astra to the Omen. So a bit more speed, a bit more of that execution that they're looking forward to, and perhaps a post-match scenario that they can stifle. But Borkum! Where did he even come from? And as Assist tries to slide on in, it's a little too late. Deep in the night, stealing that one away. Dispenser also finding the frag onto Pro there. Papi Chulo though answers back. The Team Secrets, they have the advantage. Sudden surprise there from the Astra. SBE scramble to make it towards A site instead.
When they play this picking style, it's not going to work out for the composition. As this trying to make his way on in, Frenzy on in hand. He knows that Witz is somewhere here within the site, but they have no real idea that Borkum is towards the sewers. Borkum able to find one. Jolly good for one though, but Witz not going to connect on that paranoia as Dubstep will clean up house for him, keeping him safe. And Team Secret start off with a very decisive defensive round.
And just a stall really hurting Southfield Esports. You look at a Neon composition, you know that Flippy wants to enable the push from Assist. You know that Ja is there to try and throw out those quick smokes and quick paranoia and call it a day. But what happens when Team Secrets are the ones on the adventure, the expedition towards the middle, already putting a stop to SBE. Simple presence into simple execution. And Team Secret able to really take advantage of the lull period there for Southfield Esports. Caught napping, caught off guard, Borkum catching 2 in the round. But here we go again. Full eco. Actually from the side of SBE. Classics only. They want to just get the round over with. They're just going to be walking into Dispenser's lair. The turret is there. The star is, the Nano's farm rather, and the star together. And Assist can't even make it through to the other side.
Dubstep. Quick and clean here, execution. And just nothing that Southfield can even get going their way on these eco rounds now. This is a very worrying sign for Southfield decks. Typically, when we see them lose these ecos against most other teams, they make it very close. Sometimes they even win the darn thing, but not against Team Secret, who have been flawlessly, one after the other, just decisively winning these eco rounds of theirs, anti-eco rounds against South Build with not really much of a convincing fight put up on the opposite side. So be able to farm up Chung, and they can't burn Team Secrets in that case. On this attacking side, you might think that the Neon would benefit, but we're not really seeing shades of that just yet.
And now the shades of the Operator come in through for Witz. Let's see if he can handle the speed potential of Southfield Esports, dashing on the way into the wall. We do have the scans though. And SBE now able to get that threat assessment on. They know Witz is ready with the Operator on the other side, so they have to be careful if they're going to be peeking like this. Witz though, no fear whatsoever! And you can see the gall of the guy willing to make the play work. So that's one down for SBE. Pace yet again absolutely stifled here. It's like a rocky road, not the ice cream, but really the roads in the province that you are struggling to make your car work on. Aftershock now into play. Here we go with the flash to counter the push. And one more time, Southfield Esports, they want to get that green light, but someone in the pedestrian lane keeps pressing the button, and this forces them to stop in their tracks. The scans are there, Team Secret is ready, and this is not looking too good for SBE, because there you go, Witz finds Flippy, Enforcement is there, Pro with a fight on the Witz, Dispenser's there, Pro gets get 2, the Dubstep still in the corner though. And it's just bad news bears for SBE yet again. Pinch ready for Borkum. Pro is anticipating it, but one swing to rule them all. Left. One kill to bind them, and one timing to be perfected here by Borkum, as Southfield Esports has to concede this round by this point.
Yeah, this round is done. No time left. As soon as Pro makes contact, Borkum's gonna swing there all the way from the lobby. This round is done. He makes noise. The knife connects as well. Dubstep confirms it. Really, just that stall that Team Secret are so proficient at enforcing, on their bonus especially, has been killing Southfield on their attacking side here. They can't get Assist going because in the first place, he's been being taken on down or being stopped by the amount of utility that Team Secret throw at them.
Yeah. And usually we talk about the game of stalls for Southfield Esports. When they have their ultimate, suddenly they're going to use it to stifle the push of the opposition, and then from that point on, it's like, nope, you're not going to get in here. But what if we take that concept to a next level, right? What if we connect the dots, a big conspiracy here, and you open your eyes, and it's Team Secret just using normal util, and Southfield Esports is a team that isn't gonna be walking into that one. They don't want to run into Team Secret's opens arms with a disadvantage, basically. At that point on, the game of times just is able to get tied up here by Team Secret. Borkum ready, Pro goes down. A bit of a ass here to the mechanics if the car is ready, but apparently it's still right there, lifted up on station, but this is lifting up the spirits of SBE. Picking up the gun, lockdown is there, with the whipping the shot, might be crucial because this allows Aziz to take a corner, take an angle, and find 3 for himself. Watch out for this guy because the speed that can kill will come from Aziz for SBE. The platform, Jesse Bash getting ready, but he's not ready for the shot to connect. Dubstep now the only one left. 1v3 scenario, Flippy gonna go on down. But it's 2v1. The constants though of SBE hitting their mark. Assist inside the smoke, but he comes on out to come and clean for SBE. A thrifty win. This is what we're talking about for SBE. They can make the contest happen, and they can win the rounds thanks to Aziz.
And especially in an eco, taking what he wants from them here, Aziz on that neon. Popping off for a 4K. Bro, I don't know about that one. Idly walking on in, but when Aziz comes online, that's when they look the most potent. I'm going to say time and time over again. Over any other player. As vulnerable, as formidable as everybody on this roster is, it's when Aziz gets going and they enable him to get going that he can do the best. 3-1. They as a whole have to ride off of this. Operator though early coming from which here comes out the stun, but Aziz wild shots. Jesse Bash using the movement, not to really get hit, and he connects on those shots, just dashing left and right.
Ahead.
Yeah, huge counter here by Team Secret. Shut down Aziz, shut down the problem. And we see it there with second operator net now in hand. Second time though whipping into the sideline, but Spencer doesn't with that shot though. Big teleport play. Borkin though sees it coming. And a bit of that astral projection in the future. But Papichul on the wits. They go for an awkward high five. One went for the fist bump, one went for the open hand, but Borkum able to slap away Flippy there. 3v1 scenario, and even with all the intel in the world, it's not enough for Papichulo. Borkum with the 3k, Team Secret now with the 3-round gap, and at least they're able to save the operator here as TS is looking to command yet again how this defense will dictate what SBE can get to.
Aziz committing on that spray really killed him against a Spectre like that at range, even though Spectre might be a bit nullified from long range. It's so difficult to try and hit those shots, and Jesse Vash is abusing, really, the movement that Spectre provides you. There's really no other much support from that. There was a stun, there was that fault line coming in from Flippy, but how much else? Nobody really there for a trade frag. If anybody was able to peek with the timing, things could have worked out a bit better, but South built once again on a forest buy, one that they have successfully converted once, but not really much more else. They have to go fast into this because when they don't, that's when things look dicey. But due to this 0 point, just stops him in their tracks.
And we see that a lot from Jesse Vash, honestly. When you have one angle being held by the op, he's willing to play into a long. What happens though is instead of the usual timing you have versus the Jet, I do believe you have slightly a bit more of time versus the Neon because the high gear stows away the guns, right? So from that point on, that can be the advantage. Wits! Come on. I know Wits can hit these shots. I believe in him. We all believe in him. It's getting a little costly, but now the cost has been sunk. The fallacy has been cleaned up, and from this point on, Team Secret will find the frag that they need. Auto assist, Borkum hanging on back towards the site. SBE, they're trying to get the hell out of here, but there's no escape from this room! A Clash of Champions, but it's Team Secret still holding on now to the crown and into the lead. A flawless way to win, building up that back. The usual tricks and the usual trades that Southfield Esports have been relying on to win the game as a whole, not working against Team Secret whatsoever.
Struggling here so far. Another gun round, and dare I say, if they lose this gun round, Dax, this could be looking pretty dire for Southfield. Attacking side here in Haven is one you really have to capitalize on, and their compositions should benefit from this half, but this hasn't been looking that way. They've got the Neon to try and shake things up, and the only round that has looked spectacular from them is where they really get to set the pace and take things up, but when things are slowed down, when they get put on that stall, Team Secret just so much more formidable in making sure that they are really utilizing the strengths of the comp here that Team Secret bring on, and this gets a kill, but eagerly watching the sights of Wits.
Wits now ready to hit those shots. Only round that South Esports has been able to take has been the round they're able to take that space towards C site, and this could have been it thanks to the Hunter's Fury, but Wits now with the denial. Nice swing though there from Pro, able to avoid the shot, and Wits holding on to the platform, and really the stage centered in for him. John Flippy though still making the combat happen. Onto the site we go for them. It's actually just gonna be a fake here. They're watching out for the garage. They know the presence of the pulses from Dubstep, courtesy of the null command. They also now know where Jesse Bash will come from. So a game of stalls right now. Team Secret waiting for the cue when to strike. Flippy though looking to just commit onto this. Ja even creeping on towards the garage, but the Rolling Thunder is there, and you can see Dubstep being lifted up to the high heavens. Flippy though with a find onto boats, and flips the script. Flips the momentum back in Southwold Esports' favor. That's a win in their books, and that's a win they needed desperately. 5-2 now, and at the very least, they get the good read on where Team Secret was coming from in that last bit there.
They had no real idea in the first place if Dubstep was going to be there towards launch, but with Flippy popping that Rolling Thunder, perfect timing just to catch Dubstep off guard, and might I say,
One enemy remaining.
wasn't hit by that, and who knows how this round could have went. Could have still been clutched out and thrown in Team Secret's favor. But Operator out for Wits once again. He has been such a deadly force that Southwood have yet to try and dismantle, or been at least successful in dismantling. Borkham, he pops his smoke in Southwood. They have to know that he loves playing those angles in this case.
Overdrive go into play, and security a while ago from Flippy. Looking for more assertion now for Southwood Esports with Spencer. Shutting down the overdrive. Quick little blackout there for Southwood Esports, but now we'll wake on up for SBE. Wins though! Finding Papi Chulo, but Ja is right there in front of you. Eyes wide open now, and Southwold Esports make it towards that C site over again. Onto the corner. Flippy knows this is a position that he can get away with his abilities if ever. But Jesse Bash, oh so conniving. Like a ninja creeping on closer and closer. Infiltration, isolation, and Jesse Bash finding the 1v1s anyway. All the duels in the world, they come and clean for Jesse Bash, and he's not done. Taking names, taking these frags, and taking the round for Team Secret.
They swing one after the other, but Jesse Bash just waiting on the back of the site like a serpent. Nobody expecting him to be hiding in plain view. And that he does. Pro, as soon as he went for that peek, try and get information, Jesse Bash sprung on him, expected and anticipated Ja to be on the back of the site to swing, and that he did. South built, that could crumble them on their attacking half when they needed this round so desperately. Jesse Bash, all alone, takes this round.
Remember that time I went to a parade, and somehow one of the velvet ropes, it was unlocked, so I ended up going in. And I was sitting near like the campus's president. And the fun fact was, I didn't even study at that school. So I was like, hello, nice to meet you.
I'm here too.
And that was just it. I'm here too. Apparently, I'm not part of your institution. And that was the whole thing. Jesse Bash, somehow, some way, got in. The door was wide open. No security guy to say, ma'am, sir, where's your ID? And from that point on, he was just a member of Southwold Esports until he decided, okay, let's just shoot them one by one. And that's really the problem right now for Southwold Esports. We see it overall in the series. These opportunities taken more by Team Secret. The ambition a lot more successful for Team Secret. And even if Southwold Esports go for the commitment, they know what the win condition is to get that site. Team Secret, they're the ones understanding how to play this retake even better. From start to finish, it's just manipulation right now by Team Secret. Jesse Bash, man, he only has 4 kills, but all 4 of those takedowns right now have been impactful. That 1 kill onto Aziz a while ago, right, on A Long, and those 3 on C Long, those are game winner kills or round winner kills from Jesse Bash.
I think the bigger problem there in that round from South Built was there was really no active info gathering. They're just waiting and holding angles, and in that case they left a lot of crucial angles left open and allowed Team Secret to find those small openings to really get the round. Hunter's Fury though from Jesse Bash could be deadly. Soapone is going to connect on one, tagging them up even more so to make these rifles a lot more deadly. And Dubstep, he knows what to do in this situation. Gets that kill on the Pro. Taking Pro down is a big thing for them. Don't have that active information gathering anymore, as we've talked about. Josh has a rifle, has to hold on to this. Smoke out to give them some sort of concealment as he's playing inside the smoke. Could work out, but could crumble down. They have some idea. They walk in as this. He's gonna be able to get sealed. The flash comes on now. John, the swing on the Borkum. It's all in Jesse Bash. We've seen him in 1v3s though, Dax, and he knows where Flippy is. Spamming towards Gom. On the right swing towards Job. And Jesse Bash! Jesse! He does it again! A 4K ROC clutch on the B site. This is all his.
Clutch. How many times do we witness this? How many times will he do it? As many times as Team Secret needs. And Jesse Bash, all impact and all in for Team Secret, man. 7-2. I think this is just a statement being made by Team Secrets. And Daddy Bash has just brought in the game like this, man. It's just absolutely a massacre waiting to happen yet again, and that looked to be the round for Top Assist, just shrugging off the bullets there from Dubstep and playing possum inside the smoke, but all you need is Jesse Bash to come back in and get the win. We've seen it time and time again right now in this series. He really is shining as bright as he can. He is like a fine wine, but it's crazy to think that any esports he touches in the PH scene, it's just absolutely golden for him. So, well, that's why he's one of the names that has been known all these years, probably like a decade already in the making, as Team Secrets. They have quite the handful of the lead. Southwood Esports, though, a team that can shrug off a loss like that. A team that has that resiliency. And a team right now that has to deal with a lockdown on the other side. They have the rifles, though. And Assist looking for up targets. There we go with the dart. Jesse Bash actually going on in with the space. But this is yet again in the corner. And Flippy finding the frags anyway. Good angle to get the two. The SBE knows that their life is a little bit easier after that Wits. Catching out Ja anyway. Lynx right now being controlled here by Team Secret, but Southwood Esports, they have the man advantage. It's just in the corner, but the Spencer able to still get the clock on him anyway. Pro right now over there in the back side. He finds two, he finds three! And really, those with experience are getting the wisdom and the wins for their teams. A while ago it was Jesse Bash. Now it's Pro SBE. Come back with a vengeance there.
These rounds are so close, Dax, and that is those are two rounds that it shouldn't have been won by Team Secret, but they still take it. We could have been very much so looking at like a 5-5 scoreline right now, and who knows how things could have gone. Southbuilt have to shrug off all that bad juju they built up from the previous rounds. No real ultimates by Team Secret here to try and fight back with, and so Southwood have to convert this. This cannot be another opportunity that should be theirs to be taken away.
Southwood Esports, they need to make these opportunities happen and fast. We saw it a while ago. A rally there in the end of the first half. Assist though, not actually catching out Borkum in time. What's gonna be able to make the frenzy work? Looking at Pro, do have the rifle, do have the ultimates, but there's still a little bit of fight here from Team Secret despite the pistols anyway. Dubstep though, out in the open just to die. Jesse Bash all the way from Ceylon.
Spike planted.
Well, with the Sheriff, there's only one thing to say here. Jesse Bash, is it time yet again? Ja! Not expecting this, but Flippy is, and so long, Space Cowboy. Into the stars, SBE will reach, and they are able to grasp another round in their palms.
My heart was pumping for that one. Once I saw Jesse Bash once again in another 1v3, my goodness. He's done it twice. Almost. Giving the opportunity for a third. Maybe with a rifle, who knows how things could go. Maybe with a Vandal in his hands. Could have pulled out a triple hat trick in the game. Convert the successful anti-eco Team Secret. They can peg them again to 8-4 and pin them here once, like they did on Bind, and then win the pistol right after. This could be another just avalanche into a decisive win for them.
Yeah, there's still a possibility for both sides here. I think for Team Secret right now, they take this time out just because they can before we go into the first half. But beyond that, it has been a lot of heroics right now from Team Secret, and it really goes to show that for Southwood Esports, this is a bit more effective than what they did recently against Team Secret. We still remember that 13-0, and I do like the whole move forward together status of SBE. You can see it that's how they get the overrun on the operator. That's how they make the side takes happen, and it gives them that chance in the first place. So I'm looking at Team Secret right now. They have the advantage, yes, but it isn't as sure as it was the last time. And for them, a round that is convincing has to be a round where they prevent again Southfield Esports from making it to the site in a secure fashion. So let's see. The Wits can do it here. Up in hand. The stun is there though. It's the perfect timing courtesy of Assist. Does take some damage though, but at least he survives, and Wits dashing on away to live the fight another minute.
That ambition almost rewarded with an early pick there. Luckily for Assist, he did pre-spot that and pre-anticipate it, placing one of his relay bolts towards that angle. Wits spotted out now. They know the operator is here. Rolling Thunder will connect, but they're going to be safe, so all they have to really do here is take space. As he has to go in big. He's been spied out. Now Borkum knows what's up. He uses the last relay bolt he's got to try and fend him off, or at least keep him at bay. They have to be careful of the CT position because Wits is waiting. Borkum gets that kill on Assist, speaking here from the garage. Ambichulo on the swing gets one, but Dispenser does it, so the save. Quick trade from Pro though. They don't have utility to work with, as Dubstep does take down Pro, rather Flippy. Pro takes him on down, trying to fake out the res here. Wits operator in hand. Denies that recon ball from happening, baits him fully into shooting it for the information. And Wits, perfect now, 1v3. Ja, this is going to be way too difficult for him to win. Even with what he's got, he swings a bit wide, but Wits holding the angle close. 8-4, pegged here once again, Dax. Can they do it?
Yeah, Southfield Esports wrung out to dry there basically, and Team Secret. You can look at Jesse Vash, king of clutches, king of lineups. Wits though, commanding presence there with the operator, making his mark. And I was worried there for Team Secret. They let that 5v5 retake happen, but suddenly, the null command comes on in. Dubstep is right there piling on the pressure, and he's really a beacon of attention from that point on that Southfield Esports needs to watch out for. But look at this position. It's perfect really for Team Secret. They can res, they can use the res bait and still stay into cover, and they just made a play work just by budging up like that, as the Dubstep was a lighthouse. And with something in the sea there for Team Secrets, you can see that they can take advantage of those situations. Now, ball on the court of Southfield Esports. They're on the defense. We've seen the struggles last time. I have to ask you here, Black and Blue, what now for SBE?
They've got to throw something. They've got to throw a wrench in the spokes here with Team Secret, because something's up. And these clutches come from Jesse Vash. Yes, that's because of his exemplary play, but also because of some small mistakes here from Southfield that have absolutely dire consequences. You see there, like in that 1v3 towards the B site, Flippy and John not timing their swing at the same time or using utility to help enable that even in 1v2. Crucial. In that other clutch towards the C site itself, just not really having any active info gathering. They were surprised by where Jesse Vash was able to position himself, and that was more than enough for Jesse Vash to capitalize on. So those type of things, basic mistakes from both of these veteran teams, really punishing Southfield more than anything.
And it seems like for Southfield Esports, as soon as they get their tide to turn the battle back in their favor, Team Secret just has a sudden plan out of nowhere to bother that in the first place. Even though like lose Wits there for Team Secret, doesn't matter. They still have a plan with Jesse Vash. They still have a plan with Dubstep. And because there is a bit more of that alleviation for Wits, there were a few rounds where he was whiffing, but he knew that his team was reliable. He knew that he would get that time and the space to make the operator work. And then by the end of the half, he was just popping off and getting those names. Borkum too. We haven't really gotten to talk too much about Borkum Dispenser because Vash and Dubstep have been quite the bothersome experience for SBE, but these guys are finding the kills from angles when Southfield Esports takes the site, and in all honesty, that's what keeps Deep Secret in contention in those clutch situations, to give a chance to whoever is left behind. And it seems like that game of passes right now is just keeping on going for Team Secret. Southfield Esports, let's see if they can shoot that ball and shoot towards that A site now here.
They need this pistol round, Dax, and it's going to be very difficult for them to try and fend this off with just the two initiators they have on this A site. So should be very dire constraints they've placed upon themselves. No real information gathered, just something you never really want when you have two initiators on the same site. They do hear this recon, rather this Aldrone coming his way, Pro, but with him being on his committed position, it could spell doom for him, especially if the utility is dropped towards his position. Dubstep does have his 0 point now to try and storm over this side. Here comes out the dash. Wits taking some early damage, but oh, that is a great recon dart. Still though, Aziz spamming through the smoke. He gets an early pick. Now I think Secret, rather SP, are playing for that retake.
Yeah, beautiful find there. Courtesy of Pro now. Shot flash flying on by. Pro over onto the high ground yet again. Bit of a man in the high tower here, and as the Sova watches out for any of these angles, SBE regrouping before striking. So quick little union right now from SBE. Now's the day to go for their demands, and you can see it here. Borkum holding the line, flipping though, able to blow up Borkum, dashing on in. Slide is there for the Spencer, making the turret, making the frenzy, and we've seen him done it before against SBE. Dubstep with a find on the Pro, Dubstep with a find on the Flippy, and Team Secret find the win anyway after everything is said and done. MVP with the turret, sure, but Team Secret, they just pulled the line and they had no fear whatsoever with SBE barreling down at them.
That was looking like a pretty proficient retake coming from South Build, but one turret just shredded things down, and the fact that they couldn't kill Borgum in enough time, like the fact he was still alive here for so long, even with that aftershock exploding in front of him, was just such a big thing. Team Secret finding the small gaps that they can to really outplay whatever is thrown at them. This is what I said, Dax. They win this pistol round, this could be another avalanche towards the end.
It's not just the avalanche here, man. It's a tsunami waiting to happen. It's the big one that we're getting here right now. The elements are in favor of Team Secret, and the natural order looking to be restored in the PH scene if this keeps up. But Southwood Esports, of course, they're not done. They can fight full eco right now, and they're falling here. Nice strike from Pro in the heart of Team Secret, but everyone gets a kill. Everyone gets on the board, and now the magic number is 3 here, my friend. 3 more, and Team Secret get back to APAC.
Looking very dangerous. Flawless anti-ecos over and over for Team Secret. You rarely see a round where they even lose though. So South built gun round. They've been successful in converting these for the most part, but still quite a struggle when they do versus a Team Secret squad. Single rifle from Dubstep. That Vandal in his hand. Solo Vandal could be the game changer in this. And dare I say it, if they win this, bring it 11-4, this game is done.
We'll see if Southfield Esports can still find it in them. Even in Ego States, there's a chance that they have those sheriffs, but this is the best chance that they have here. As Witz looking to go for the plant, felt the presence nearby, but Assist didn't spot him there. And Blitz, a great escape to get the hell out of there in the way. Throw it all away. We move over to that A side because Borkum catching Pro off guard. He wanted to be cheeky onto A long, but Borkum will just stay so long there to Chris's friend. And Flippy now on the other side. Team Secret foothold now established. This is the beachhead here. And truly, this is D-Day here for Team Secret.
Why was he that far forward if he was the only player on site? Being caught off guard here, those mistakes once again. And here, look at the flank. Nobody's gonna expect this, right? Jesse Bash is gonna run them all down! And a triple goes in Jesse Bash's way. A flawless bonus! This is looking deadly. The avalanche has begun. It's beginning to crumble on South Built.
And they can feel it just turning in their favor. Mow him down, run and gun, gravity well to line them all up. And if you're an anime fan, probably these guys just isekai there by Jesse Bash, as he was that Truckun able to run them over. But this was just perfectly timed by Team Secrets, and I think for Southfield Esports, they can feel the pressure. Some rare mistakes to walk in all like that against an Astra. They should know the star setup. They should know that that is coming. And as soon as that happens, no one watching the flag. Jesse Bash again and again, just finding these opportunities that haven't been found really by Southfield Esports. He has been the sneakiest one. He has been the most clutch one. And apparently right now, he's the one who can make the run and gun for the best. But job with the paranoia, and there is just nothing to fear whatsoever. This is Team Secret after group therapy. They have felt the pain of that stage 1. And now they're acclimated. They have found redemption. They have found inner peace. And they're looking to make SBE into scraps and pieces instead. Jesse Bash, yet again. How many times do we have to say his name? Years and years of experience and years of history to be made even more so. Dubstep though to catch that last frag. But this is it. One more for Team Secret. And they are into the region.
APAC at the cusp of it. Almost assuredly now true for them as South Built, barring an incredible comeback here, which could be a tall task even for players, even for a team of their caliber. It's going to be so difficult to try and get here. Not an operator in hand, not an operator in sight. And Team Secret just completely decimating them. Jesse Vash has to be the MVP of this game at the end of it. He was in that head-to-head from the get-go, and might as well, he deserves the show at the end as well.
Yeah, quick little big head mode there from the past, but I have to agree with you. The impact has been sublime here in this map. He was top fragging also a while ago on Bind. And between him and Dubstep, they have the best KDs right now for Team Secret. So is this it? The coup de grace waiting to happen. The first cut has already been drawn. Blood flowing from the wrist here of Southfield Esports as Histo able to stay there in sanity. But Dubstep now breaking his mind and breaking his face. Borkamo over onto the aggressive angle, sees 2 already! And this is looking to be it for Team Secret. Back to where they belong! And that's APAC, which they call home. 13-4 yet again! Team Secret with a commanding 2-0 to take it to the next level and raise the bar one more time for the PH scene.
A statement win here from Team Secret. They are in for it, and it's no joking matter. Group stages, they win that, but to do it here in the playoffs once more proves that they are the superior team. They are rightfully so looking to crown themselves as the champions once again here in Team Secret. What a performance. 2 13-4s back to back to back. Not even talking about how amazing Jesse Vash played throughout that entire series and the clutches he had on Haven alone.
Jesse Vash touches the game, he's immediately good at it, and his history speaks volumes right now, just as his impact in this game spoke volumes to the rounds where Team Secrets are just able to win it. And this is just classic Team Secret. Against all odds, they still win the round. Against all odds, that they can still find a way to make the play work. And now, with them fully back in the driver's seat, I think we can just pass it over to them. They aren't the champions as of now. Southfield Esports still having their life in the lower bracket, but based from this performance, based on their group stage run, they are the true kings of the PH just from this point on. And whatever doubt that may have been there from anyone and everyone, even if there was a small seed after losing against Alpha Esports, that has to be washed away in the tides of Team Secret. In the end, Borkum taking the top frag there, but look at the KDs from Jesse Vash and Dubstep. 3.5, 4.6, both alive there. I love how Borkum just knowing the last angle to win it all, to just slay the remaining members of SBE. And they gave it a good old college try. I think Aziz really had some great impact in a few rounds here and there, especially taking command for SBE. But the problem is that was few and far between. They got less than a handful of rounds for both maps, man. And it just goes to show for Team Secret, this is just their tournament to win by this point.
Yeah, and you know, some of these rounds were so close and could have been in Southfield's favor. That's like, what, 2 or 3 rounds even in that first half that should have been SBE. Same thing on Bind, but slips away from them due to the amazing clutch potential and just playmaking ability that everybody on Team Secret has. We saw multiple players stepping up. We saw Jesse Vash especially on that second map, but he had some great moments on the first map as well. Dispenser doing huge things, so did Dubstep on Bind, but here on Haven, more of the same. These situations, small slip up from Southfield is more than enough for Team Secret to punish over and over and over. Maybe a swing or two here or there could have changed the outcome of this, especially in that first half when so many rounds that looked almost assuredly theirs. But losing man advantage rounds has been one of the biggest problems here at Southfield when they're in a 3v2, 3v4, but they're the ones with the man advantage. Everything seems to crumble no matter which team they're up against, and that cannot be true when you're up against a team like Team Secret.
What can you even say by this point? Southfield Esports, they brought out something comfortable in Bind. They brought out something new on Haven. Neither worked. Team Secret always had the answer again and again and again. Despite seeing Southfield Esports here bring out, the Neon really for one of the first few times on Haven, it just goes to show that this is their playground. This is their kingdom come, and thy will of Jesse Vash be done. he needs to be canonized after that game, after that series, man, because it was just absolutely seraphic there from Jesse Fash near the end. Team Secrets, they made quick work of their rivals, Southfield Esports. Lower bracket Warriors back to the lower bracket and looking to make that run, make it back to APAC 2. But those back-to-back clutches, back-to-back wins, so many things to process in that series, especially on the Team Secret side. Because of that, guys, we'll be going on the break. The panel will break it down, and we return. It's still more of VCTPH. That's your Black to Blue. We'll see you guys in just a bit for more here at our broadcast.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. That series was shorter than what we expected, but I guess it just goes to show how prepared Team Secret really is going into the playoffs, especially with that 2-0 versus South-Built Esports. G10, I have no idea why you wanted to see Yuki jump off of the balcony, but I'm happy to say that the Penguin is safe. And
yeah,
as you go,
unfortunately.
as you go into our series highlights, I'll tell you who isn't safe right now. It is SBE. They aren't eliminated just yet, despite that loss. But Fluffy, do we know that we do know that they're going to go to the lower bracket after that game versus Team Secret. I know you had your heart set on seeing these teams revealing their pocket stats, but I don't know what it is about Team Secret or South-Built that resulted in this game.
I mean, coming into this, South-Built Esports looked like they were on that upward trend, taking out Oasis Gaming on this Bind map. But coming into the first map, which is Bind on your screens right now, Team Secret just showing a dominating performance on the map, scoring a very, very, very intense first half, but a very dominating second half, taking it out 13-4. On the second map, we have Haven as well, which unfortunately for South-Built Esports looks to be a repeat of their group stage game on Haven against Team Secret. Not enough lessons learned there. Team Secret's playing a phenomenal game. Jesse Bash especially playing very well on the first map. A lot of high impact, even a little knife kill to, you know, play the kickers.
Oh yeah, look at these frags. I mean, we're gonna be talking about the series MVP in just a bit, but I just gotta say it off the bat. Jesse Bash is just on a whole other level to this game. I'm sure you'll have a lot of things you want to share about Jesse Bash as well, but I want to know what your thoughts are on the entire performance of Team Secret, G10.
Well, today Team Secret really showed up, and speaking of Jesse Bash, just look at that rush down, spray down. Man, Team Secret, they really felt like they showed up big. They did their research, and it seems like they had an inside look at SBE's stratbook, and they were just responding in kind to whatever SBE did, perfectly. Secret really had very, very few misplays, I feel, and the way that they just kept stacking multi-kill after multi-kill, especially Jesse Vash, who is the MVP. It was absolutely beautiful. And SBE, man, they really need to assess what they do wrong against Team Secret.
Oh, for sure. But as we can see on our screens over here, Jesse Vash is the MVP. You know why I think that is? It's just because he's the better melee wielder. We saw the knife fight that he had with Papi Chulo in that round. Now, Fluffy, you are our resident lineup guy here. I think that in the talent pool, you're the one that can closely resonate with the fantastic initiator, Jesse Vash. So I want to know what your thoughts are on the guy.
I feel like compared to other Sovas, he really plays a pivotal role in their team because he's the type of player that there are some initiator players that are very aggressive on the agent, but he really maximizes the effect of his recon dart and scans for the team because he plays a more calculated style of Sova, really playing out the time and getting into those prime positions because he repositions a lot in sight, which is very important. It keeps the enemies guessing while giving their team the advantage knowing where the enemies are. So very good there. He also has a lot of good lineup kills. Even I feel like on the first map, there's a Raze that was running away and then he got hit by the double bounce shock dart on short. So that was a very 5-head from him. But overall, yeah, I mean, Sova is a type of agent also that scales off of experience. So having an experienced player like Jesse Vash pilot the agent really proves to great effectiveness.
Again, as what we said earlier, that's what happens when you have an OG on your team. And we are very fortunate because we do get to interview the OG, the one and only Jesse Vash. Hi, Jesse.
Hello.
Congratulations on the win. I have to ask, wait, is that the penguin?
Yep.
Yuki is safe?
Safe.
Oh, thank God.
Safe.
Thank God. I was worried. I don't know what was going on through Coach Fades' head for him to do that, but I'm glad that Yuki is safe. Now, I have to ask, I really saw that you guys had a really good read with South Built Esports. How did you guys prepare for this matchup?
Actually, pinagandaan talaga namin sila. We watched their boards, lahat ng latest match nila. And talagang waiting kami na makalaban ulit sila. Compare sa lahat ng teams. Sila talaga yung parang target namin this VCT Stage 2. And for me personally, yun, masaya ako natalo nila kami last time. So, yun, more challenging para sa amin. Kaya, ayan. Kaya medyo ganado yung laro ngayon. Kasi sila talaga yung look up ko.
Oh, wow. That goes to show that is why that game ended. Because you guys were already on a roll. But, everybody already fears Team Secret to a certain extent. But for them to be targeted by Team Secret, that just speaks volume for this series. Now, I was talking about Coach Fade earlier. I was really worried about Dubstep's Penguin Yuki. I want to know how Coach Fade is as a coach. I mean, for him to endanger a plush animal like that, one has to wonder what it's like under his coaching.
Alam niya kasi talaga yung nangyari. When we are screaming, alam niya yung nangyari. Meron kaming in screams, hindi kami masyado 100%, alam niya yun. So, pagka dating sa tournament, medyo may pagbanta na about kay Yuki. So, we give our 100% talaga.
Oh, that's really cute. But of course, I'm pretty sure that at the end of the day, Coach Fade wasn't actually gonna endanger Yuki. But then again, maybe I'm not so sure. Maybe I need to get to know Coach Fade a little bit better. Maybe we'll get to interview him again once more. But you guys are at an all-familiar situation over here. Once again, you are the king of the Valorant Philippine scene. Do you guys feel the pressure or do you have the fear of being dethroned once again?
For me, personally, I think Team Secret is back. Compared to Stage 1, I can say, personally ulit, masaya akong matalo nung Stage 1 because of what we are doing noon, na naging medyo pabaya kami. Compare now na I think we deserve na manalo dito sa tournament na to. And feeling ko secure na yun.
Woohoo! We're really happy for you. I mean, when you think about storylines, we can see that you guys were on a roll prior to stage 1, and then it kind of put you guys in your place in a sense, kind of humbled. It was a humbling experience, some people would say, right? And now you guys are back, and I'm pretty sure that you guys learned your lesson. You felt complacent during stage 1, and I don't think that we'll ever see that complacency again from this team. Now, this is your chance to give some shoutouts to all of your supportive fans out there. Let's go.
And shoutout sa lahat ng Valorant community na sumusuporta sa PPGL and sa Valorant community natin. And yun, support nyo lang lahat ng team sa Pilipinas, hindi lang kami, and enjoy nyo lang yung mga match and yun, mga action match na malulupit.
Thank you so much, Jesse Vash. I love that message. Don't just support us, support the entirety of the Philippine Valorant scene. Thank you so much once again, and congratulations. We'll talk to you again next time. I am so glad that Yuki is safe. I can't believe that Coach Fade is willing to go that far. Maybe this is the price of victory. Fluffy, if you were in Fade's shoes, what would you be willing to risk to take your team to victory?
I mean, if your plans to go all the champions, almost anything, if I'm being honest.
Every team secret game we see here on the VCT stage hits different. Because of that, we're gonna give you guys some time to settle down and get ready for the next match. VCT is going on a quick break, but when we come back, it is RRQ versus Bren Esports.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here. Let you know, yeah, I'm here to let you know, yeah, I sky gaze over my taste, like Peter, this is my space, I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats, space gazing in my safe haven, I make statements that embrace waking, awaken, I'm woke, taking the road to pull you ashore, a celestial scope, the stars explore in your inner, the starts at the core, inner space and more, your body's a planet for sure, nurture it with the words I've written, scribe like highlights, flying saucer, supply the order, it's the author, walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know, this is here to support you, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams too.
Hello everyone! It's time for Series 2 on Day 2 of the playoffs for Stage 2. I feel like I'm saying a lot of number 2s over here because of that. Let's discuss the two teams that are going to be facing off in the upcoming series. It's RRQ and Bren Esports. Funny enough, they also faced during the Day 2 of the group stages. I'm starting to believe that there's a conspiracy going on over here. But G10, can you run us briefly through on what went down during the last time that these two met?
Sure. I mean, there really was a very, very dominant game from Bren Esports.
Let me guess.
2-0.
2-0?
Yep. And if we guys consider that RRQ is the second seed from the group stages, we get a lot of 2s in this one. Maybe again it will be a 2-0 this match. You never know. But I mean, Bren Esports and RRQ, it was a very intense match. It did go to that 11-13 on Icebox, but Bren, it did look like they were very backed into a corner. It looked like they were actually going to go to the game 3, but then in the second half, man, they just beasted it up. And I think that's kind of what this team does, or this matchup does. It makes them kind of pull up their pants at some point and really kind of clutch up when the pressure is on.
Oh, definitely. We're wondering whether history is going to repeat itself over here. But before that, let's get to know these teams as they are presently. Let's start off with the King of Kings, Regum, Qeon. Regum, Qeon, Latin for the King of Kings. On this team, we've got Tuge, Draxi, Kelly S, Nexi, and Rabbit. Fluffy, they were the second best on the group stages, but one has to wonder, do they have what it takes to be the best in this competition?
I mean, if we look at the stats and we look at how they did through the past group stages, I feel like that really fits our 2's team today. They really came back on the second week on group stages. This team that is basically dominating right now and has formed of basically those dynamic duos. We've got the Nexi Jaxi connection, the Kelly S Rabbit, and the 2G or 2G with Flash connection. So much possibilities, so many flexible players in this. It looks like that they really improved over the first weekend coming into the end of groups, basically 2-0ing every single team that they played during that stage. So they're very hyped, and I think they're on a high coming into this playoffs. And I think it's going to be a very strong RRQ that we see today if they keep following that trend.
Oh, there we have it. The boys are getting ready. They're looking really serious right now. I don't know how that's gonna go on in the match that we're gonna be seeing. But all valid points, Fluffy. I can't wait to figure out how these players are gonna get creative in this leg of the tournament. Moving on to the opposing side is the team that was able to show dominance in their Stage 2 playoff debut. The Cat Jammers and the Resident Sleepers, as you will call it. It's Bren Esports. Bren Esports, the team we've all come to know and love. I don't know if it's just me, but basing off of the cameras that we saw yesterday and the performance that they had, I'd say that Bren Esports is beaming with confidence right now. What do you think, G10?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, after their win yesterday, I would be as well. I mean, the confidence has got to be very up there for this team after a victory against Alpha Esports Pro, which they were heavily predicted against. I mean, it was me and Leica who kind of predicted against them. But anyway, they were still not predicted to win. I mean, even Fluffy was saying that Alpha Esports kind of had an upper hand, but he wanted to be a believer. And, well, believers get rewarded today because Bren Esports, they are looking like they're on fire in the group stage. And, man, I want to see, some more pop-offs here. some more dance moves maybe from these boys.
Not today, according to Hot Sauce. I think he wasn't expecting that to get clipped. But for us, it was a pleasant surprise. We were happy to see him dancing, smiling, and just vibing off before starting the series. As I say that though, we're letting these players face off in this head-to-head. In the first series, it was a head-to-head between the OGs, but now we're going to be seeing a head-to-head between the Sentinels over here. We have got Nexi of RRQ and Hot Sauce of Bren Esports. When we do these head-to-head, it's not about the physical looks, it's about the numbers, the performance that they've shown. So Fluffy, how much of an impact do these players have on their team and in their matchup?
I mean, being in that critical role, the Sentinel role is the role that is mostly alone inside. It's your job to somehow keep control of such massive areas of space while still, being impactful in those rounds, giving your team the ability to move around as freely as they want and make the plays that make your teams really shine. So these unsung heroes really do play the best part of the roles in their roles. Hot Sauce and Nexi, both Sentinel mains, but they also do have adapted in a bit more this stage. They both flex onto that initiator role from time to time. Hot Sauce, we've seen him on the KO, or Nexi on the Fade. So they're not strictly Sentinel players, but regardless, they still play the same role of being that rock, that anchor for every team.
Oh yeah, we've definitely seen that. I think G10 was gonna add something. Sorry.
Yep. Sorry. I Fluffy just kind of faded out. I thought my connection was being weird. But anyway, I was gonna say, if you guys looked at the stats, there were also quite a lot of twos there, kind of fitting our theme. 212 ACS. Number is what I saw there, and their average damage was like almost 3,000, but still in the 2,000s. But I mean, Hot Sauce and Nexi, two of the, I think, more lovable members of their respective teams is what I want to say, because I mean, Nexi, just look at him, looks like he gives some of the best hugs, and of course Hot Sauce, the dancing legend of Bren Esports. Although on on the battlefield, they do become monsters in their own right. As Fluffy said, they are kind of rocks of their own teams, and especially Nexi, I think in their last match of the group stage, is absolutely beasted. He was the MVP of that match, and for RRQ, a team that kind of decides on the day of who is going to pop off and be the best player. I think we have to kind of watch out for every single one of them. But Nexi is definitely on the short list for the radar here.
Of course. It's going to be very interesting how this is all going to come to play. At the end of the day, these players are out here to strut their stuff and show us another good day of Valorant. I love the player discussions that we have over here, but what I think is also interesting is how these pros are going to be able to adjust depending on what map they play. I think even in the map picking process, it's a huge mental gameplay. So let's take a look at the map vetoes that we've got over here. Fluffy, yesterday you've shared your expertise on the whole map picking process. With everything that you know as a coach and about these teams, what maps do you think we'll be seeing?
I feel like if it gets to the first phase bans, Ascent is a pretty good map that we don't see that often that teams are picking, but RRQ seems to have a very solid Ascent game plan. The last time they did play it against Oasis, they did have a super dominating first half and a critically crushing second half. So it's a map I think that they can see. Both of these teams also pretty good on that Haven map. RRQ a bit more flexible, so I feel like those two maps are maps that both teams are kind of eyeing, so I think that they're going to make it to at least the first wave of bans. And as I'm saying that, the first ban that we do get from Bren is Split, a map that they have a bit of trouble dealing with in comparison to RRQ. And doing their research, RRQ, of course, Split masters for this stage. They really had a very high win rate on that map. And even though, like in one of the interviews they mentioned, it's not their most comfortable pick, it is a map that they are willing to take because they've just been doing so well on it. And as I say that, RRQ removing Fracture out of the map pool, they don't want to get that away. Maybe it's part of their practice, maybe it's a target ban towards Bren Esports, but that does leave the two maps that I opted on earlier, which is the Haven map and the Ascent, to still be possible picks for the first phase pick.
As we saw that Fracture just got banned, we have yet to see an RRQ Fracture game this stage. I'm really curious as to why they aren't showing us some Fracture plays over here. But now we have Bren picking Bind over here, G10. The last time that these guys met on Bind, it was a Bren win. So do you think that is why Bren was confident enough to have this as their first pick?
Yeah, absolutely. That is kind of part of the game where, it's a little bit of almost mental warfare, really, where, Bren, they want to kind of invoke some PTSD on RRQ, make them remember the last time that they went head-to-head there. Icebox going to be the second pick here for RRQ, a map that they do very decently well in, honestly. And Bren, they do have a little bit of trouble on the Icebox typically, but it's still a very winnable map for them. Now Haven Breeze is going to be banned out as well. And yeah, that means that we only have one decider map left in the pool. It's going to be the 50-50 map, Ascent.
I look at this now. I am a little bit curious about the Icebox pick. I could be wrong about this, but I believe that this was the second map that they picked during the last time that they met, and Bren also ended up winning here.
Yes,
so I am curious as to why RRQ was like, you know what, we lost to you guys against in Icebox. I'm wondering what the thought process are, or maybe they actually really studied the Icebox game and they're like, nope, not again. You guys are not gonna beat us at this map again.
Yeah, because Icebox, even though Bren did win, they were behind for quite a bit of the map, honestly, except for when Bren did go for an absolute banger of a comeback. They went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds in a row in the second half to win it in the last round of regulation. So, RRQ, they definitely have some good strats here. They made Bren struggle a lot, and if they're able to patch up some of the mistakes they had in their defending side, then I think that this could be a very close map, if not a win maybe for RRQ.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with G10 there. We've seen this team from going from week 1 to week 2 of the group stages improving by a lot. So even though they may have faltered previously, I would not be surprised at all if they take a lot of lessons and if they really adapt to what they did wrong and can really make that icebox work for them. But I wanted to really point out the fact that I've noticed this trend recently where, in general, people have been first phase banning bind in most of the group stages games, but it seems like just because that's been happening, a lot of teams still have a lot of practice on it because they've been first picking it in this playoff. So I'm pretty sure that the first map, which is bind, is going to be one of the more explosive games because it seems like that's the map that has the least information on for most of the teams, and it's a lot of surprise, and it's a good pocket pick, honestly, to as a strat to basically pull out in the playoffs when it matters.
Well, that's very interesting that you put it that way because, again, I said that Fracture is yet to be seen for RRQ. Maybe as we progress along in the playoffs, we'll finally see it and everybody's going to be surprised and unprepared for the strats that this team has. But anyway, here we are again, maps locked in. We dived right into getting to know these players prior to that too. So I think it's only fitting for us to finally share our predictions. Fluffy, why don't we start off with you?
I'm going to go with the 2 theme and predict a 2-0, but I feel like I'm going to favor Bren Esports here. You know, they've been playing so well recently. Even though RRQ has been doing the same, I feel like they have a bit of motivation coming off of yesterday to really stick at this series.
G10?
Well, you know, this is a little uncommon, but I'm going to be agreeing with Fluffy on this one. I think it's a Bren 2-0. A little bit of a chance for it to go 2-1, but I think it really is more likely for Bren to take these 2 maps. As Fluffy said, I mean, they're coming high off a win, and Bren is they are a team that benefit more from momentum coming from the previous day. And ooh, that's pretty cool. We have our predictions down there now, guys. Thank you, Prod. That's
I've been revealed.
Cool.
I have been revealed. Yes, I'm going against the flow from our panelists. I just want to clear out that I have had 0% predictions throughout the playoffs. For very good reason, though. Even though at the first series I did want to bet on Team Secret, I didn't go for it because I wanted to save the Penguin. And if I am indeed cursed, then so be it. If I am cursed, I am so sorry.
Are you weaponizing it now?
RRQ. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. I'm not... It's not intentional. There is a belief system going on. I just wanted to save the Penguin for the first series. Now, I'm sure our viewers have their own predictions at hand as well and are just as excited as we are to find out how it all turns out. So let's head on over to our casters for the agent selections. Casters, the floor is yours.
Rematch here in the playoffs, and it begins with Bren versus RRQ. Welcome back, guys, to the second series of the day. My name is Azarai, and with me now is Raph, and we'll see how this unravels, as again, it is going to be a rematch between these 2 titans in the VCT PH Stage 2 playoffs. There you go. Yeah.
As cool as the title is, it really does not roll off your tongue as well as it does sometimes. But again, doesn't take anything away from our very prestigious, our very enamoring event. As we see, like you mentioned, us, right? This is going to be a rematch. In fact, in more ways than one. You did mention that the map veto, and we did see earlier that it's going to be almost exactly the same, if not totally the same.
Absolutely that, but a change here would be the bringing out of the fades. This is, were we able to actually see the fade the last time these players went in on bind? Absolutely not. Double initiator on either side. We got a really nice spread about everything, and wait, Raph, correct me if I'm wrong, the only, I identical agent that they have is the Raze. This is probably one of the most non-mirror match we could ever get out of a series.
And then we're in it for a treat. We're in for quite a dynamic head-to-head then, if that's the case. But you did mention that the only similar agents are Raze. Every time you say Raze now and I see Bind, it'll always go back to that call you made in mail on Split. I know you know exactly what I'm talking about. You don't have to hold it back though. You can say it if you want.
That Raze is the queen of Split and Bind, and shout out to all the queens.
Yes, exactly that, Asta. I hope you're happy. I hope you're proud of yourself.
Oh yeah. Thanks for the alley-oops, man. Yeah.
Hey man, you know, speaking of alley-oops, it is basketball season for quite a few of us.
True.
But you know, be a little more careful grabbing those boards. You might hurt yourself as they try to take control of Hookah. And now they immediately go back. Bren showing a little bit of aggression. They've been showing this since the beginning, since the first day, which was yesterday. You know, Kelly S doesn't get anything out of that nade because Nexi's just a little too quick on this Cypher pick, and on that Ghost, he takes their souls away. Now operating on a two-man deficit. Brain Free, Symbol, and Xavi, they have a long way to go from around victory. They get rid of as much utility as they can. That's going to signal RRQ on where most of these players are. Xavi has infiltrated the site, but is so low. Where did Draxi come from? And it's equalized.
Well, equalized maybe for RRQ, but Bren getting the short end of the stick, and RRQ just playing this perfectly. You mentioned how Nexi just looks so dominant in that particular interface, right? Or rather, that course of action, that little bit of interaction, I mean, on Bats. And I have to say, he has been really coming together once more for RRQ this past week 2, right? And it has saved them more times than not. I think if there are some, like for Bren, it has to have been EJ, maybe even Brain Freeze that is the clutch artist. It's been Nexi for RRQ, and it's been such a delight to see him do that with a Sentinel agent. This makes you kind of hopeful that you don't gotta be a duelist, you know, to be a pop-off. Just be like Nexi. Sexy Nexi.
Duelist is not just a role, it is a mindset. No matter what you play, it's always about that courage. But of course, aside from that, we always talk about making the right play, making the right call. And Nexi has been one of those types of players, very, very reliable. As Rabbit does find Xavi, but it's going to take a considerable amount of damage. Will be stripped of his shields. And EJ has found himself a little corner to tuck himself in, but he's going to get peppered out. That's going to broad a reaction from him. He's jumping around. A lot of sound is being made, Dasrai. And Bren, they're still very interested in B.
They're setting their sights already. Activation on the hunt finds absolutely nobody, but they do know that is false bits of information. But Bren still want to go in on this. You gotta be careful. They've actually tuckered themselves into the site just slowly, but Draxi's holding the cross first. Hits the shot. They're just gonna be fumbling down into a crossfire. RRQ have perfectly set up somehow, some way. Symbol still finds the 2K with the classic. Just a tiny bit of glimmer, but no hope will be found in that round. We go to the next.
This upward trajectory that RRQ have been going on has been really, really great. I saw quite a bit of noise or a little bit of talk about how they started slow in the first week, and then they looked much more impressive in the second, and now finally in the playoffs, even better. But again, it's hard to judge. It's only the first 2 rounds, but the way they've been handling it, the way they've been moving, it seems very, very refined. This is something that they've been cooking up in the R&D section of wherever it is. Now an aggressive play just to mix the pace up could potentially find somebody from Bren, but no, it's EJ who actually gets that shot onto Nexi. That's a Sentinel gone and information, well, at least thrown away now. Looks like Bren, they continue their march. They know they have the superior weapons. They're going to be undeterred by any of the pushes here. A lot of the smokes have been set. Beautiful flash here, side of Bren. Counter flash inside of RRQ, but nobody seems to be able to capitalize. Xavi has been on fire as well as EJ. And this double duelist, a little bit of a throwback, still propelling them forward.
They'll be able to plant the spike on triple now as both Rabbit and Tuga will be rushing in through on short here. slowly creeping up. They spotted EJ here, who actually still challenges the fight. And he's not going to miss the beat, Raph. Another shot, and EJ, first 4K of the series. That's probably one of many. And we'll see how this goes. As again, that was just the bonus of RRQ, but Bren played perfectly for the flawless. This at least gives them a good amount of money and rebuying power to get back into things. So a quick little replay on that entry that we saw from EJ.
One enemy remaining. Again, he's still trying to continue that hot streak he got from, what, a few days ago, a few episodes ago. And so far, despite him having a little bit of a slump in some of those games, hasn't really deterred his confidence, his aggression, and his preference to play here. But Shower's control has definitely been something on the mind of RRQ. They really don't want to let go of this orb. Bren have been trying to take it as well. There's going to be a lot of conflict here. But that in turn is leaving the opposite orb on B long very, very much open for RRQ. Their ult economy is going to be fantastic. EJ's going to capitalize on the swing. Cannot really find the target in time. And Kelly S with fancy footwork to knock him out of the park.
Yeah, that paint shell's definitely helped as well. So losing EJ a bit hurtful, especially when they committed so much into that hunt, or rather seize in the back of the site. It's a double whammy combo, finds absolutely nothing, as it's all about what's inside the tube. It was inside you all along. And they're gonna try to flush it out as quickly as they can. Sorry, it was in B side all along. All right, now there's 4 people here from RRQ. Bren's just gonna try to go for the wraparound. Seems like they're hitting the shots, but they're actually able to make it happen. Hot Sauce and Brain Freeze 2 remain, and Nexi all the way through the A site. So now he's gonna go for the slow crawl to even get out of Murder Hole. We'll see if he's gonna get spotted by this. Yeah, just a bit of a throwback to the other game. Because you know when you get through this, it's basically a death sentence, and there it is. Say your last words, say your last rites as Nexi gets sent to the underground? Yeah, the underworld?
To the other side of the plane of existence or non-existence.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you mentioned, Murder Hole, it's either you kill or you get killed. And I'm going to be looking at how this round got dissected. I think Kelly S really did a good job of keeping his composure. And as Ray Ray would like to say, down that chubby crush gear, that very, very full, well-fed crush gear. Never thought of it that way, but you know, my peers, my co-casters, the co-talent, they have a lot to say. Now we are moving on to round number 5. As things might go for a slower turn here, Astra, as it's been pretty up-tempo in the last 3 rounds, and it's been bagging both these teams mixed results. So far in the gun rounds, Bren have been pretty superior, trying to, or at least getting a foothold of the mechanical duels. But RRQ on a stifled bye. Maybe potentially could be another round on the board for Bren.
I do want to ask, I want to just point this out. There's like 2 things that I wanted to mention specifically for these 2 teams. Kelly S and EJ play somewhat of a different, same style actually. And wow, that was a hard read from Savvy, and he just knew where to check, where to peek. And that absolutely opens up this B site. Does get flashed by his own Hot Sauce, but shouldn't matter too much, as again, this is going to be a freebie for them. Rabbit somehow sneaks to the back, but they know where he is. This Rabbit will be flushed out of his hole. And now Kelly S and Nexi 2 remain, pistols in hand. That smoke dissipates, maybe an opening here, but it's plugged up as soon as. Now they're going to have to face the full wrath of Bren if they try to even challenge this, which they try to do. Good shot on Kelly for the first, but again, Bren secures it in the end. And just to finish off what I was mentioning there, Raph, I think these 2 teams, aside from maybe Team Secret, actually have, I think, one thing that other teams do not, which is a mind coach. So, is that the proper term?
A coach, like a mental coach.
Yeah, mental coach. There you go. Thank you. So somebody that helps them to get that mental reset. Yeah, so as you can see, they really have been able to utilize that to persevere in these more stressful rounds. Because again, people will say, oh, you know, this team, they're just playing, all that stuff, right? But the pressure, the mental strain, everything, the stakes are so high that they need to keep themselves grounded and having that support, I think, has been really incredibly helpful for both of RRQ and Bren. So with all of that being said, yeah, you can see the efforts of that coming to right now as they are fighting for this upper semifinals bracket. Whoever does fall down into this will face Oasis Gaming in the lower bracket for the elimination. But for now, you know, they're keeping themselves up high, and we'll see how that goes.
And I'm glad you point that out, that a mental coach and a sports psychologist has been very, very key for a lot of the pro teams. We've seen a lot of the parts of the world do that, and I'm glad our region is slowly catching up to that. I just actually saw this video about if Shaq, for you guys who aren't sports fans and for you guys who've been living under, I don't know, a boulder or rock, Shaq and Shaquille O'Neal, one of the greatest centers to ever grace the game, considers esports athletes because it does take a lot, and it's a lot of mental stress. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be the most physical sport, but in fact it is quite physical. You do ruin a lot of your arms and whatever, and
carpal tunnel,
your carpal tunnel, so there's quite a bit of strain and that. But anyhow, aside from that, with all respect to all our professionals competing on the field right now, a default has been set in place for Bren, and patience has been the key again. They really don't, or at least it doesn't seem like they're committing to any of the sites. They seem to be hunting for those overcommits, but so far none of that has happened on either side here. Xavi's already made his way towards Hookah, so that's one place or one point of interest that RRQ have to worry about. Aserai, they might have a free jump here. Look at this. He's playing for contact.
They can't really just jump in because they know that Draxi does have that Rolling Thunder. He's given away his position, I think, on B Octa. That'll force him back. Savvy fears the aftershock as he expends one of those satchels of his.
30 seconds
It's all about the setup to the A side. Look at these tricky tripwires that Nexi has played installed, but EJ very, very pristine. Make sure that he can just scrub everything clean. Spots out already one, gets spotted by Nexi, who does activate the ultimate quite quickly. And first of all, it's going to be the Nightfall here to get things started. Rolling Thunder to get things even more explosive here for RRQ as they start to scrub the side clean. Symbol is alone. He's going to get full blinded, but still somehow Symbol comes in with the 2K. They do have the lineup with Brain Freeze, but does it matter as Hot Sauce finds Tuge? And Bren able to secure the site by just purely finding where the specific agents of RRQ were.
Do you put hot sauce on Tuge? I feel like that's an interesting combo. Yes, in this case, as once again we've seen excellent fragging from all fronts. Really, no one to isolate. I feel like that's an interesting food choice. What a spray down by Symbol there. If I had a Phantom, they would have died. Right there. Again, it's one of those moments, right, where if I had a Phantom, if I had a Vandal, whatever, it's really weapon of choice here. But now weapons of choice is not the luxury that RRQ have. They have to settle for these pistols here. Xavi, one thing that you have to consider playing against Bren is you have to stop Xavi from running you over like this. Despite him being excellent in the late round, he loves to go for early plays like this.
Wow.
That's exactly the value he brings when he's succeeding. His duelist is just so much value. But it's two sides of the same coin, really. His fade has also been fantastic. Kelly S, who might run into a fade form of Symbol. And that he does. Gets eliminated. And Nexi's the last man alive again, but if he just gets a weapon, that's pretty much a bonus for him. But other than that, EJ's already trained his crosshair towards Burger Hole. It's not looking very likely. Now we have a 5th round on the board for Bren. But yeah, like I mentioned, Bren is the type of team that can't hinge off one player. There were a lot of times when Xavi dies early, when he's not on that duelist role. Again, this was to harp back on his KO, on his fade. Things tend to go south for Bren. Their round win rate drastically goes lower. But when we saw him on Fade, when he did stay alive for much, much longer than we would have, or at least the enemy team would have hoped for, then Bren looked super, super impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of Bren looking impressive, Savvy full sends it to the bats. Yeah, it's been a hot day. Gotta go to the bats real quick.
There's again.
Oh, all right. That tripwire is kind of cheeky. Nobody dashes through on that. Excuse me. I thought they were going to try to just maybe get a catch off, but no, they just try to see what is about to come. You know, the push and prod. Try to get a rile out of RRQ.
Remember to hydrate, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah. Stay hydrated,
Yes.
queens and kings.
Hydro homies. As we get back into the match, very serious, we see yet another well-fed Crush Gear. That's never gonna leave me, by the way. The Crush Gear, that's look at it go. But EJ is here, dry peaks for days. So unfortunately for him, that's all he gets, because Kelly S does not like having other duels occupy his space in the bathroom. I'd imagine that'd be incredibly uncomfortable, as this is the objective.
Oh!
Bren. Kelly S, though, he does get the showstopper on Symbol. And now that the Fade is gone, quite a bit of utility has been removed for potential scrambles. Brain Freeze is trying to fake the plant, and they think it's a bat spot, but no, it's a default plant. Now we see the orbital strike. Is this going to give room for Brain Freeze to plant? Yes, it does. Showstopper comes just to zone out a little bit. He got cancelled again. Oh my goodness, they canceled the plant another time. And Bren, they can't get it down. Hot Sauce has the frag, but no! Kelly S, he gets 4 in the round. An absolute monster, an absolute hero, as he looks to heat up at the start of the game. Super early for him.
Speaking of early, maybe just a bit of early commitments to that showstopper, as Savvy was very much looking for the pick already. I wonder what stopped Brain Freeze from committing that plant. Maybe a saved aftershock from Draxi might have been that. We could see it here in the highlights. Unfortunately not. But yeah, it was all left up to Hot Sauce to make that happen, but it does get overwhelmed in the end. RRQ, good round in that one. They don't want to allow Bren here even more leeway, especially on the attacking side, to get things started. Savvy needs to just place inside the smoke. Uses the Prowler! And it seems like he's going to be taken down for miles.
Remember, the backpedal is, again, it's faster to walk forward, but sometimes you need that gun out. It is a pretty dangerous place out there. Take this with you. Rabbit gives Savvy a companion in hell with his bullet. EJ, my goodness. The aggression on that operator. Doesn't matter, he still has a classic, but Rabbit sees the barrel stick out the tailwind, and he gets sent to the other dimension by his Fade counterpart, that is Symbol. And now a 2v3 ensues. The spike is very much close to B. And Nexi has no idea about this, so this potentially is a temporary 2v2 and a very doable one for Bren. There's a lurking Fade towards Elbow. And they have no idea he's there. The Nightmares come. And the Nightfall does. Wow, and it's still Kelly S being completely deaf, by the way. It takes Hot Sauce down. Still try to zone out, and he's staying alive, much to the irritation of Bren. And next he even finds Symbol holding down Elbow. Once again, they had the good position, but somehow, some way, RRQ, they take it away.
I gotta say, that might have been a misplay for Bren, because you saw the flames be put to Mortar Hole. That was from Brain Freeze. He was probably expecting that maybe that'll help stop Nexi from coming into side if Nexi was there already, I'm assuming, since they already spotted out one, right? But that actually stopped the lurk from being more successful, I think, from Symbol, mind you, that was still somewhere on Elbow that didn't double back, so he was trying to wrap around, and that molly kept Kelly S safe for the most part. There, exactly that. I'm not sure if that's honestly the case, because he was taking a very long time from pushing. Maybe he was trying to spot the second player, but yeah, they just could not isolate Kelly S and just beat him where he stands.
It's one of those things where you kind of have to be decisive. The utility was already there. And Nexi deciding that Zavy should not be jumping into U-Haul anymore. EJ gets discovered very quickly, and Nexi with a spray transfer gets Hot Sauce. And Symbol, suddenly this gun round is looking far worse. He gets one, but 10th round on the board. It will go the other way to RRQ.
Great adjustments overall from RRQ here, as they're able to just, again, push back. Loving the... They're just allowing Bren to come in, and they're much more comfortable that way, waiting for it. And they've been calling the fault lines from Raxi a whole lot more than what we saw in the previous couple of rounds, maybe like 3-4 rounds ago. And these more aggressive tripwires from Nexi at least makes it so that they would know where Bren are making their marks towards to get those. Somehow just wants to spray down the utility, but pays with its life in the end. The double up between Rabbit and Nexi, or excuse me, from Draxi, might be good here, as they're using basically everything to get things started. Nexi has already used the teleport. You know, this is where they're actually committing the fight, as the Nightfall
down B.
makes it so. Makes Rabbit and Draxy's presence known. It's down to the 2 versus 2. I'm wondering if this is truly Brain Freeze's HP or is it just pseudo HP damage that he took from the utilities. But maybe it is. So EJ's gonna immediately sprint all the way through spawn because Brain Freeze here. It's either he plays the crossfire or just runs straight to A short and does a lineup with a molly somehow, or throws out the molly here for spawn as EJ spots out that that contact, which he does. Okay, this is gonna burn about a good 10-15 seconds. EJ just needs to play this safe because Draxy is waiting for him. This might be dangerous, especially now that EJ does not have his dash. There it is! Brain Freeze runs out! 5 HP, 1 HP. It's single digits here, Raph, and we just need one more kill, one more bullet. And it's either Rabbit or Brain Freeze to clutch the round. He doesn't know he's gonna have to double tap it. The patience indeed. Brain Freeze's timing is gonna be close and perfect as he clutches the round for Bren.
Last round in
What
the
an
half.
exchange. What a masterclass by both these players. And Freeze, despite having literally the lowest HP, remains unshaken, remains ice cold, letting everybody know that the clutch does not belong to RRQ. And I was just about to say that they did have the Rolling Thunder here. I feel like it could have been a possible, or a much possible retake. In fact, it is pretty close, but I think they might be saving it for half. Another thing that we kind of have to talk about is RQ's defense. It's been succeeding when they're, how would I put this? In a much kinder way. When they're not trying to do too much, the rounds really work in their favor. When Nexi just holds and everybody supports properly, RQ, they succeed. And there's a technical pause here for whatever reason. And now this is going to give us a little bit of time. I think this is a common problem for some teams and I guess all skill levels in general. Well, at least all, what's the word here? Competent skill levels. Sometimes a lot of defensive play comes down to doing nothing. Because when you try to overplay your hand, that's when you're kind of giving free kills to the attacking side. Like, oh yeah, let's make a play, let's make a play, let's constantly make a play. Sometimes it's good to do that to throw off rhythm, but when that becomes your primary source of defense, then it becomes kind of predictable, much like anything else.
Yeah, and Ang was taught this, right? When he was trying to master all 4 elements, the neutral state. Sometimes, as you mentioned, doing nothing is the best thing that you could do.
The rest of the world is walking, and I love Avatar. Technical Pause podcast, here it is. A little bit of a sideshow for our folks here. I think I would love to know which do people prefer, because I remember there was a time in my life where I really did not like Legend of Korra, but then I rewatched it very recently. I think it was last year, and I think I thoroughly enjoyed it. As much as I enjoyed Last Airbender, maybe, but it's definitely up there for me now.
Yeah, but we can both agree that we will never, ever acknowledge that first movie.
What are you talking about? There is no first movie.
Exactly. Netflix is making a new series, so hopes to that. Yeah,
hopes to that.
That's the first one. But while we are still on this technical podcast, I think it's because for LOK, right, for Legend of Korra, probably because of the topics that were kind of being talked about, the politics and all of the nitty gritties about the 4 books that was the Legend of Korra overall. I actually thoroughly enjoyed it as well. Like,
it is very good
for all ages.
I don't think it hits the mark for all ages. Yeah, I think
compared to Legend of Aang,
Atla,
that's the thing.
Yeah, I think it's because being a peacetime avatar is so difficult because, like you said, right, there's a lot of room for everything else. And there's a lot of topics about growth and like, cause I remember when I was younger, I was like, man, Korra sucks. She killed the Avatar line or whatever, and now she's it's back to 0, and this sucks.
Is that spoiler? Wait, when was Legend of Korra released? I think it was like 2014.
It's almost 10 years, guys. If you haven't
2012,
seen it, you should watch
it's
it.
10 years.
Then it's 10 years. So if you haven't seen it yet, that might be a spoiler, but still, I don't think it should sway you away from watching it again. There's a lot of avenues to be culturally enriched.
Yeah, and you can never, ever, ever go wrong with how good the animation is. Like, the fluidity.
Yeah. That is absolutely true. Again, guys, yes, this is a professional Valorant game in the official circuit. There's still a bit of a technical pause, and we've assumed all we can assume. Honestly, we can keep assuming what's gonna happen. Really, it's much more fun when we see it unfold.
Oh, I do have like a question. If they release, and this is just being done by observers, if they release kicks that is designed from these
from the agents,
agent shoes, will you cop it?
I would definitely get something along the lines of Chamber, because if Chamber is probably like, you know, Chelsea boots or something, and I love Chelsea boots, but for more casual wear, probably
Jet's pretty good.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly, Jet. The colorway is so good. It's very neutral.
True. Can we see Jet real quick? If the observers can hear us, can we request that?
They're like, good God, Asura has so many requests. I feel like a fade line would be cool too, because it's a gradient, you know?
That's true. Actually, the fade's right there. Maybe you can see her shoes.
I feel like everybody's shoes are cool.
True. Oh, okay. A bit too fast. Wait. Turning around. Okay.
That is a beard. That is not a shoe, guys. I know it's very difficult to find the difference.
To wear one. To wear a beard. Whoa, the Brimstone's eyes are just darting elsewhere. He's so keen on his observation. Yeah, exactly.
Smokes down, you know.
Can I do that? I'm not a young man anymore. Wait, wrong game.
What are we doing? Well, we have a cipher. What would the cipher say again? It's morbid.
It's morbid.
Oh my goodness, guys! Hello, thank you for the patience, by the way. League.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah. See, exactly. I would cop them Jet shoes. You know what I mean? That's very sleek.
Yeah.
I feel like if she had like Air Force Ones, just her colorway. I think it's been done before, but just like a Valorant Air Force One, I would love it. I would absolutely love it.
I was gonna ask that now, since you put out Air Force Ones. Is that right? Yeah. So Miles Morales Into the Spider-Verse Nikes or PlayStation Spider-Man Miles Morales Adidas, the black and red ones?
That's a difficult question because I'm not too impartial about both. No, okay, no, here's the thing, right?
You've seen both though, right?
Let me.
Okay.
Hang on. Let's see.
He's probably Googling it right
now. Okay, I think maybe Nike's got the dub on this one. I think the Nike's got the dub on this one. I mean, 100%. I love red and black, but at the same time, I think Nike's got the dub on this one.
Yeah.
Anyway,
they both
guys,
look
like
good though, but I just really like the high
the
ones?
form factor. Yeah, the high cut. I'm not too much of a fan of high cuts actually. I feel like, okay, so high cuts are supposed to protect your ankles when you're playing, but when it's just casual wear, it's really annoying. I don't even wear high cuts when I used to play for. Yeah. Anywho, guys, thank you for the patience, for bearing with us. For we'd just like to thank everybody who in the back end making this as smooth of an experience as possible, because there's a good reason why we have technical pause. Obviously, it's not like they just throw that out there. But anyway, back on whatever topic we had under the sun. I feel like this is the perfect moment to. That is such a timely spray. Please be patient. No. No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Raph doesn't like anime.
Look what you've done. You scared it away.
Oh, I think we're back. There you go. All right. We fixed everything. We've thoroughly annoyed the audience. Perfect. And in 10 seconds, we'll see if it's a 6-6 or 7-5. It's so simple. It's that easy.
It's so easy. To quote. Round number 12 is at hand. It might unfold before our very eyes. Like I said, shower control. Say a pretty ancient strat, but still a very effective one. The Rolling Thunder is going to leave Kelly, and the rest of the RRQ boys out to dry. But look at this. They're taking the fight to them. Rabbit takes the teleporter. And he falls as Zappy gets Nexi. And everybody's here. I mean everybody. 3v2 now. The spike not anywhere convenient for Bren, as Brain Freeze, who was the hero of the last round, is getting prowled on, is getting hit by absolutely everything. He has to run out. Oh my goodness, look at that movement though.
Launching smoke.
The movement saves him. Puts the smoke down. Tries to go for a bit of a bait play here. Potentially could go into showers, get a massive flank, kill everybody. But he knows that they know that. So the no mix-up is in place here. The question is the timing. Now Draxi, he's anticipating. Like I said, he's waiting for that to come. Look at Rabbit. Very, very patient, Astray. Brain Freeze could potentially find him when the smoke does dissipate.
30
but
seconds
that's going
left.
to be an extra 5 seconds. Oh, never mind.
Well, that was a really good punish from RRQ, though.
Switching sides.
Again, it's kind of the same ideology when you try to push through hookah and there's a Raze waiting at A main teleporter, right? Or A short teleporter. You can get thrown a nade, and in this case, you get thrown the whole enchilada, which is the Rolling Thunder and basically everything that is available for RRQ, and it just messed up Bren so much. They were able to back away just a tiny bit, but you saw how much RRQ were already seeing that Bren was struggling to get out of that position, and they pressed on, and they got themselves a solid round.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't touch Crazy Steve's enchilada. It will bring you bad fortune. As RRQ and Bren, they do have this tied up, so this next half, it's still going to be a bit of a reset. Hitting that neutral ground, that neutral state. As the halftime pauses here. Everybody on Bren does have a fairly equal frag distribution. But RRQ, they've been handling that onslaught, that double duelist setup very, very well. I'm not sure how this is going to bode for them now that they're on the defensive side. Although Raze, like you mentioned, is very good on this map. This combo has been tried and tested many times. And this could come down as a comfort pick for Bren, which has been, you know, it's been working. It's 6-6.
True. This just means that they have to be a lot more proactive on the defense, right? Because I don't really assume that they're going to play this retake style. It will feel that the post-plan setup just might feel a lot stronger for RRQ, or if they don't play it as proactive, at least a lot more lurks, I guess. But there's a lot to say about this. Once the gun round comes, we'll see how that interaction goes. But Pistol still very much up into the air. Yeah, this is still going to be a toss-up, at least for now. But you can already see the setup for Bren. It's the double swing outside of hookah. What's the set strat here? Throw nade from Savvy, or they're just going to wait inside and then just cut them to pieces as they start to go in? What's the buy, or what's the weapon purchase for EJ and Savvy? It's both ghosts. And they're going to be up against about 3-4 members of RRQ that might be checking this one. Savvy is holding, gets spotted, tries to challenge, but he's committed even more than this fraction of a second, and he gets immediately botched from hookah here, forcing EJ and Hot Sauce to just concede the angle already. And as they peek through B main, there's the Prowler. He bumps into his own teammate. This is not good. Hot Sauce is by his lonesome. Once already onto the side, and Kelly S rips it wide open.
And like you said, the defense is getting stretched out pretty thin here for Bren. An unhealthy amount of RRQ has made themselves at home on this B site. Bren.
One enemy remaining.
Not many people, but we know how lethal these pistols are. RRQ, they definitely understand the capability and the power of this. Symbol has to run away. Really no point in trying to save here. Tuga does find him in the very end. I just realized, Asarai, that since Bren doesn't have a Sentinel, they're not really going to have a hard stop, or at least a buffer for them to realign. So if they get overrun, then they're going to get overrun.
That's probably why they wanted to really commit that peak from Savvy. Of course, it was very close for him, but again, you saw RRQ's set strat there, trap, is if Savvy commits, right? And if he gets the kill on Kelly, yes, he will not be able to escape because the fault line was there to punish him. So whatever happened, but Savvy definitely needed to get that one pick off, and you saw how just easily Bren's defense just crumbled there. The use on the Prowler and B long as they try to take a little bit more map control, and he just got easily dismantled here. Now Bren, no force buys. Maybe just that one from EJ with the shorty, but it's all the way onto the A side, and already RRQ. Mad scramble. So with EJ here, but Savvy's onto the corner. I don't think he was spotted, but he's popping a lot of shots through the smoke, and now he gets hello. EJ, as he tries to be cheeky again, that distance from the weapon shortened with the shorty. No chance in heck that he's going to be able to sneak by and get that free kill that he was hoping for.
I hope the positioning is not going to be like this when the actual gun round happens, because they really don't have a way of backing up Xavi. Again, that's a lot of faith and a lot of trust towards Xavi, which is fair. But you're supposed to trust your teammates. But again, on paper, right? On paper, since they don't have that sentinel that stops Xavi from getting overrun like this, it's a little suspicious that Bren are playing, or at least putting their players where they are. Maybe if they had a little more forward support from Elbow, or if Hot Sauce was there just a little bit earlier, then that could have worked out. If the flash came and whatnot, but I understand why they wouldn't want to do that. They didn't really have the weapons, but now maybe we're going to see that full utility come to fruition. Default take yet again on B Long. They go for that anti-flash temporary Astra smoke, but so far none has been thrown. I think Hot Sauce got the read on that fake flash is going to spot out the backline, but Kelly S was fully aware, fully engrossed with this 2020 vision. And it looks like Brain Freeze is on site duty this time around. The smokes are gonna come. Everybody's gonna run into Hot Sauce. How long can he hold the line is the question. It's actually Brain Freeze fall first. Hot Sauce gets 2. He's good for 2. Duge with 2 to his name and 2 on his name gets the spike down. And now the scythe has fallen into the hands of RRQ again. Look how scattered Bren are. They are going to be attacking from all 3 sides. They're not going to have the most support, so they have to time this perfectly. EJ gets Duge. He opens it up, makes this very, very possible, but now they have to collapse. They have to use these numbers while they can, and Xavi and EJ, the duelist duo, clean up RRQ. They stumble, and the round has been taken away by Bren.
Not overly expensive for Bren, mind you, as Hot Sauce makes that endeavor. I'm not sure if I'm seeing the audience is seeing a little bit of hiccups in my.
I'm not entirely sure if you're seeing the exact same thing. Yeah, you guys can see the replay fine. Amazing.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
No, I think as we are on round 16 here, an aggressive take towards short. So I think I take a guess here. Bren hold on to shower still valiantly as well as they can. They will hit the C's and the pain shell on a few players. Actually, no, none of them gets hit at all. And we have a little bit of a take that's potentially happening as you see the anti-flank being committed on one side of the map and a little bit of a gunfight ensuing.
All right. We're just gonna march on in and basically get everything handed for RRQ here. Bren, what's the setup right now for them? Can they even play the retake? Look at how just far back EJ is. He's waiting for somebody to check maybe the tripwire, but no one's there, and he's taking a very long time. So this is turned into a 2 versus 5 in a way. And Brain Freeze and teammate, that's gonna be Hot Sauce, might be looking to actually challenge something. Kelly S is about to go for the swing, waiting mayhaps, but there's no real need for him to do that. No time for the defuse as well. This offense from RRQ, incredibly solid. Is Brain Freeze really going to go through the TV here? Gets spotted, tries to look right behind him, but they were so prepared for the cheekiness, for the sneakiness of Bren and RRQ, starting to build up a bit of a lead.
This defense, it's a little, struggling a little bit. It's mighty struggling. As this pause, I would only assume it's going to come from the Bren side. Something has to change with their defensive rotations. They try to be aggressive towards B long. The presence was all towards A. So they have to make a hard read here. And this is definitely the problem, the con of not having a sentinel. Just really having that reliable kit to just kind of leave alone. You know, the independence to hold a site.
So again, we fall back to the same question that we had when they had the pistol purchase, right? What do Bren need to do to adjust with this particular comp that doesn't feel that it has a ground to stand on, right? Because they don't have a sentinel. It's all about free movement from Bren here. But when they're against RRQ that basically have a gravity well, a fault line, nades being thrown out, and then for the flank they have these tripwires. Where does Bren even try to actually do that free movement of theirs? Right? It feels like they have to just 3-peek something every time and hope that maybe they can get 1-2 frags without taking too much damage of their own.
I think we saw this type of comp, obviously without Fade in APAC. I think it was Boom who tried to run this, and I think they lost to Onyx on Bind. They tried to go for a double innie, but I really don't think this is the place for a Sentinel, or rather a composition without a Sentinel. You just kind of need that hard stopper because it's such a tiny map. It's really just a few steps away from everything. Now RRQ, they put their grubby mitts all over Shower. I don't think that'd be sanitary, but they do have orb control, so their ultimate is gonna look far more their ultimate economy is gonna look far more impressive than Bren. Now they go for that passive take. They have Brain Freeze, I think, playing bench. So assuming that Symbol's gonna play off that contact, that Prowler is gonna find him. The Haunt is gonna come his way. The Spooky Balloon does get denied. Rabbit, I don't think they know! He nearly gets 2, but is only unfortunately enough to find 1. That's right, my goodness, the guns are pretty much even at this point now. The Showstopper doesn't hit anything, and Kelly S, surprised, he's gonna reaggress, but no, he does find a little bit of solace behind this Cosmic Divide. They have to explode at the same time, but little do they know there's already a firing squad waiting on all possible angles. I love this wall. I think this is one of the best walls for the anti-retake. The flash is there. They all line up, and they get shot down. The shooting gallery was open for RRQ.
And they were so ready on that aggressive peak. What? I do have to ask, what's the timer on the wall? Maybe a good 10-15 seconds, right? Again?
Something like that.
Could they have at least gone the direction of just waiting for the wall to drop down rather than for the flash? Because, again, with this one, even if they do get that one, it's not instantaneous again with that Sky Flash. And everybody was so prepared that they could just hide behind the wall. If the Sky Flash did pop, that would just mean to Brennan, oh, we flashed like maybe one person. And nobody was actually flashed because they were hiding all behind. And that specific angle for who was it? For RRQ was so that I would have fooled Bren. So, yeah, too bad, so sad.
It is a mighty long 21 seconds, as well. So maybe if they did hold out just a little bit longer, the gunfight would have made their timing for the defuse that much more difficult. Now the defense is on a much more active play, a motion play from Bren. They take control of market. But the entire A side has been overrun yet again by RRQ, who have been far more impressive on this attack. Now Kelly S can't find the first shot. This eco's not gonna go down too well for Bren. Symbol's the last one alive. And him and his trusty 6-shooter, we trust his aim. RRQ, they are as sharp as a nail, and now they look to overrun as they take this 11th round.
And Bren's chances are dwindling more and more. They've committed to the double innie, the double duelist, but somehow they can't just double down in being able to find the rounds in the second half. A tough resort here. I mean, there's only 4 rounds separating them, right? But RRQ very close to that finish line. Almost able to cross it. 2 more rounds is what they need to go. This might be the final hope for Bren. If they can't get this, they might not have enough money for that next round. There's a lot that RRQ can bring to the table. Again, the Showstopper, excuse me, not the Showstopper, but the Rolling Thunder is available for Draxi here. A misstep could be what makes or breaks it for Bren. The smoke dissipates. Brain Freeze is making a lot of noise here. It's double checks onto bats. Tuge hoping that somebody gets a little bit cheeky Brainfreeze makes a lot more noise here. That'll just give more information for RRQ that the Brimstone is here, but they're not going to be fearing that. I think they're prepping up a short for the moment, trying to see if the camera will spot out a key member. And again, EJ hasn't had any chance to do anything because he doesn't know that nobody's holding his lurk. It's just the tripwires there. And here's the commitments again on the ultimate, charging it on through. Helios just deep dives onto Shower. And look at the pinch happening here. But somehow maybe Bren can fight. Yes, Savvy and Brainfreeze make a case. It's a good one. And they're saying, Your Honor, we're here to judge the opposition. We're here to judge the offense. And it is not good, at least for now. But still, RRQ hold the advantage.
That they do, convincingly, in fact. Bren, they stay alive. They give themselves a little more room to work here. And the swing is still very much doable. But look at this. Just looking at the individual performances, Kelly S is a man on a mission. He knows that all he has to do is take as much space. And without the Sentinel, it's that much easier. I think personally, if Bren wanted to run a no Sentinel comp, maybe it would have been better if they had an Astra or a Viper who are pseudo Sentinels in their own right. But again, hindsight is 2020.
Last player.
They really could not have done the explosiveness on this defense. Now yet again we go on a technical pause, Asarai.
Ah, yes. Here it is again. Well, yeah. I was gonna say just a quick little recap here. It's still definitely not over for Bren, but I think that was just an anomaly of a round because of how well Savvy and Brainfreeze were not flushed out of Bats, right? So what happens if the offense is gonna be on B? Right? There is a lot more scarier things that you have to be afraid of when it's the B push, because backside, you basically get thrown a nade, a gravity well somewhere, the follow-up on the C's. Just looking at the skills alone, it is going to be incredibly scary. So thankfully, we don't have to wait too long to see what happens. I am curious how this throw for Simple... Does this actually have a lineup? I think he probably has a lineup, right? There it is. He's going to throw it out. It is going to pop out right on top, and it actually spots a good chunk of the members here of RRQ. Brainfreeze immediately committing the molly very early on. And RRQ is going to take mind of that.
Yet another innocuous period in time as the defaults they have once again reared their heads here. Bren, they don't really want to overstep, and RRQ, they don't want to accidentally throw a good lead. Considering that if they lose this round, actually they still have a decent buy. It's Bren who are on a bit of a tightrope here, as Shower's control has been really the name of the game for both these teams. The orb has not been taken by anyone, but Brainfreeze, he will march forward, relaying much needed information to his team. But the timing is in fact not working out for Tuge. With a lone defender on Showers gone, Rabbit has the leeway to really just kind of assert his dominance here. But there's nobody there to assert too, as most of RRQ, they've ganged up, they've coagulated towards short. No! Wow, even stunned up. Kelly S is absolutely magnificent, hitting him with the magic trick there, the hat trick. And now U-Haul seems to be pretty occupied. Kelly S has no way of healing up, but Draxi, I got you, he says. Fighting Zavi, and now EJ all on his lonesome on this side of the map as his teammate, Hot Sauce, who is still trying to rotate here. The dog is gonna come trying to pull attention, but they know where one is. He's only good for one. Rabbit has a crossfire, and now patience. Patience is all RRQ need. They've been routing, they've been practicing, and they've looked super refined. EJ, we've seen him pull some stuff. I don't think this is one of them. Oh, time is winding down, and this is pretty much it. He gets two, though! Could potentially get the third, but no! Rabbit, who has become a predatory animal. Finishing EJ off, and now it is at the cusp of match point, or at least taking this map away from Bren.
I don't think EJ would have had enough time, even if he got that third shot off of Rabbit, to actually defuse the spike, despite the possibility of that clutch. And he used... I don't think he was actually spotted by the camera, and he broke that so quickly too. Plus, he expended the dash so early. as well as the Cloudburst, because he was expecting that he was going to find at least one player, maybe even two of RRQ to get things started, which is, granted, not a bad idea, but because of that, he didn't have anything else to play against in that 3 versus 1, so it's all down to just the raw aim for EJ. He's almost always good for it, but there's just that certain times that might just falter just a teeny tiny bit, and we do see it there. 4 steps for Bren, 1 more for RRQ. And we'll see how they do about this. I was worried that they might not have enough money, but somehow they're still able to wrangle up even an operator for EJ. So this could be something, but this is definitely a Hail Mary pass. You do not want EJ to have an op in bind. It feels incredibly risky, especially about this explosive shock and awe combo that RRQ have kind of set up.
I'm surprised they didn't go for the op sooner, or they didn't try to set up the op sooner. Kelly's might have
no way.
A field day again. The showstopper is here. EJ's been accurate, but no. The rocket prevails. It's not precision. It's a sledgehammer, and Brain Freeze brings it down on RRQ.
One enemy
reducing their numbers to absolutely nothing, and Brain Freeze comes up huge. Duke is the last one alive, and Symbol will even cut him down where he stands. And Bren, they stay alive for yet another round, yet another go at overtime.
Can I get a drop?
Now, you just know right now that Bren, they are coming at this with heroic plays after heroic plays. Look at that, I was very worried again for EJ there. Was not able to make it happen, but this so controlled from Brain Freeze. Incredible. I don't even say, I'm even gonna not call it now. He's not underrated. He is just rated. The rated R. Oh wait. Superstar.
Well, actually,
Somehow.
I feel like that's fitting. I feel like that's fitting from, you know, everything that's happened. And
oh, true.
My goodness, he is wearing that title so well. Because again, Freeze, sometimes you might not have the biggest games in terms of numbers, but you know he's gonna leave his mark no matter what happens. And he's ready to spear the competition. Maybe even bring the Brood with him. This is definitely the time he has to. He has to bring it, or at least elevate his team. RRQ, they do get that timeout, and they're going to have some choice words for whatever has happened. And EJ, despite not finding the value in the operator in the previous round, they go for it anyway. Hopefully the script will change for them, and the fates will smile upon this squad in black and yellow. Which is Bren, don't be confused.
Well, I mean, if it was black and blue, I would have been very confused. But thankfully, he said yes. We're fine. Whoa! That's cool. It's like a double rainbow.
Double rainbow. Oh my goodness. We are going back to that. As no matter how intense the match gets, the double rainbow will always be present. And now we are going to have a bit of a trip with Kelly S here, who's been an outstanding performer, Aster. I believe he is up to, what, 32, 33 kills now? 30 even, minimum.
Yeah? Not bad. He's been getting the one-up from Savvy ever since, right? Because Savvy has just adamantly defended U-Haul by his lonesome. And it's a valiant effort, but Kelly S has gotten the better of him more times than not. Brain Freeze has spotted how the whole kit and caboodle, the RRQ roster, they can always back away to TP, which is good. But they're actually going to commit the fight outside of U-Haul. Spots out basically nobody. Rabbit backs away. Everybody's freaking out a little bit here, but it's all about that controlled play. They have not cleared out the showers. And there it is. The drawback. Hot Sauce misses the shot, and he'll allow the rest of RRQ to reign rampant onto the B site. 1-for-1 in terms of the trades. He will allow Draxi to pick up a Vandal here, and that might not be the best of decisions. He will be able to counter at least a plant with the orbital. He will still have some time, but this will at least incapacitate one of the players as soon as he is planting in! The Brain Freeze just get the shot through the wall! Wrath! He might have made it happen! No, not yet! They're gonna have to play the retake here! 3 versus 3!
Barely.
It's not yet over! Barely indeed! Savvy holding outside of elbow. He's about to hit him, but his teammates are incredibly low. He's gotta have to make this happen right here, right now. Savvy ignites the fight. There it is, coming through. Savvy. Kelly S comes in for almost the clutch. He's able to isolate, but Savvy gets the 3K. The time for the defuse, more than enough. and they keep the dream alive for the first game.
Bren, once again, they're believing and they're surviving is what's important. 10-12 now. This is anybody's game at this point, considering that this is a force, or at least another bye on RRQ. This is going to be their last one of regulation. If they drop this, EJ still holding on to that operator. The fact that he has it, it's enough to deter RRQ from taking some specific angles. Like you said, Asteroid, this is pretty much do or die for map 1. Round 23. Do we see a change in a defensive rotation? No. Xavi might consider being a little more passive here. It has not bode well for him trying to fight for Hookah. And here's that bot. The bots are going to meet. And they're going to have a little bit of the Doom Roomba dance. Both eliminated from contention. Kelly S tried to crawl from Hookah. And a little bit of an exchange of fire here. Just blind fire, trying to do unconfirmed damage to each other. But that's a lot of utility being thrown out. And I believe that I think this utility shuffle is going in the way of RRQ. We still have the stars, a full set of Astra stars, I believe. And now we have the Rolling Thunder coming out. That's going to tag up anybody who's holding towards Murder Hole. But Kelly has to find Xavi a crucial whiff. Despite winning that previous round, could it be a potential overheat? But look at that. The Seas nearly gets one. The Molly does tickle Rabbit a little bit. The Nightmare comes. And Hot Sauce, he has to make a choice, has to make a mad dash. And he is getting harassed by all this utility. But this could be the hallway of death. The red lightsaber comes, but no. Simba holds on. He denies Rabbit of any position. And Bren, they move forward. Given a little bit of space, but look at all this utility that they have to wade through. Brain Freeze and Hot Sauce are the heroes. But Nexty gets found, gets swung on. And Bren, they've secured an 11th round for themselves.
Okay. Ooh. Oh, hello. Okay. Oh, okay. You know what? I do not have the cojones to be able to defuse, to swap the defuse like that, but Bren do. They have absolutely
the spike is here.
Clear water idea of how many seconds was left on that spike. But I will say though, you talked about how Savvy might have overheated, which I definitely do agree, but there also was some moments of overheating there from RRQ themselves. I think Rabbit just overextended a little bit to the elbow and got a bit overwhelmed. I mean, to be fair, he did get the support from the fault line of Draxi, which made him incredibly confident, but just a little bit too much deep into, as I said, the death pit, the death halls of elbow. And that definitely gave Bren a lot more security on their own end to start pushing in and trading in for that round victory.
It's not something you want to do as a Fade either. We've talked about how Fade is amazing in the backline. The longer she stays alive, much like all of our other supportive roles in the game, just find so much value. But once again, sometimes it's good to go against the grain, and if the play goes well, then it could snowball to potentially a map-winning situation. But that was not meant to be, as now Rabbit has to settle for a Bulldog. Draxi as well, a similar story. Nexi, and all these players, including Tuge, have to carry lighter armor here. It's really only Kelly S who has a full shields, a proper rifle, and has... I believe he has the showstopper. Yes, he does. And that being said, Astray, this ult economy is really going in the way of Bren now. They have Seekers, so once again, I don't think they want to overplay this. They have every single thing to work out for them. Absolutely. He spots the arm. Hello, Rabbit! And he has been hunted down. Oh my goodness.
Well, I guess he can't write no more.
No, because he's dead. He lost his arm. He died.
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, EJ repositions for B long, but there's about 2-3 people waiting on the swing, but it's Hot Sauce first on the first contact. EJ whips out the blades, but somehow Kelly S gets into the side. Tuge finds another one. They might have actually dismantled his defense. Hold on. Symbol is still here. Anchoring at the side. Tuge! He finds a pixel angle. And now Bren might have overreached. Kelly's is still playing here. I'm not sure if the Boombot will actually spot him. He's smartly just backing away. Savvy had a good day in a long while. He spots out Kelly's already, but he's really prone to overcommitting to these. He does have brain freeze. Cool, calm, and collected. 20 seconds, can always TP in. He's used the molly. He knows that they're still here onto the site. And he will plant for default first. Double up. Kelly's denies it. The nade up once again. Brain freeze gonna get swung very easily here. They're about to go in against him. And RRQ dismantle the defense for the first game win. What a round from Tuga and Kelly's.
What a round indeed. I honestly thought that this was already gonna go in the way of an overtime. But no. Denied by the explosive attack. And look at that, RRQ. Nexi and Flash always has the best post-game cams.
It's a circle.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Well, circle does, you know, symbolize continuity and eternalness. So their eternal bond have made it so that RRQ can win it. What a fantastic, fantastic game overall. Bren just, they were shy of pushing it to overtime out of regulation, but somehow the lead just got lost. Just got lost, Raph.
Well, we saw yet again an outstanding effort on the side of Bren, and they made major strides. But that map loss could potentially shake things up, as I believe that was their pick. And we see where the economy really takes a dip. It does go for a bit of a dance towards the mid rounds there. But do you think this could have been a symptom of the composition? Do you think if they had a little more utility on those retakes, it could have been a bit better? Because the gunfights definitely went, I would say it went either way, but the utility shuffle was just very, very powerful. Kelly's dropping 34 with the ACS 400. Oh my goodness. 2.8 KDA.
Oh, I was gonna agree with you there for the most part, because again, a lot of those rounds just felt like they needed somebody to hard anchor a site that allowed, I guess, less rotations to come from Bren. Because I think if you were just checking out the minimap for most of the rounds that Bren was on the defending side, EJ and maybe someone else just keeps rotating back and forth, I think, because even though they do have that double initiator, this isn't the Sova, so they couldn't have a clear-cut understanding of where the rest of the players are, all that good stuff, and it really made it difficult for Bren to guess what really happened. So I think what they kind of fell back on was, if they can have anchors on the site, these anchors have to have value and really stop at least majority of what RRQ were trying to do. That is incredibly risky, but somehow they managed to make it happen. But you really do see, I think, the difference if they might have had a Sentinel. That being said, Bren just did almost enough to push it to a possible overtime. I think there were just some matters of them being a little bit too rambunctious at certain points, which made it so that RRQ would just be, oh, okay, free kill here. Or I was expecting you to do this because you're being a bit too overzealous with how you peek.
Yeah, and I just want to go back to what you said about a lot of the players on Bren have to constantly move. And a lot of people tend to miss the importance of the seconds you burn while you're moving. Because when you're moving an attack shooter, right, especially at this level, you're not going to be looking directly ahead of you. You're going to be checking your minimap. You're going to be checking everything else. Because most of the time when you're on a safe rotation, you're going to be assessing how do I want to play this when I get on site? Where do I want to try to take a fight? How do I want to use my utility? So when you're in motion like that, it's a constant mental shuffle. Like I said, there's a lot of doing too much at times. But then again, I feel like Bren were kind of forced to do that.
Yeah. And, I mean, there's nothing wrong about it. They still were able to adjust almost in the nick of time. I think the factor about them just getting caught by RRQ was the biggest thing. And again, it's nothing that you can really be prepared for. You just have to see it and react to it, and they were not able to react, especially in that last round. That being said, we are going to go into a break. When we come back, game number 2. This 2-0 that we saw from Bren last time kind of going a little bit topsy-turvy here, guys. So we'll come back after that short break to see if it's RRQ to clean out the round, or are we going to go for a game number 3. So don't go anywhere.
Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go, go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they start. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go, go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot.
The clutch is something that we often love to watch, and we've seen our share, especially in this series alone. But unfortunately, Bren could not pull one out of the hat in map 1. Welcome back, guys. My name is Raph. That smiling fellow over there with a headband is Asarai. He's smiling even more now. But yes, guys, map 2. Wow, RRQ. The way that they kind of played around that composition. Again, just not having a Sentinel and a hyper-specialized comp. Kind of asking for trouble sometimes because it is incredibly high execution.
Yeah, and whether that was a majority of what led to Bren ultimately losing, who's to say, right? There were some portions, again, that Bren really did struggle without that proper Sentinel, just to kind of keep the sights a lot more locked when RRQ were trying to open things up. It was very difficult for them, and we did see Bren, again, definitely take the brunt of that, especially with Savvy, who was playing a lot of Newhall and just losing time after time to Kelly. Yes, I think there was one point that Kelly actually got stunned, and he still got that one shot off with the Phantom as he was looking dead in the sights of Savvy. Just the pure confidence from Kelly right now. And, well, it has allowed, again, RRQ to just look so consistent in that game. Even though it ended 13-11, it felt like Bren was always at the tail end of chasing what RRQ was leading with.
And the chase, I believe it's still going. I think this is a very, very sweet start to the revenge tour of RRQ. Again, if I'm not mistaken, Asra, it was Bren who cut them down earlier in our stage. And now we are at the playoffs. This is the grandest stage, or at least at the moment, for our region. And this is where all our teams turn up. It's truly a different environment now.
And speaking of environments, we actually have the same again, as I mentioned during the start of the series, the same map selection, almost the same map selection that we had the last time that these teams faced against each other. The only difference is, other than Haven for map 3, it will be Ascent. But here in Icebox, this was a map that I think was a lot more solidified by Bren. That being said, though, they haven't had the best of at least experiences from the most recent match that they had against Alpha Esports, where they did get clobbered, I think, for lack of a better term, by Alpha Esports Pro. And with this new rising RRQ with a different agent composition, not roster, but agent composition per se, this could, again, put Bren in a weird little spiral, especially if they don't adjust properly. We did see the last time that Bren, I believe, has put a lot of emphasis on their Icebox. It did look a little bit more solid than previously. We did see Hot Sauce, who was on a chamber, switch up to the Killjoy. It allowed them for a lot more solidity in how to solidify their defense and everything. But we'll see how they fare up against RRQ here, who I feel could still merit the benefits of maybe having a double initiator, depending on which side they do start in this particular map. If I do check my stats real quick, or in my notes real quick, they will be starting this off with attack. There we go. It's actually right there in front of the screen. I was looking away, looking at my notes.
Sometimes what you need to look at is exactly in front of you, as we are gearing up for this icy encounter. Zavi's on that KO again. We have a pretty similar... I don't think they changed anything comp-wise in their last match to this one.
Yeah.
Tuge on that signature Viper of his. We've talked about how impactful he is here and how he has made this his moneymaker. So potentially, that in combination with Bren's inconsistency and Icebox, this could be a dangerous mix.
I will also say, though, I think up against a Viper's Pit, and this is just me feeling out what we've kind of casted and seen stat-wise, right, and everything. I feel like RRQ, Secret, and maybe Alpha Esports Pro are the better teams to actually play retake or just play overall inside Viper's Pit compared to any other team we've seen here. I think we've seen Bren, Oasis, SBE struggle inside the Viper's Pit, and Icebox always will force you to play that in certain rounds. So this is going to be incredibly dangerous because, again, you mentioned Tuga goes back on this Viper every single time, and he's incredibly scary when he plays that Viper, especially, again, in that ultimate of his.
That we will see that be put to the test here as the rounds are going to begin. I think Bren has a different configuration for this too. They put, I believe it was Zavi on that stage that really emphasized on the mid control and taking tube and whatnot. But maybe they did something in the back end here to sway the players to have a different approach. As B is going to be completely vacated of any presence on the side of Bren. RQ, they crawl up, they walk up. Find no resistance whatsoever, so this plant is going to be free as can be. Except Nexi is going to take a considerable amount of damage. He will get it back as a temporary decay. It's not going to put him out of commission permanently yet. Now, a little bit of contact from Yellow. As Bren, they still try to find their footing here and where they really want to fight.
Flashes are going to get thrown. And now it's, oh, great lineup from Tuge there. Through the smoke, he knows where it is. Gets a nice little pop shot for versus 4. The wall drops down and all hell breaks loose. Let's see who gets on top first. As Recon Dart is exposing a lot of the players here right now, and Hot Sauce is hitting beautiful, amazing, clutch-worthy shots to 3K for him. But maybe not the timer. 1 more second to go. Oh my goodness.
40.
Every single time around. Exactly.
I don't know why it's like that for us. I mean, every single defuse has to put us at risk of having a heart attack. I mean,
that'll put some hairs on your chest.
And could put you in a coffin. Guys, if you don't know what cardiac arrest is, I hope you are aware of what that might bring. Come on now.
You know,
put some hair on your chest. I don't know, man. I think I like staying alive.
Yeah, same. As the Bee Gees have mentioned way too many times in their song, you know, it's nice to be staying alive, staying alive. Ow, 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 ow. Yes. And EJ finds a pick on B main as he spots out Rabbit with the spike, mind you. So this will force the rest of RRQ to play retake or just scramble and try to hope that they can find something. Speaking of something, Nexi, very small margin of error, still somehow finds the one on Hot Sauce. It's all down to Draxi, who peeks out, but EJ too quick on the flick. Hits it. Easy.
Can't blame it on the Knights on Broadway, as that was a very, very clean second round for Bren here. RQ, they have the upgraded gun, so by right, they should have this in the bag. Unless they fumble or at least have a major fumble. Like you mentioned, Nexi did have that follow-up shot, but the margin for error was just insurmountable at that very moment. Looks like they're going to go for a default this time around. Maybe set up anti-flank, put a little presence towards mid with that toxic orb. But no, they go for the very quick route here. They take second floor control. They have nest control already. Kelly, yes. Bren, all they have to do is sit pretty. They have the wall to assist them with whatever damage they're going to be lacking. But instead, they push out. Draxi punishes Zabi. And this is not looking too good as EJ uses the verticality. Nexi gets a double kill, though. And my goodness, was it challenging for our Sova player Symbol to find that dart there. A good few seconds being spent to try to flush it out. Brain freeze and Symbol. Last members alive on Bren and RRQ. They put the spike down on A.
Well, not yet.
Not yet, yeah.
Yeah, now they do. There it is. You know, Symbol, he's been the great aim clutcher for Bren for a lot of these rounds. Brain freeze spotted already, but I don't think he's had enough or has had good luck with his utility usage. I think we saw that the last time they were in Icebox where his shock dart lineup would just not really find any margins. And there you go. He hits so much, but somehow the darts just don't find their mark, unfortunately. Well, he's going to have to find Mark somewhere else.
Mark. We have so many Marks in VCT.
That's true. Oh, hi, Mark.
Just a random... Oh, hi, Mark. You're tearing me apart, Asarai. Oh, hi, Mark.
I did not hit Raph.
You did not. As we enter yet a very, very cold room. A very freezing room, I would say.
Let's play.
The lineup is already in place by the man of the hour, Brain Freeze himself, to counteract whatever presence that RRQ would love to pressure from mid with. But the same play is going to be in hand. This time around, they're going to have to need a little more resistance. The flick was there, the attempt at the very least. But EJ gets one. Not before he falls, though. And without the duelist and the Sensen on respective sides, this could potentially be a doozy. Kelly S dashing back out, playing, or at least going for the safer routes here. But Brain Freeze proves to be a little too much to handle, just momentarily. And now Rabbit and the rest of RRQ, they just kind of barrel onto site here. Bren couldn't really resist on that one.
Kelly S has played that angle so many times. He just feels like there's going to be an easy pick for him because that wall, even though it's built for the defenders, if he's high enough, you can see all of the tidbits down below. Really good stuff almost here from EJ, but it seems like they're made to play on islands, holding on against these aggressive bunches of invaders, unfortunately. Now we'll see how this goes. EJ, did he actually miss the blades? Oh, we almost missed that. Could have been a big one. Anyways, yeah, I thought he actually got disabled, so he wouldn't have the blades up. That would have been even worse, but at least he had a chance to fight back, but still not enough. The throw on the Nanoswarm from Hot Sauce just a little bit short, and throws another to maybe flush them back, but other than that, they should be just going in the favor of RRQ already. Kelly S has already spotted out one. So repositions again, still has the dash. That's why he's still mulling over the angle here. But, I mean, realistically, what else can Bren really do? Smoke is down, so maybe just a tiny bit of leeway for this. But Kelly, my goodness. Another one on the bag. And it's going to be RRQ building up something.
Is it a snowman, Asarai? Is it a snowman because we're on Icebox? Is that what you wanted to say?
Yeah, but I feel like if Mika's ever gonna watch this live or on broadcast, I might just not reference Disney anymore. I don't want to make her.
I feel so disappointed.
But you guys keep bullying me about...
That's why I keep referencing, so we have more things to make fun of, dude. That's the dynamic. But as we talk about dynamics, the utility is going to come into play. And this time, they've decided that A kind of sucks. We're going to move towards B. We've had some success there, as RRQ would probably think. Killjoy's utility is here. The turret is going to get eliminated, but the alarm bot is going to hold on for as long as it can. And we've seen Hot Sauce be as reliable as he can, and Xavi is going to be the first to fall. And interestingly enough, Bren, they can't seem to find the proper space here. Instead, they find a Kelly S, who's uncharacteristically out of position, trying to take control of Orange here. The support flashes are going to come his way, but Hot Sauce hasn't really moved forward, but doesn't need to hold down the line, waiting for the rest of his team to rendezvous with him. And here we have a bit of a fight towards mid. Now Hot Sauce is stuck. Two fronts that he has to worry about. And Draxi with the spray control. Getting Freeze and Symbol out of the way. And RRQ, they might be overplaying this. Hot Sauce? Hot Sauce? Hot Sauce! Okay. Nexi gets rid of him. He could have... He was like a thief in the night. It's like, you know what? I'm just going to stake it.
Did he have enough time to fight and then have to defuse? I don't think so.
I think barely, potentially.
Yeah. Either way, it's either he committed or not. Well, he committed, so we'll give him points for that. But no dice on the rounds overall. Yeah, I was kind of fortunate. Maybe if he had just a little bit more HP and he was just, spinning around. I don't know. That doesn't usually work, but maybe that case.
Never know. Should have, maybe. But now, like we said, Asarai, B has been very successful for RRQ, as Bren haven't positioned themselves to be in a spot where they can quickly retaliate. The pit is here. This is going to be so difficult on this retake, especially with pistols. I love the insurance on RRQ. They really don't want to waste time to try and wrap up and try to get as many rounds on the board. And now this pit, like I said, it's going to be a solid wall for them. Xavi, though, doesn't really care. He aggresses onto Draxi, very interested in taking that Vandal for himself. But Tuge, or I'm not entirely sure if someone has a sightline on this gun. They get one of it. It's on EJ now. And fearless as always is Xavi. Almost very, very smooth there. Gets a bonus. EJ removes Tuge, so it's going to be a clean fight. But Rabbit, 4K on that eco round.
Player standing.
Bren gonna have to just give that away. Good damage though overall, but again, they just cannot figure out a way to beat down against Kelly S's offense. He always somehow manages to get site control, and that is enough to push back Bren, which allows the rest of RRQ to just play the post. They are so comfortable with setting their utilities. It gives them so much space here. Look at that. Like, again, right? They keep doing it time and time again. This is not madness. This is not insanity. This is just brilliance overall for RRQ. Kelly tries to mix it up. Wants to make it a little bit exciting, a little bit spicy for the relationship of this team versus team fight. But somehow will go the favor of Bren. And it works in their favor as now they've taken down Nexi and Kelly S. There still is the problem of Tuge the Smoker. This is going to be very difficult, but they do have Savvy who has his ultimate. This is absolutely perfect for them to start marching right in. They have the numbers, they have everything. They should not be able to lose this, which they don't. And they will be able to get that defuse on the spike.
Timely, because if they lost that again, yet another eco would have befallen onto Bren. RRQ still trying to establish a stronger lead here, but 2 is all they get. As Bren, they refuse to let Trepidation set in. They're gonna fight tooth and nail for this one. Hopefully the results will be favoring this time again towards them. I think this is gonna be a pause from RRQ. They don't want Bren to make a foundation of momentum.
Enemy remaining.
And with the response and the adjustment, I think B might not be as a sure shot this time around if they ever attack it as quickly like they did in the previous rounds.
And RRQ have immediately called for the timeout here. Probably gonna... I think they know that Bren will have EJ immediately on the operator here. If we didn't see EJ too much on the bind map with the op, this is a map that whenever he has the money to buy, he will almost always purchase this. And he's in the prime position to do that, especially with the blades. So I wonder, what's the mix-up here? Wow, fighting game. Amazing. What's the mix-up here for RRQ? I think this is the perfect time for them to actually bully EJ, now that Draxi does have his ultimate up and running. So maybe a hit would be possible here right now. We'll see how that goes, but looking at the position of where RRQ are going to be situated at, it's going to be another B hit here, Raf.
It could be. It potentially is, but they might shift their timing here just a tiny bit. Again, you can reinforce, or at least enforce, the same mix-up. But timing is the biggest killer here. They know it's coming. They just don't know when. As Brain Freeze has a little bit of a layer of safety here. Nearly gets darted. Looks like the safety's not going to be enough. Kelly S just does not care. Just does not give a single anything, really. Walking up to the pit like that, that's kind of disrespectful. You can't let that fly in your house. Hot Sauce has a different position this time. He did hold down orange, but yellow is the color of his jacket, and he wants to blend in. Camouflage tactics. Draxi, beautiful flash. Nexi, an even beautiful shot. As the duo, they do get tagged up by the Hunter's Fury, but they will have no qualms and no troubles rezzing Draxi up. Getting him back into action here, Asterai. But the scramble hasn't really begun yet. The utility shuffle is still very much into play. Xavi and Symbol, they can get as much information as they can. And Xavi finds Rabbit. 40 seconds left on the clock. I feel like they had a chance to rotate out, but no, they're very stubborn. They want to be headstrong about this. They're here now. They can't really fault, or at least we can't fault them for that. Tuge, very suspicious of what Xavi might do, and the suspicions were correct. Symbol left on his lonesome, gets Tuge, but Nexi trades him very quickly, and now it is 6-3 in favor of RRQ.
A little bit too antsy from Bren, right? Brain Freeze wanted to do more. Thought that maybe they backed away because he broke the Sova drone and got no information of where he really was, but yeah, absolutely right. Hell yes. Don't give a hootenanny about what Bren want to get in terms of that map control. And they made it cost so much. It's just not the operator too. It's the Viper Spit and even more the Null Command from Savvy. And now Bren just have absolutely nothing. Back to the drawing board in terms of the creds.
Back to the drawing board. And like you said, the resources are a little too light. So the choice of chalk, it's not going to be very wide. It's not going to be very deep. You just have to settle for the bare minimum here. Xavi, we've seen them do crazy things on the Marshall. But RQ, they're not going to let that happen. Stuff of nightmares, really. I like the patience from Bren, but they have to make a move here somehow. One way with the cloud burst. Kelly S can't find the shot, not at the moment at least, but that is the widest swing in the universe that eventually pays off for Zabby. Zimbo tried to hold it down with the mobility and the sheriffs, and look at that, the stutter step, the side steps are brain freeze. They're winning the eco, but still they have to stick the defuse somehow. Do they have somebody to stop it? Do they have time? Barely.
More than enough.
Oh my goodness. Was it more than enough? Oh yeah, there it is. 3 seconds, and you can do a lot in 3 seconds. You could, like,
Yes.
blink twice, you know.
Yeah.
At least.
The one defusing was not the one that was knocked out by Draxon when he was there. Anyways, this is kind of like an SBE thing, right? SBE just excel on like sheriff buys, and somehow they're able to make it happen to EJ.
You want to play?
Small margin
Let's
of error,
play.
but he still makes it work so incredibly well. Might have to back away here as he spots out the recon dart and the reach of the hand of RRQ. Backs away. The wall, again, might actually do nothing here. And here's the squeaky scrub-dub-dub. The site itself, nice little counter wall as well, will allow Kelly S and teammates of access. Going on top, and they were setting up lineups. And Kelly S was just right above. Thank you for the free kill. Hello, thank you very much.
Control
yourself. They will have the ultimate, excuse me, from the lockdown to push everybody back. This is a 4 versus 5. The spike plan is actually in default. This is perfect.
No detains, but the space is more than enough, Asteroid. They move forward, they press on, they have control of top pipes at 410. But still, nobody's on that defuse. They really wanna get rid of the presence towards Bell Batuke. It's a timely spray. Do they have time to do this? Is Brain Freeze gonna stick? The mix-up is there. Hot sauce. The shots land. Brain Freeze. It's gonna steal. He's gonna steal it away. Oh, and Nexi, no matter how many custom bullets, how many custom rifles you have in hand. Oh dear me. That was not enough apparently. 5 to 6. Bren, they are inching closer and closer to or at least an even scoreline for the half.
What is up with these Viper players, man? They're so wily. 2K gets a 2K on the ropes, and then Brain Freeze was able to reposition his smoke that allowed him to, as you saw again, just dodge the bullets. Or actually, avoid the bullets of Nexi altogether for that clutch. It was so close. Symbol sees everything. And EJ might need to reposition. Doesn't know where the other one is. Nexi gets another kill. 2K for Nexi as he tries to open up the site. Long range fight with Savvy, but he gets thwarted. And 2K... Oh, the Symbol no? Did he hear the shot dart actually find a target? But 2K repositions, and Symbol might not know the flank around. It's all about this fight right here, and Brain Freeze finishes it off. And as the dust settles, as we finish the half, 6 to 6, we're back again to an even match between these two teams. And again, we're just on the second game.
I don't know what to tell you. If you don't feel the playoff heat, then I don't know what can make you feel the playoff heat. All these maps have been so tightly contested. And at the moment, we don't really see a clear-cut dominating force from both sides. The halftime pause is going to give them just a little bit of time to mull it over. Hey guys, what are we doing wrong? Who and what should be adjusting? But Asarai, I feel like the balance, or at least the balanced approach of Bren to Icebox, I think they might fare better here. At least relative to Bind, where they went for that hyper-specialized comp.
The thing is, the first half ended for Bind 7 to 5.
No, it didn't. It went 6-6.
Really?
Yes.
Why am I? Am I crazy?
Yes.
Crazy for you? Okay.
Guys, I just want you to know that if you can't see me physically, I am staring at my webcam and my camera.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Yes. Absolutely. That's right.
That's right. Yes. Primo casting. Right here, right now.
Yeah. Premier casters, by the way.
Yeah. But I like how you corrected me, you know. I like to be corrected.
I mean, we're not right all the time. It's only natural.
Yeah. No, but the 66 really does, again, put a precedence on things that the first half always feels to be a Bren equal fight. But as we go deeper into these, it feels like the battle of being able to last longer doesn't favor them as much. But again, you were pointing, for Bren.
Oh yeah, actually, like that being said, right? Them enduring is already such a big step in comparison to what we had for Bren in the first stage, where they would play perfect for the first map. They really would play perfect for the first map.
True.
And the next two maps, they really played perfect for the first map. That's all I'm saying. But Rabbit, he finds first blood on the half. Xavi gets the quick trade here. And Kitchen Control looking for a little bit of an appetizer here. As Bren, they do want to get the big bite onto this defense. He has found himself towards the attack respawn this time around. And side control, or at least the side control, has been flipped on its head. They are now going to be attacking from the attacker side of the world. As Duke is going to wait for Nest. Maybe, just maybe, he's going to sneak up on someone, or he's anticipating the second floor, or the Nest hold, the Nest post plant. Brennan, they keep it kosher. They keep it very, very compact. Where is Duge? Where else could he be? He has remained undiscovered despite getting hit by the 0 point.
Oh, this could be terrible though, because Symbol, just how does this keep happening that Symbol's the one that gets picked off like this, right? But anyway, somehow, some way, they're still able to fight. But Kelly S, what a speed demon! Ever so quick, ever so vigilant, ever so furious, able to get through and just get these nasty flicks to finish up the round so cleanly. And he has so much to spare. This Bren fast play, not as effective as they were kind of hoping for.
That is true. A lot of shifting movement on the side of Bren, and a healthy sign of proactivity. But this time around, RRQ still holding down, or back down. The defense proves to be a little too strong, a little too solid. I think Bren is still trying to cause some chaos here, not really going for a textbook attack. But here we go, the second round. The RRQ, they are very, very equipped to take this away from Bren and get as much momentum as they can. And Kelly S on top of pipes. Does he know that EJ is here? Knows. Even gets him out of the way. But the mobility of the pistol is just a little too much to handle. RRQ, though, they quickly clean up that round. There we go. 8th round on the board for RRQ.
Bren will be able to get their gun round once again. Any notable things in terms of the buys? Not really as much. Just Kelly buying his himself a Phantom. Win or lose, he will have himself those blades up and running for that next round. So correct me if I'm wrong, Raph.
You're wrong.
But whoever, okay.
Go ahead.
But whoever wins this, do they secure APAC slot already or not yet?
I think after
whoever
this, we
wins,
still have... I'm
upper
not
finals,
sure.
right?
I think we still have our upper finals. So I think we might have to... Wait, is upper finals already top 2? We have to clarify that. We
I think
don't
top
want to
3.
spread misinformation. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm just confirming. But anyways, we still have upper finals and then grand finals. So grand finals, whoever is there should be APAC secured. Wait, APAC secured is top 3. So whoever gets into this is already, actually, I believe.
Oh,
right?
wow.
Yeah.
The narrative is they're fighting for their chance. Bearing the flag for APAC. And, as much as we love to say that a lot of our teams are deserving, the numbers and the brackets, they just don't care who's deserving or not. It's who shows up that day and who shows up for us. As Symbol, he does find Kelly S. Kelly S did play that position previously. Now with a stifled gun, or at least with a lesser gun, it's not going to be as easy. 2gas found himself behind this box. And no way for RRQ to check. Or rather, Bren to check. Hot sauce, my goodness, he's been on a tear. EJ hit backs him up very, very quickly, but now Draxi is the lone defender, is the lone guardian, the shield of RRQ. He doesn't know that he's taking the high ground. Zappy gets a whiff of him. Oh no, the rope inaccuracy! Draxi gets a 4K even on a Spectre, and that's gonna be the ROG clutch. RRQ, they must be feeling so nice. Taking the gun around away and hampering the progress of Bren.
So, does this mean that his Spectre deflected the rest of the offense on the A side?
One enemy remaining.
Truly a question that only Asarai can answer.
Well, yes, he did.
There you go.
I'm getting messages already that people are like very much bad for you.
For me?
Yeah, because like, oh, you have to deal with Ashrai's shenanigans.
It's okay, guys. It's fine. For the most part. For the part. 4. As we are going to into the round here, nearly lost my train of thought, but the conductor did get the bearing set. The course knocked out properly. This is not going to be as straightforward of a task for Bren, though. They are fighting a very, very healthy economy in RRQ. And these sheriffs, they try to replicate the success, but nope. As these weapons, despite being bonus weapons, very, very strong in the hands of our sharpshooters on the side of Bren. Draxi, though, he still holds down the line. Where is this happening? And now he's repositioned himself. Killjoy lockdown pops. Gives them a little bit of time. That diffuser, or at least that diffuse time, the allowance is not going to be as great. They don't know there's a lurking Fuga here. There we go. The flank of the ages. And RRQ, they hit double digits on Icebox.
That might have been something once again for the for Bren here, but so many unknown variants. They knew exactly where Draxi was because of the utility he was throwing out, but they had no time to really reposition themselves, and Tugesi just clears up everything on A main, belt, all of that good stuff. Just made it very crystal clear to RRQ that Bren, they're on the site, they only have these sheriffs, and unless they guess correctly where this weird game of whack-a-mole against RRQ is, they would have just lost that outright, even though they got the spike and everything else. They got the money, they got everything, but it's the rounds that they're taking a miss, and in the end, isn't that what's most important? 6 to 10, as I mentioned, is a huge gap. It's only 4 rounds, but again, I mean, it's only 3 more steps for RRQ to win this series and secure themselves that APAC slot.
You could say that they're fighting, or at least fighting for that, like I said, chance of representing us, and both would be very proud to do so. Tugi has been turning up. He has a 2 on his name, but he is number 1. He could potentially be the Smitty Werbin Van Jensen of this map. He was number 1.
Sorry.
You can't take it.
Alright. Oh. I'll take it.
That you did, Asarai. As
Yeah.
Lexi might not take anything from anyone here, or at least take no prisoners in this position. Well, they've certainly spent quite a bit of time just dancing around Garage. They finally flushed him out, though. This attack, still, B has been much more successful. Put the wall up, Asarai. Not entirely sure what they can do about this on the retake. The Null Command, I believe that came on the side of... Did both KOs pop their Null Command?
It's only Savvy. Draxi used this one last round, I believe, but that seems to just not really phase RRQ here. They're so prepared for it that as the curtain drops, RRQ are ready for the show. It's only down to 3. There's no flankers for RRQ here wrapping around. But do they really need that?
30 seconds
It's a
left.
bump between Bren and RRQ. The wall goes back up again. But they still have yet to manage to pick anyone. That's why you're seeing Bren at least slowly creep up. They want to find this pick first and foremost. Symbol will have to plan out in the open. Rapid's right on top of this. He can actually stop it as soon as, and there it is. The offense has been dismantled, and it's all down to brain freeze. The classic not going to be enough, but there's so many bodies that RRQ can just throw in the direction of brain freeze that he's just going to melt to the pressure. And 2 more rounds, and RRQ, they're so close to the finish line here, Raph. They're just 1-2 steps away.
It's okay, Rock. You can take your time. Remember, guys, it's not the rabbit that won the race.
One enemy
Rock.
remaining.
Actually, it does look like the rabbit might win the race here. I just realized what I just said. Wow, I can't believe that went over my head. But
Yeah.
these heads-up plays have not. They've been so aware here, RRQ. And once again, we did talk about, and I would say criticize their consistency in the early parts of the stage, but I feel like they've already taken care of that so well. And I might have jinxed that for an Nexi. GG next round at least. EJ, he's been very sharp these few days. The numbers have not been there for him already, or at least today. But still, making an impact is Rabbit, who is, once again, gearing up to finish the race strong, to get that pole position. EJ very low, still leading the charge. Very altruistic of him.
Take flight.
Considering that an ant would land on him and he would just kind of crumble. Oh, and they're stuck here, Asarai. The rotation on the side of Kelly Esther is still not present at all. I think he's just holding for the pinch. That is going to be his go signal.
Oh my
Everybody's just getting peppered down.
Well, with all this pepper throwing from RRQ, Bren are sneezing up and acting up. It's now just brain freeze and simple to remain. They haven't planted a spike. It just dawned on me that they were not able to
30
plummet
seconds
that
left.
ever so important thing that will force RRQ to play the retake. And now Kelly S, after that long walk on the frozen beach, he's going to be able to have the
One
flank of his
enemy
life. All he really has to do is get closer and closer. And 1 more round. Bren stopped at 6, and they have not found anything in the second half. It's just almost the same, but even more so worse than Bind.
Theoretically, if, let's just say Bren loses, right? Again, theoretically speaking, if Bren loses, do you think this map is going to be up there as a target ban for them? Because I don't think we've seen too much success on their icebox.
I think, yeah, but to be fair, they did ban out both Haven and what was the other map? Split. Specifically here for against RRQ, EJ, he's had enough. He's looking for targets left and right, but only he's able to find the one. Maybe that's gonna be sufficient.
Down A.
Looks like it will not be. Somehow, some way, Bren managed to go for this 2 versus 3 situation.
Player standing.
They only do have just Nexi to remain, but Nexi's been hot all week long. Maybe he can make this happen. At the TP, we'll set it up. He's making a lot of noise here. Spot out the first, but Bren finally find themselves something. They've had enough, Rap. They just wanted to go for that aggressive push. And they were able to find it as soon as.
But that's the thing, right? We mentioned them banning out Split, banning out Haven, but
yeah.
I think on the eye test alone, Bren are much more impressive on Haven than they are in Icebox. At least that's what the recent results have been telling us.
That's true. They had like what? More than 50%, 60% win rate on Icebox, right? For Bren?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I think I remember telling this to you yesterday that even though that might be the case, it feels like when it matters the most, that's when just Bren cannot find that success that they're hoping for in a map that, again, I feel is... Yeah, it feels like, the melting ice caps in the North or South Pole. It's kind of crumbling on their feet.
I mean, like I said, right, they made major strides in their mental when it comes to the game, the intangibles. Again, being an esports pro, an athlete in general, it's really most of competition is you kind of keeping it cool, right?
True.
But nerves in big situations is also another thing to consider. Those are so dangerous, and we really see quite a few people get really rattled. Bren is still putting up a good fight, right? But it is quite indicative that you brought up that when it matters the most and they don't show up, there has to be something there. There has to be something that they have to change or adjust. As A is the beginning letter of adjustment, but it also begins, or at least is the first letter of assault, as Kalias positions himself in second floor in the nest towards the sights. Oh, he might fight EJ here. He completely dodges the flash, but can't find the frag. EJ still wins out the duel. Brain Freeze is going to replace him in that position, but Xavi explodes fighting Tuge. And now Rabbit trying to hold down Heaven here. Trying to hold down his side of the map. Throws out as much utility. Not entirely sure what killed Tuge there. Or rather, Brain Freeze. As the scramble continues, this is going to be a bit of a timing that RRQ can swing on, considering Nexi only has...
Oh! This could be atrocious!
Oh my goodness. Ropes. The ropes, man.
Yeah. Rings around the neck, doesn't it? Oof.
Defenders win.
He's gonna choke Bren up. And RRQ loses the fight, and look at the other direction. RRQ win the fight, and
again, look at Flash, and
I love the circle. It's my favorite. It's my favorite shape. Oh,
where?
They were doing a circle. All right, they won the series, and they're gonna go to APAC. They're happy for it. Really, really amazing stuff that came out there from RRQ. What was interesting that I will say here, Raph, in that last round was I think the one utility that did get Brain Freeze was the shot dart from Rabbit, and then EJ just wanted to really plant the spike because he thought that he might have enough time and everything, which he kind of did. But again, really good utility usage from RRQ, just denies so much from Bren. And even though Bren, just looking at the stats here, have technically done more in terms of interaction with maybe the firefights and whatnot, the overall frags and utility usage from RRQ was, I think, just overwhelming.
I think this is something that we have to really thoroughly scrub through the VODs, because once again, we keep saying that they're losing the utility shuffle, but what's allowing them to win that? Has Bren been overextending? Have they been missing some key timings? And just a lot of questions when we go review that, right? The economy was not the most stable thing for Bren either. We just saw way too many eco rounds coming on their side. Granted, this was also RRQ playing their cards really, really well. I feel like one of the most suspicious rounds was when they had the perfect crossfire. There was a wall set up to stop the push from Maze and Main. But Xavi tried to go for the timing instead. He threw an underhand flash, but he gets mauled by the automatic fire. So I feel like if they just kind of played that a little more passive, maybe that round could have been different. But like I said, guys, and as I've said before many times, there's no point in crying over spilled milk. Bren still have an extra life here, but RRQ, they look very strong, and they look very, very convincing.
Yeah. No ifs, ands, or buts. RRQ are your absolute winners in this series. They have really reached the pinnacle here, as you can see, with Rabbit able to reach 19 kills in the second game, able to be the pinnacle of the RRQ roster. Now, with all that being said, it's a quick little gander at the highlights as to what, again, just transpired in that one. I think it really was, I felt like some sort of disjoint for Bren here. Like, they had certain plans in mind, but it's only one person doing it at a time. It feels like there wasn't as much cohesion. Yeah, disjointed, exactly. Oh, that's how he died. Just a tip. Yeah.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
That's true.
One enemy
Oh, well, perfect. Guys, technology is so hard. It's so difficult. Thank you, Director. Thank you. As I was saying, right, there was just so many times where it felt Bren was so disjointed, and Asarai said that's how he died. From the tip. Like I said, man, the tip is too much to handle for some, and it's an enticing prospect for the others. And a lot of VOD to review. Hot Sauce, though, he has been so consistent in the series, now being multi-kill after multi-kill, but Draxi just made so much money out of playing the second floor there. Whether it was him on the ropes or him trying to stop the aggression from the ropes. Standout performance in that specific side, or the side of the map.
Yeah. Well, with all of that, again, RRQ secured themselves, I believe, already an APAC slot, which is incredible. Again,
that, right?
Yeah, I think we have already confirmed it because they're like mad tweeting about it right now. 3 slots is available for PH going into APAC.
Oh, wow.
So if you get into the upper finals already, which is Team Secret and RRQ right now, they've secured themselves that slot, Rav. So now they're just looking to get into the grand finals and having that better seeding in overall. Anyways, we're gonna go on a break. When we come back, it's the interview, and of course, the congratulations, guys, for RRQ again for securing them that slot. For Bren fans, they still have that 1 extra life, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after your break.
me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move on the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It don't matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind.
We are back over here at the VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. Now, earlier, Fluffy, we were talking about how much of an impact a Sentinel role is. And I think Bren Esports should have listened to us, especially in game number 1. Now, the tides have gone in the direction of RRQ. And as we dive into more details of this series, let's hop on into the series highlights to re-witness some of the action. Fluffy, RRQ is on another level over here. Walk us through the strengths that they showed us this game.
I mean, RRQ, the most, in my opinion, best improved team overall since we saw them in the group stages. They came off so strong after that first weekend, even moving on to playoffs, still continuing their win streak all in all throughout the games, starting on Bind. So, you know, the Kings of Kings have really come to take the throne, moving on to the next stage of VCT, but also securing the coveted APAC spot. It's an extra special victory, I think, for their teammates, Nexi and Draxi, of course, honorary students of VCT, always being here for the playoffs, but finally breaking that curse and making it from playoffs to now that APAC qualified spot. The team has always had their flexibility, and especially here on Bind, we see Kelly S really made the most of it. He was able to secure so many important rounds for the team, even dropping a 34 bomb on the way out from Bind and moving into Icebox. Here in Icebox, you know, the team is still ice cold in Icebox. RRQ again started shaky a bit on the pistol, but managed to convert that into a chilling attack streak, with Rabbit and 2G or Tuge making so much space for their team. But as it converted though on the second half, the remorseless winter that RRQ provided really shattered the attack, of the opposing team, Bren Esports. I think it really silenced Bren Esports' dreams at the end of it for the upper bracket, but that still leaves room for them to maybe claw their way back during the lows.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit tragic that Bren Esports will be facing elimination tomorrow, but for RRQ, man, that was one of the strongest showings we've seen from them since the group stage. It's one of the more dominant ones, most definitely, considering that they did go up against Bren Esports, and it was incredibly close in the first match, or in the first game. I really thought that we would see overtime there. However, RRQ, they weren't having any of it, man. They were able to clutch it out when it mattered the most. They kind of teased Bren a little bit, let them get to 11 rounds, and then on Icebox, they shattered their dreams completely. It was just a full out, it wasn't an out and out stop, but it was very close to that. It just felt like RRQ had their crosshairs on Bren Esports faster than Bren could actually get to them. And these highlights show it all. RRQ is just on the next level here, and Bren could not get hot enough to melt that icebox.
Oh, for sure. And I think in a sense, this does feel like a revenge story. After all, we did say that Bren Esports was able to take the first series away from RRQ back in the group stages. Now, let's take a look at the MVP. This is the person that had the strongest running throughout this series. It's none other than RRQ's Kelly S. Now, look at these stats on the board. G10, share your insights on Kelly S's performance in this series.
I think in this series, the stats on the MVP screen are kind of skewed in a certain direction because Helios didn't have the greatest icebox, but on the first map, man, he was absolutely insane. As Fluffy said, he did drop a 30 bomb. I think that was a 34 bomb, which was absolutely unheard of. It didn't feel like a superstar kind of playstyle from Kelly S at the time, but he was incredibly consistent, landing 2K after 2K after 2K after 2K. No super huge clutches or the like, but that kind of consistent and reliable fragging was really what gave RRQ that first map. And the second map, he kind of fell back a little bit, but the rest of his team was able to pick it up. And well, it is a very, very well-deserved victory for them.
Of course. And now speaking of the MVP, we're going to be interviewing him and find out what was going through in their heads during this match. Hi, Kelly S.
Hello.
Congratulations. Wow, what a treat. We have the entire team over here. Hello, everyone. I don't know if they can see me. Hi.
Hello.
Okay, so I'm just going to get straight to it because I feel like you guys are going to be celebrating tonight. But I want to ask, what is something that you think is setting your team apart versus the other teams? Because you guys are one of the giants in this stage.
For me, we're just para sa amin, yung team ko para sa akin, yung team ko is sobrang committed sa goal namin. Tapos nung after ng week 1, grabe yung usap namin, grabe yung reset namin, yung pinag-usapan namin yung mentality namin sa game para pagdating sa week 2 ma-recover kami. Tapos yun, nagka-recover kami.
Of course, and we've seen the recovery process taking effect. You guys are top 2 right now, and you guys are killing it over here at our playoffs. Now, I can see the smiles on your faces. You guys are pretty happy, but I have to ask, what does it feel like to be able to qualify for APAC?
I don't know, I'm so speechless right now. Baka maya pa to magsingkit eh. Kasi hindi ko pa iniisip yung APAC kasi sobrang focus namin sa laro na to.
Oh, that is fair. That is fair. Though you guys are, again, still moving forward to APAC. So I gotta ask, is there any team that you're looking forward to face over there?
For me, I want to face against Pepperex because I want to play against 4Second.
That's gonna be a huge honor, of course.
Yeah,
you guys are gonna be representing the country too, and you're gonna be facing off against incredible teams as well. Now, with all of the excitement that's going on, I want to know, do you guys have any plans tonight of celebrating?
It's up to our manager if what he wants to do.
But if it's up to you, what are you gonna eat?
I think samgyup is the best.
That sounds yummy. Kelly, since the entire team is here, and I don't think that they can hear me. Can they hear me?
No. I can tell them.
Okay. Perfect. We're safe. I want you to point to me the teammate that corresponds to the question that I'm asking. Which of the teammates that are standing beside you, the one that loves to eat?
Lexi.
How about the teammate that loves to sleep in?
This guy.
And lastly, the teammate that is not a fan of taking a bath.
This guy.
I'm so happy. I love the energy that's coming from this team. Now I'm gonna give you a chance, Kelly S, to give some shoutouts to all of your supporters. So let's go.
Shoutout sa mga fans namin dyan since day 1. Thank you sa pagtiwala sa amin. Kahit start kami sa week 1, tuloy-tuloy pa din yung supportan nyo. At sa girlfriend ko na sobrang suportado sa laro ko. Thank you so much para sa itong panalo na to. Tapos shoutout din sa mga kaibigan ko si Skado Skirt, Gaki Boro at saka si Ate Meg. Especially sa boss namin, si Boss Ricky, Boss AP, Boss Nano, si Boss Lance, si Dodge. At shoutout sa coach namin, pinakamagaling coach. Viva RQ!
Viva RRQ! Thank you so much, Kelly S, for spending some time with me over at this interview. I hope you guys get your samgyup. Best of luck with everything, and we'll see you guys in your next match.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh my lord, I want to get some samgyup. I want to get some food in.
Let's do it.
Oh no, let's not go there. My wallet is not ready. I wonder what it feels like though to be able to represent the country in a larger scale like APAC. Do you ever wonder what that's like, Fluffy?
I mean, it's every support staff and player's dream one day. It's such an honor to carry your flag into that international stage, but also it's your own personal chance to make your mark on Valorant. We've seen Team Secret do it in the past, and I feel like every team tries to aspire at least to be like them in that way.
Oh, of course. And speaking of Team Secret, let's take a look at the results of the matches today. If we can remember correctly, Team Secret got that whopping 2-0 in their series. It was epic. In fact, I was expecting a long day today, especially with that first series. But as we heard earlier, Team Secret targeted SBE, and it just goes to show the level of preparedness these teams have over here for the results to be like this. Now, G10 results on the board. I'm pretty sure that your predictions were like a 50-50 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
I'm happy that my curse has been lifted, but please indulge and tell us your thoughts on the scores that we have here.
Well, I mean, it was a quick day. Team Secret and SBE, that was a 2-0. And of course, we just saw RRQ and Bren Esports 2-0 now. As for the insights, man, it just really felt like in the Team Secret versus SBE game, Team Secret did their homework better than SBE did theirs, even though SBE was a little bit creative with that neon pick in the second map. It wasn't enough to stop a team that's kind of read all of your movements before it knows how you like to play. So Team Secret with 2 consecutive 13-4s here really shows that they deserve to be in this APAC slot. And RRQ versus Bren, man, I really thought this was also gonna go the distance because Bren, they had such a good showing yesterday. They had such a good showing towards the end of the group stages, but it just felt like RRQ was on a different level today than they were even in the group stages. So now, speaking of Bren Esports and SBE, we're going to be seeing them once again tomorrow.
Yes, we're talking about the lower brackets over here. Now, Fluffy, I've said this over and over again. The atmosphere in the playoffs is different from the group stages. So how do you think that the adjustments these teams have made in the playoffs will affect their run in the lower brackets?
I feel like the team that really can adapt and do something, take a page from Team Secret's book, study the opponents since there's less teams, and if you can find their weaknesses, really leverage your strengths of your team against them, could be, in my opinion, is the better strat to do. I feel like every team right now also already kind of built their identity. Everyone who's been following the VCT Stage 2 Challengers already has an idea of how every team plays. I'm sure the teams already do themselves. So really start looking in. You're at that point where you bring out the anti-strats, you bring out the secret tech that you've been hiding during the group stages, because now it's really the time for you to make your mark, because if you don't, this is the last shot to make it to international. So, you have to go all out.
Yeah, if you don't make it today or tomorrow, then you're gonna have to wait another year for your shot, right? It's gonna be a long time. But on the flip side, as you said earlier in one of our panel segments, there is time for these teams to prepare. I do feel like Bren Esports has been going at it day per day, if I'm not mistaken. Same goes for South Belt Esports. So I do hope that that's not going to strain their performance tomorrow. Though with that though, today's analysis is complete. Before we end the show, we'd love to give a huge shout out and thank you to our sponsors. We would like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
We would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $20.99 on Globe at home. Gambit speeds to up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And finally, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the ROG Zephyrus M16 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you with the best gaming and entertainment experience that you deserve. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the ROG Zephyrus M16. You can also find these links in the comments down below.
Oh, there you have it, folks. I am so happy that these teams are really bringing in their A game over here at the playoffs. But more than anything, I am happy that the Penguin was saved today. It's been a fun day, day 2 of the playoffs, and I can't wait to see what tomorrow has in store for us. Over here at your panel, it has been Likeable, Fluffy, and G10. Adios, amigos. We'll see you again tomorrow.
This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine.